and Stokes, Simpson, Gregory, Craig Overton, Brydon Carse, Matt Parkinson and Saqib Mahmood. So that is the England 11. There are 3 changes for Pakistan since their last one-day international, their win in South Africa. Vital World Cup points for them, as Babar Azam was saying there in that interview. This is a sort of World Cup qualifying match with points available. So no Qadir, no Sarfraz and no Mohammad Nawaz. There's a debut for Saud Shakeel, who is a left-hand bat and bowls some slow left arm as well. So they are Fakhar Zaman, Imam-ul-Haq, Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan. They're exciting wicketkeeper batsmen. Saud Shakeel, Shadab, the vice-captain, Faheem Ashraf, Hasan Ali, Shaheen Shah Afridi and Haris Rauf. So that is the Pakistan lineup there. I can't remember the last time. There have been so many changes. 5 new caps for England, 11 changes in all, 3 changes for Pakistan. And Pakistan will bat first with presumably Fakhar and Imam coming out to bat in around about 9 minutes' time. I should say something about the weather. It's dry, some cloud around, quite a lot of cloud in fact, but it's high. It feels like quite a good day for cricket. A small crowd in because of the COVID restrictions, and we're all set. And we wonder what the pitch is going to be like after that T20 match here, where it was a bit sluggish. Let's say it was a decent surface. I've got Atif Nawaz on my left, and I've got Vic Marks on my right. Who wants to start? Probably with the England 11 changes. We should start with you, Victor. Well, what a bizarre week it's been.
It has, hasn't it? But I think Ben Stokes struck the right note. It's actually quite exciting. It's had a bit of extra spice, or a different sort of spice to this game. We watched the cap ceremony, and it's the longest one I've ever witnessed. I tell you that. 5 caps going out, and a selection of people giving them out, and it's all to play for. I mean, it's not a bad-looking side, actually, the England side. It's just never played together before. So I'm not too negative about it all. I'm looking forward to seeing some fresh faces and some quite old faces into John Simpson. You'd have got good odds on John Simpson winning an England cap at the start of the season, but good luck to him.
Well, he's 32 years of age.
Yeah. So I'm excited and looking forward to it, and the weather looks good, so let's have a good game.
Yeah, and 2 Somerset boys in as well, Craig Overton and Lewis Gregory. And Matt Parkinson plays his 3rd one-day international. He played a little bit in South Africa, and he's someone that he toured all winter with England and didn't bowl a ball. And so it'll be good to see him today.
It will. It's quite a difficult venue for a leg spinner. It's got short, straight boundaries, and England sometimes don't play a specialist spinner here because of that. And also, I think there haven't been many sort of runs around here, so it's not really leg spinner territory. But he's got his chance, and I think there was an element of pecking order. He's been around the world several times with England without playing. It would have been quite tough to pop Briggs in ahead of him. Yeah. So he gets it on hierarchy, I think.
Yeah. Atif, Pakistan bringing in Saud Shakeel into their lineup. That's his debut, so first cap for him. I mentioned 3 changes. What about him?
Yeah, it's a bit of a delayed debut for Saud Shakeel. He was supposed to play against South Africa, but he got injured at the start of that series, and Asif Ali came into the side, and there were high hopes for Asif Ali at the time for Pakistan, trying to plug that kind of middle order gap that they've had for a very long time in ODI and T20 cricket. But Saud Shakeel's been brought in to fill exactly that gap. He's got a very good record in one-day international cricket, averaging in the 40s, and so they'll be very keen to see how he does. But really, it's the experienced players that are going to be under the microscope. Everybody here in Cardiff, all the Pakistani fans in England, they'll be keen to see Babar Azam. And even though Babar was lamenting losing the toss and saying he would have bowled first had he won the toss, I think a lot of the spectators will be grateful for being that much closer to watching Babar Azam bat.
Yeah, and then we've got Fakhar Zaman at the top. I mean, he had a fantastic series in South Africa, although in one game he made it 193.
Yes.
And ended up on the losing side. I mean, it's incredible, isn't it?
It was a difficult chase. I mean, he managed to score more than the rest of the team combined in that game. It was an extraordinary innings when you consider the kind of pressure he was under, losing partners. I don't think anybody else got into double figures in that game for Pakistan, but he managed to get 190. It was a spectacular innings. Having said that, since then, Pakistan plays so much cricket. They played T20s after that, they played the PSL after that, and Fakhar hasn't been in the best of form in those games. He's been struggling a little bit, so there'll be a little bit of pressure on him coming into this game.
Yeah, he made 200s in that series against South Africa, which Pakistan won by 2 matches to 1, and they've made a reasonable start to their World Cup qualifying campaign. They also beat Zimbabwe as well, but actually they did lose a game to Zimbabwe. It was a tie and they lost on a super over, so that's something to look out for. There are super overs now
in a 50
over match because it's a World Cup qualifier, World Cup points,
okay.
so we could have a super over somewhere.
We'll remember that
along the line,
8:30 this evening, or whatever it is, 9 o'clock.
It could easily be 8:30 this evening, Sohaib, Maqsood as well, back inside. He had a great time in the Pakistan Super League, played for the Multan Sultans, who won the final, and he's one of those cricketers that, well, he's been in and then out for a while.
Yeah, he last played for Pakistan in 2016, so it's been a long time in the wilderness for him, 5 years now. And in that time, when he came into the Pakistan team, there were sort of accusations of being a little bit lazy, a bit one-dimensional, and just lacking a little bit of tact, whereas that's something he's worked on now. If you watch that innings that he played in the PSL final for Multan, it was just so measured and so mature, and it really does seem like he's put that time, and that time has really helped him add that dimension. Pakistan, as we say, they have this huge problem. Imam-ul-Haq in the pre-series press conference addressed this number 5-6 conundrum that they've had. They've tried players like Asif Ali, Hussain Talat, Iftikhar Ahmed. Several players have been tried in that middle order position and failed. So they have really, really high hopes of Sohaib Maqsood carrying that PSL form and his newfound maturity into the Pakistan side.
Yeah, well, he's got his chance today, and we'll see him sometime this afternoon. The two teams are lining up in front of the pavilion away to my left-hand side for a moment of unity. They've got their black shirts on again. It's a long line of England players. There are 18 in the squad. Actually, you made a very good point before we came on air, Victor, about a squad size of 18.
Well, I don't see why it's of benefit when you're playing at home, because just heaven forfend, if there's another need to isolate, you certainly got to isolate another 18. I feel rather sorry in this setup for the likes of George Garden and Tom Banton, who were brought into the other squad. And therefore they have to isolate now. They didn't play, of course. They would have loved to have been here, but they were ruled out. So when you can access county players very easily, once you've checked that they're COVID-free, why don't you bring them in from the outside rather than bung them in this bubble and risk a whole lot having to... There's an awful lot of county cricketers out there who aren't able to play at the moment. A lot of England cricketers out there who, for various reasons, aren't playing any cricket.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point. You think, you carry a big squad because of COVID, but actually it might well be the opposite. You
carry a small squad and bring them in if you have to, because there's a very good rapport between the counties and the board. They don't like, it's inconvenient when a match is going on, you have to forfeit a player, but it's established that that's what happens and everyone accepts it.
Yeah, and also, it does feel odd for cricket substituting players, because just about every other sport there are substitutions, aren't there?
Yes.
And it's still quite extraordinary considering they had to lose the whole squad of players. That England have 6 capped players in their starting 11. It just speaks to the depth of squad. And I know people are generally making Pakistan favourites now, playing against this kind of scrambled together guess who England side, but even then, it seems like a pretty strong team. You've got 2 World Cup winners and a world number 1 in that squad. You can't really dismiss them, can you?
No, I mean, there's talent there, young talent and quite old talent. I mean, James Vince is bound to get 150, for example. So it looks, quite a gifted side. And there is the sudden burden for Pakistan, who probably would have started as second favourites if England were at full strength. They're the favourites now. Bear that burden if they can.
Yes, well, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people in Pakistan who, there's people have already pointed out it is a difficult position to be in, because if you win, well, you beat a second, third string England side.
Yeah.
If you lose, you lost to a second, third England string side. We know about the Pakistani media, they can be a bit unforgiving, so pressure is always omnipresent.
Yeah, well, you've got to just play the ball, haven't you? Play the ball, not the men. Easier said than done sometimes, because you're Shane Warne is staring at you, I imagine. Or Dennis Lilly. Anyway,
we're about to get underway. It's going to be Saqib Mahmood to bowl the first ball of the match from the Cathedral Road end, which is the end from which we are commentating here at Cardiff. We've got the trees in the distance, the River Taff behind it. Above we can see some blue sky away to our left-hand side. There's some cloud above as well. And it's going to be Imam-ul-Haq to take the first ball of the match. Imam is playing in his 44th one-day international today, and his batting average, well, we gave Fakhar Zaman a bit of a build-up with those 200 in South Africa series. Actually, Imam's one-day international batting average is higher than Fakhar Zaman's. It's 51, and Fakhar is on 49, but it's the strike rate comparison that's a bit different, because Fakhar strikes at 97, which is very, very impressive. So here is Saqib going in to bowl to Imam. The first ball of the match, big shout for LBW. And that is turned down. Well, that looked a good shout from here, and they're thinking about a review.
I think it might have pitched outside, but I'm just feeling for John Simpson. I'm not sure he's ever played in a match where he's had to make LBW decisions behind the stumps. They're having a chat, and they're going to have a look, I think. They are going
to go for it, yeah. I mean, it's quite full, Victor. It was quite full.
Yeah. I just wonder whether it pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah.
Fakhar Zaman, of course, is left-handed. Mahmood over the wicket, but they're giving it a go.
Delivery. So can we have a look at front-on spin vision, please?
Well, it's full in length. I think he's going to pitch it outside.
Yeah, it does look as if it's pitched outside leg stump. Yeah.
I think Ben Stokes
doesn't appear to be any bat involved, but can we confirm that with ultra edge, please?
I think Stokes has got a sense of theatre, and you think it could be quite a
Flat
dramatic
line,
start.
Ball going past the bat. Roll it all the way through to the pad, please. Okay, there's no bat involved, so we can go for ball tracking when ready.
This is a big moment. The ball tracking, and
it's in line.
Okay, pitching in line,
out.
impact in line, wickets hitting.
Goodness me.
We'll go back to Alex on field. Alex, I recommend that you change your decision to out. You're on screen now.
Imam-ul-Haq, LBW, first ball of the match. Well, what a dramatic start. Alex Wharf, the standing umpire, gave that not out. He's overturned straight away. I mean, it did look a good
gave
shout.
it not out too, but that doesn't mean anything.
No. Well, it did just enough. It straightened, and Saqib Mahmood sends Imam-ul-Haq back where he came from just a few moments ago, and Pakistan are 0 for 1 after the first ball of this game.
Well, surprise after surprise. I think before we go any further, we should say hats off to our statistician, scorer, whatever he likes to be called, for producing, at this very short notice, a whole raft of stats about this odd-looking England team. I'm sure he had them all prepared with the likes of, Morgan and all the rest of them, Root, Billings, and he's had to tear him up, and he's produced a whole raft of wonderful stats, which you'll no doubt be referring to as the day proceeds.
Yeah, very good. So as a result of those stats, I can tell you that was Mahmood's 6th one-day international wicket straight away, because it's on the sheet in front of me. Now Babar Azam, world #1 one-day international player, is out there. Got 2 slips in, and Pakistan are 0 for 1. Here is Mahmood bowling, and it's full, and it's driven, and it's not driven exactly where Babar wanted to hit that. He tried to drive that through extra cover, got a thick inside edge, and the ball rolled out towards mid-on. And there is no run. Matt Parkinson with the fielding there. So England got 2 slips in, 3 saving, 1 on the offside. Stokes is next to Mahmood as he walks back at the Cathedral Road end.
I mean, the one virtue of Mahmood that sort of may have tricked me is he gets incredibly close to the stumps when he delivers from over the wicket to the left-hander.
Here he goes again to bowl to Babar, and that's edged and caught at second slip, and Pakistan are 0 for 2 in the first over, and Mahmood has picked up Imam and Babar Azam. Well, a remarkable start from this new look England side. Pakistan 0 for 2, Babar out, second ball, caught low down at slip.
Crawley, I think. Zach
Crawley with the catch, yeah. It was a reasonable height. He had to come forward a little bit. 2 hands, very catchable, and he pouched it. 0 for 2.
Well, it was almost ankle height, but there was enough pace on the ball for it to carry. What a start this is! I mean, getting Imam was fantastic, but to get Babar Azam, top-ranked batsman in the world, well, that's just perfect. Just full of length. He pushes forward. It takes the outside edge. It's a good catch that. I thought you underestimated the difficulty of that, but I know you think they should catch everything.
Well, I think they're out there practicing, aren't they, before the game? It was low, it was 2 hands low. I mean, you wouldn't have called it, Victor, but
I wouldn't have been there. Well, probably not. Anyway, that's what a start. This game. How many balls have we had so far? Three. Well, 2 wickets have gone. They only need 8 more. And a rather startled Mohammad Rizwan is heading in this direction.
yeah.
I mean, I suppose he was padded up 5 minutes ago, but you don't expect at number 4 to be facing the 4th ball of the match. Good decision, I think, to give Saqib Mahmood the new ball. He might have thought about Brendan Carse. I don't know quite who will be at the other end. I'll be tempted. By Overton, who's been in terrific form lately.
Yeah.
Well, he was when he last played. Yes,
When did he last play?
Well, not that long ago by modern standards.
Now, Rizwan has been in good form, but I suppose the one thing is about this Pakistan side is that they've come from the Pakistan Super League, roasting hot conditions in the UAE. They've gone to Derby. The weather's not been great. They've had some inter-squad matches. They were a bit rusty as well, possibly.
Yeah.
So it's already it's a rusty England side or new-looking England side thrown together. But at least, most of them have been playing.
Yeah.
They're right in the middle of the season. Been playing for a couple of months or so. So, England in a way. It's not surprising that they would be on it. Anyway, it is Mahmood to bowl to Mohammad Rizwan. They've strengthened that slip cordon now. 3 slips are in. And here is Mahmood with 2 wickets in his first over. Goes in to bowl to Rizwan. He's up to the stumps now and bowls to Rizwan. And Rizwan leans forward and lets that go. It's an exaggerated leave. It's like a cat there leaping out of his crease. And he let that go. Got the gloves high. And it's through to John Simpson, England's wicket-keeper, and it's possible he'll only play 3 one-day internationals. But what a great opportunity. And the other thing as well, of course, is that on Saturday he gets to play on his home ground, as long as he's not injured.
Yeah, at Lord's in front of a full house.
In front of a full house, yeah. Someone's moving down beneath us, and not that many people in the ground today. I think it's one of those boom mics, actually. It's a white boom mic right in the line of the batter at the far end, so that's been taken down now by one of the technical staff here. 3 slips in. Rizwan, the right-hander, faces up to Saqib, who's with him now, and he plays a fiddly-looking shot there, away on the offside towards backward point. And there is no run. Well, those who turned up in the early afternoon sunshine, appreciating that. Some Pakistan support I've seen. I think the flag seller outside might be a bit disappointed today. I mean, normally Pakistan play here, there might be 6,000 Pakistan supporters to sell horns and flags too, but there aren't that many here. I can see a few green Pakistan shirts and 1 or 2 flags around the ground. Here is Saqib to bowl very full, and that's edged, but past third slip down towards the third boundary. It's a sliding attempt to save it down there. It's unsuccessful, and Pakistan get their first runs of the match. But in a very eventful first over, it's taken a long time, about 9 minutes. We had the review, we've had 2 wickets, and Pakistan 4 for 2 after the first over of the match.
Well, it's a terrific start, isn't it, for England? And it gives a little bit of leeway to the other bowlers. You never quite know how Fakhar Zaman will react to that situation. But the cagier cricketer would think, well, I better not go for the barnstorming start now. We've lost 2 wickets already. Just play the ball on merit rather than go for the explosive sort of one-day start. Never quite know what Fakhar will do, in fact. Now then.
It's Lewis Gregory who's going to open the bowling. What do you think about that?
Surprising.
Zoltz, let's go to Zoltz first.
Extraordinary start for England and Saqib Mahmood. It's only the 3rd time an England bowler has taken 2 wickets in the first over of a one-day international innings, most recently Jimmy Anderson in 2013.
Here is Gregory to bowl to the left-handed Fakhar Zaman. He watched the carnage from the other end. He's forward to his first ball, playing firmly back to Gregory, and there's no run.
And before that, according to the CricViz database, you've got to go back to a Glamorgan bowler, since we're in Cardiff today, Greg Thomas, against Pakistan in 1987. That was at the start of the game. He had Mudassir Nazar LBW, first ball of the match, and then 4th ball Mansour Akhtar caught behind by Jack Richards, also for a duck.
Gregory turns. At the far end, the River Taff end goes into bowl to Fakhar, and Fakhar tries to turn that into the leg side and misses it, strikes him on the pad, rolls back up the pitch. Gregory comes forward and there's no run. Of course, Sam Curran took 2 wickets in his first over at the Oval the other day.
Yes, I'm talking about specifically the first over of the match, of the innings for Jimmy Anderson, of the match for Greg Thomas and Saqib Mahmood, and he's the first England bowler to strike with the first ball of a one-day international since Stephen Finn, who's part of our coverage today, on this ground against Australia back in September 2013 when he got Aaron Finch out.
4 for 2. Gregory bowls to Fakhar, and Fakhar plays defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Stephen Finn, he had an eventful evening yesterday.
Did he?
He was at Wembley.
Was he?
Yeah. He was at Wembley watching the match
right,
against
I didn't
Denmark.
realise he was there.
Yeah. I think he knew he had to get to Cardiff, and I think extra time was quite his friend in that sense.
Well, he came last night, did he?
He came down last night. Well, this morning, I think, early morning. Anyway, we'll hear from him later. He can talk a little bit about that. Here is Gregory bowling to Fakhar, and Fakhar's forward, playing firmly back down the pitch. No frills yet from Fakhar Zaman. Gregory right on target, actually, straight away.
He's used to taking the new ball. Certainly in red ball cricket, he's done that a lot. Probably less so in white ball cricket. Well, no one plays 50-over cricket now. He went to play the 50-over match for 2 years because no one has. Barely. And he won't play any in the future either, actually, unless he's playing for England.
Gregory bowls. Fakhar struck on the pad, shout for LBW. Not out. Umpire Kettleborough's at the far end. And it does not look as though they are interested in reviewing this.
No. Simpson made an early decision. It might have been a nick as well, I think, but that definitely seemed to pitch outside leg stump.
Yeah, clearly outside leg stump. Where is Stokes fielding? Stokes
He's
at mid-off.
He's not going to go in the slip cordon just for the moment
because of his broken finger.
I guess so.
Recovering broken finger.
Yeah.
Because he was playing in that championship match at Edgbaston, took a good return catch. I don't know if you've seen that on social media. Here is Gregory bowling to Fakhar, and Fakhar is forward, playing back down the pitch, and that's a very tidy start from Lewis Gregory. Right on target. Fast medium or medium fast. 4 for 2 after the first 2 overs of the match. Rizwan has 4, and Fakhar Zaman happy to play out that maiden over from Lewis Gregory. So what a start to this game. Explosive start. It's rather sort of sleepy down here today with the smallish crowd, and
it is strange, isn't it, to come here for an international match and through no fault of anyone to see so many empty seats. And we've almost got accustomed to seeing quite full stands even in these times. Well, Wembley obviously, but also at other cricket grounds. But we are in Wales. Yeah,
the Oval last week, definitely, and Bristol on Sunday actually as well. Saqib bowls shorter length. Rizwan goes up on his toes and plays that towards backward point, and there's no run. Someone like Saqib, actually, he is the one bowler who England are looking to for the future, aren't they? He's a very promising young bowler.
I think the others would take umbrage at the fact they're not looking at Carse, for example, who's got pace. And Overton is a different bowler now than when he played, but
they really do fancy Saqib Mahmood, though. I think they like him, they like what he can offer.
Why wasn't he playing for Lancashire in the last game, I wonder? I don't think he was. But anyway.
Well, Jimmy was in, wasn't he? Whether they'd
resting him.
I don't know. Here's Saqib bowling, shorter length. Rizwan up on his toes, nudges that into the leg side, and there's no run. You talk about lack of matches, 50-over games. Brydon Carse has only played 7 list A games.
Yeah, well, that's amazing, isn't it?
And what of his...
But the good cricketers now, they won't play 50-over cricket. The people who actually are destined to play for England in the next World Cup won't play any domestic 50-over cricket unless the schedule is changed in future years. And
the reason for that, of course, is the 100 clashes with the domestic 50-over competition. Saqib Mahmood, right over the wicket. It's a lovely shot from Rizwan. Hits it firmly through the offside before. Ravishing stroke. Brilliantly played. He's a very talented batsman, Rizwan. And he's been in great form this year. 8 for 2. He's got all of those with 2 boundaries. It was on the up as well.
It was. I mean, Mahmood got some applause from behind the stumps, actually, from the slip cordon, because they know that wasn't a half volley, and it was a wonderful shot, but there was an element of risk because against the new ball, it wasn't at the pitch, but it came onto the middle of the bat.
Mahmood bowls, and forward goes Rizwan, guiding this away for the first single of the match, opening the face, running it down towards deep third. Gregory is down there, returns to Simpson. And Pakistan moved to 9 for 2 in the third over of this game. England giving debuts today. If you haven't heard, you have just switched on for the first time. Salt, Crawley, Simpson, Gregory and Brydon Carse. And Pakistan giving a debut to Saud, Shakeel. And Sohaib Maqsood is back in the side as well. Some familiar names, some of them have come and gone. Imam-ul-Haq and Babar Azam out to Saqib in his first over. Now Fakhar gets a look at Saqib for the first time. He turns that into the onside, gets his first run, short of Parkinson at mid-on. A little nudge into the onside. And Pakistan in double figures.
I mean, England, I think, have taken the correct precaution of giving Stokes a pretty wide array of bowlers. There's 6 bowlers there, including Stokes. I'm not sure Stokes is ready to bowl 10 overs in a one-day international necessarily. Parkinson, don't quite know how that'll work out here. So he's got a few options.
Yeah. Now Rizwan waits for Saqib. Oh, and that goes via the inside edge down to the fine leg boundary before. That could so easily have been another wicket. And Rizwan got lucky there. It flashed down to the road. It was to the left of Simpson as he looked at it. Not a chance. It was in the air, but it was wide of him. And Pakistan up to 14 for 2.
Well, that nip back, it took the inside edge, as you say. No chance for Simpson. Quite a thick inside edge. And the ball was going over the top of the stumps by the time it passed the bat or nicked the bat. So a bit unlucky there, yeah. Saqib, but he's still got his 2 wickets.
One player not available to Pakistan today is Sohaib. He's out of this series with a hamstring injury, which is disappointing for him. Went to Derby, had a couple of net sessions and felt the hamstring. Here is Gregory bowling, and that's flicked away nicely by Fakhar through mid-wicket for runs. It could well be 3. They might have an all-run 4 here. It's a big boundary out there. They've come back for 3, and the throw's on its way now. And they settled for a relatively conservative 3 runs. You see Sohaib, that story about him in Christchurch in 2015, that he totally freaked out because he thought he saw a ghost in his hotel room. Had to sleep in the coach's room. There's an extraordinary quote from the hotel spokesman, said they knew of no active ghost on the premises.
No active ones.
No.
A cagey response.
Yeah. Strange story. No active ghost on the premises.
Who was the Aussie who...
That was Brett Lee, wasn't it?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Shane Watson.
Yeah. Brett Lee and Shane Watson, wasn't it?
It's a pair of them.
Yeah.
That was up in Durham.
Here's Gregory bowling. Oh, has he got a wicket? He has. Surely it's a nick through. Yeah, and Rizwan walks off. Umpire Kettleborough didn't raise the finger initially. But Rizwan went to walk
Hang
off.
on, there's a little delay.
I think they're saying, is this taken cleanly? In other words, it was quite low for Simpson.
Well, I think it's going to be okay.
It feels out. I mean, he definitely edgy. Well, he must think he walked off. Yeah, it was fine.
Easily. He knew. Rizwan knew. He's a keeper himself. Yeah. He knew that carried, and he wasn't delaying himself. The umpires just wanted to check for some reason. But that was 3 or 4 inches off the ground. So the decision, which was not an obvious one, I don't think, to give Gregory the new ball, has paid dividends. He's yet to concede he's just conceded 3 runs, but he's got his first international wicket on his debut. It was getting confused now because he has played T20 cricket, but this is his 50-over debut. And it started well.
Well, Rizwan's
extremely well.
It's been a remarkable start. Rizwan's gone for 13. It's 17 for 3. Are you Sri Lanka in disguise? I mean, it's exactly like the one-day internationals against Sri Lanka, who win the toss, put the opposition in, and they, all 3 occasions, lost early wickets, and Pakistan doing exactly the same, and 3 really big wickets as well. Imam-ul-Haq, Babar Azam, and Mohammad, Rizwan.
Yeah, that's the big boys, really, isn't it?
Well, there's Fakhar as well, but
yeah.
But you're right, yeah. 3 of the 4 big boys. They've got Saud Shakeel playing his first one-day international, and Sohaib Maqsood playing his first one-day international since 2016.
And there is signs of that sort of nippy movement. You know, it's just that ball was a good ball and left him. We've seen Mahmood, the last over, get the ball to deviate back into the right-hander off the pitch. So it's nibbling around, I think. We'll listen to Steve later, but he mentioned that when he played here in a T20 match, I think, it zipped around a lot.
Right. 17 for 3. Shakeel, first ball in one-day international cricket. Gregory goes into bowl to him. And he plays calmly into the offside. The left-hander plays it out towards the point region. And there is no run.
I mean, this should ease the burden on the other inexperienced bowlers at this level, in that you would think at 17 for 3, if you're the batting side, you just play the ball on merit rather than go for it. So you know, you never quite know with Fakhar Zaman, but you know that if you get it right, there's not going to be much damage.
Gregory bowls to Shakeel, and Shakeel turns into the onside towards the forward square leg. And you'll have a fielder there. That's Brydon Carse. Might well be the first time he's touched the ball.
Good first touch.
Yeah.
It's coming at 3 miles an hour. He popped it back to the keeper, I think. He'll be looking forward to having a bowl.
I was thinking last summer they picked that 55-man squad, didn't they? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Here is Gregory bowling, and forward goes Shakeel. Miscues it up towards Parkinson at mid-on, and there is no run. And Carse was in that 55-man squad, so he, obviously, I mean, 55 is a lot, isn't it? But he knows that he's in the selector's thoughts, at least.
Yeah. I mean, I felt sorry for those who were outside the 55-man squad who were expecting possibly a call and didn't get one.
Yeah. Gregory in to bowl to Shakeel, who plays that calmly up towards mid-off. There's no run, so a success for Gregory, his first one-day international wicket in that over. It's 17 for 3 after 4 overs. Shakeel yet to score. Fakhar is there on 4. More from you, Victor, and then it will be Charles Dagnall.
Well, this is a dream, almost a surreal start for England. These are strange times. Gregory has settled in extremely well. He's got 1 for 3 from his 2 overs. Mahmood is getting the ball to jag around a bit. Charlie was down there, but I don't know whether you got very close to the actual playing surface. A lot of restrictions nowadays. How close to the actual pitch did you get?
Not very.
Okay.
Here's Saqib. In he comes, and this is short of a length and defended by Fakhar Zaman. Quite tall in his stance, on his tiptoes, and it just played back up the pitch. And there is no run. No, there was a certain distance. How we've had it in the previous games is probably been a couple of yards, 3-4 yards away from each other. This time, I was over on the behind the LED advertising hoardings.
Okay.
And Ben Stokes and Babar Azam were behind the boundary rope.
So that's a distance of about 10 yards.
About 10 yards or so. I was worried they couldn't hear me, Victor. I projected. Here comes Saqib bowls. Oh, and almost played on from Zaman. Tried to leave the ball alone. It cannoned off the bottom edge and trickled down towards fine leg. And a single is taken. But goodness me, what a morning or an afternoon England have had this first 25 minutes or so. 18 for 3 Pakistan.
Well, I think we can safely say it is nibbling around a bit. That ball bounced a little bit more than expected, so there's signs of uneven bounce, there's signs of a bit of lateral movement. And Pakistan are under considerable pressure. Great start for a novice side.
Well, what second team, you could argue with.
I mean, we could get all Australian about this. I remember covering a One Ashes tour.
3 slips, hands on knees, wait for Saqib as Shakeel just flicks this really nicely off his hip, and it goes out towards the deep backward square boundary for 4. That was a lovely piece of timing. Good pace from Saqib Mahmood.
A lovely shot to get off the mark, isn't it?
Yeah. 22 for 3 in the Pakistan total.
But I remember in the 90s, they decided that they would have an Australia A side contesting the one-day series.
That's right, I was there.
And England were having a little bit of a torrid time. And I remember this headline with a photo, I'll tell you after this delivery.
Saqib, 25 on his back, blue sleeve on his right arm, runs away from us, good length delivery, top of off stump, defended by Shakeel out to point.
I can't remember which of the Aussie papers it was, but there was a big team photo of the Australia A side with the question, although it wasn't really a question, is this the second best team in the world? Or this is the second best team in the world? And Australia A, I think, played Australia in the final, England having failed to get there.
I was playing out there at the time.
Oh, right.
And the interesting thing was, I was playing club cricket in Geelong, just about 45 minutes outside of Melbourne, as Saqib bowls, and again flicked away by Shakeel. And there is no run. 22 for 3 in this, the 5th over. And there was huge amount of ticket sales at the MCG for Australia A, and the reason was they'd selected Merv Hughes
for Australia
for
A.
Australia A. This was a little bit past his peak.
Okay.
But they selected Merv Hughes, and I think one or two. I think even Dean Jones might have been in the Australian A side. He might have captained it.
And these were very competitive games too.
They were.
I don't think the first team didn't like it a great deal.
I remember as Saqib past the umpire, over the wicket bowls, back of a length, defended out into the offside, and that will conclude the 5th over. Pakistan 22 for 3. Shakeel is 4 not out, Fakhar is 5. And I was sat in, I had to experience it, had to sit in Bay 13. And Merv was fielding down below us, and then he nicked off Graham Gooch. Well, the MCG just erupted. I'd never heard a noise like it. And I seem to remember, and on the flip side of that, I just wonder also, I had a slightly tongue-in-cheek tweet that I put out the other day about the England side that could have been selected, with players who are still representing their counties. And also playing other formats of international cricket, as Lewis Gregory comes towards us from the river end in the sunshine bowls, and forward comes Zaman, just playing it out into the offside, and the captain Stokes fields. I said, wouldn't it be great, just for fun, if Anderson and Broad had been reunited in coloured clothing, and Stephen Finn, who's with us today, got selected, and what about Darren Stevens from
I know you're such an old romantic, aren't you?
Alistair Cook, he's still playing alongside Luke Wright. He could have got a game.
Well, James Hildreth, I thought James Hildreth could have got a game because he, deserved to have played somewhere along the line. But no, it's a bit more clinical than that.
It is a little bit. Would have been such fun as Fakhar defends again, back up the pitch. But
it's working quite well at the moment.
It is
the
quite
current system.
But it was a bit of fun, and it was just going through the list of players. Stephen Croft.
Well, it occurred to me that Darren Stevens might be double jabbed. There must be every chance.
He's 2 months older than me, and I'm double jabbed.
Well, there you go. Is he?
He is.
God.
Well, we were teammates at Leicestershire and known each other for a long time, but it would have been lovely to see Steve-O in international colours as Fakhar slashes at this one wide outside of off stump. It's going to be fielded by Saqib, who's running round from third man, and a couple of runs onto the Pakistan total, 24 for 3. But that's the old romantic in me, Victor.
Yeah, I know. It keeps seeping out.
Tell you what, it wouldn't have been far away for you to don the coloured clothing. So let's have a look at this field. Still 3 slips in place. James Vince, Zach Crawley, who's already taken a catch. Dawid Malan in at 3rd slip. There's 4 in the ring. Backward point, extra cover mid-on and a mid-wicket as a straight delivery from Lewis Gregory gets played to Ben Stokes, who usually would find himself in the cordon, I imagine, but wants to be in the outfield near his bowlers.
Well, and his finger
too, yeah, of course.
And in a curious way, that it's such a sudden turnover of sequence of events that actually, if you are one of these younger cricketers, and actually it's quite a nice way to get in, so you haven't got days and days to agonise over it. You're suddenly tossed in, and you just think, well, I might as well give it a go. This will be great.
Gregory bowls on a good length, and Ben Stokes is called into action, tumbling away to his right-hand side as a check drive from Fakhar Zaman comes to naught. Fakhar in his bright green shoes. See Moeen Ali in previous one-day internationals wearing some blue ones to go along with his blue England kit. Well, Fakhar's got the green ones.
Yeah.
Bright they are indeed. Lovely day here at Sophia Gardens. Clouds slowly oozing across the skyline, but lots of blue. As Gregory approaches once more, he's been tidy and he gets firmly struck by Zaman straight back towards Lewis Gregory. I don't think it was a catch. I think it was hit firmly into the turf and Gregory smartly fields, but just 5 runs conceded from his 3 overs. And England in the ascendancy after 6 overs. Pakistan 24 for 3. If you are just joining us, welcome on 5 Live Sports Extra Radio 4 Longwave. You've missed quite a bit. Imam-ul-Haq was LBW to Saqib Mahmood, first ball of the game. It was a decision that was overturned after being turned down originally. And then Babar Azam got a beauty from Mahmood 2 balls later, which caught the edge and was caught well by Crawley at second slip. And then Mohammad Rizwan got one that just held its line from wide of the crease by Lewis Gregory, and it was caught. Her first international catch behind the stumps for John Simpson for 13. And Saud Shakeel on strike is on his debut, and Fakhar Zaman has been watching everything from the non-striker's end, wondering probably what's going on. Good afternoon, Ebony Rainford Brent.
Good afternoon, Daggers. This has been a lively start by Mahmood. He's doing everything right to state his case for being in that ODI team.
Saqib continues and bowls, and this is on around the stumps. It's been turned off a thickish inside edge down towards fine leg, and a single will be collected. 25 for 3. I've got to tell you, I'm incurring the wrath of Andy Saltzman.
Oh dear, what have you done?
Because he is behind us today as opposed to alongside it, and even though I should have eyes in the back of my head, I don't. And he waved to me about an over ago to say, I've got something to say, and I forgot to go to him. It was probably 2 overs ago.
It wasn't. It was a couple of overs before that I went to Simon Mann as well. So.
I'll come to you in a second. Okay, let's just get this ball out of the way as Saqib sprints away, kicking his heels, squared up as Fakhar Zaman. It gets a thick outside edge down towards third man. Another single, 26 for 3.
Just a little more on England's outstanding start. I think Pakistan 0 for 2 in Saqib Mahmood's first over. I did Dougie Brown a disservice. I didn't mention him in the list of England bowlers.
Dougie Bear
struck twice in the first over one-day international. He got Philo Wallace and Brian Lara out in the game in Sharjah in 1997, which is one of 2 previous occasions before today in which England have reduced their opponents to 0 for 2 in a one-day international. And it's another superb start following some impressive bowling power plays against Sri Lanka. There were 47 for 3, 47 for 4 and 45 for 4 in those 3 games.
Saqib is going round the wicket. Thank you, Andy. As Shakeel waits for him, and good start from round the wicket, just trying to square up the left-handed pairing. Shakeel defends though resolutely, and there is no run. Dougie Bear, I'm sure he'll be listening somewhere around the world. It was an interesting series. That was the Adam Hollyoake-led series, I believe. People like Matthew Fleming from Kent was in the side. Dougie Brown, and I mentioned Hollyoake, but yeah, Mark Elam, players like that. Bring that up if you could find that for us, Andy. I'd be grateful. Saqib past a mound of sawdust that's been placed at the top of his run. Bowls once more on a decent length and defended out into the offside. We've seen a lot of Saqib anyway. We've seen him in T20 cricket ebbs and also Royal London form and in the international game as well. But goodness, he is a good bowler.
He is, and what I like today, we're seeing his full repertoire. He started with control, pace, all that good stuff. Now we're seeing him change up the angle and still maintaining his line. It's like he's going through all the tricks and he's still maintaining pace and control.
Kicks his heels as he sprints away from us. Oh, there's a big appeal for LBW. Fancy it was a bit too high, but a little bit of late movement into the left-handed Shakeel, who was stuck on the crease, and the appeal was stunted, and it remains 26 for 3.
Yeah, again, here we are. He's gone a little bit wide of the crease, angled it in, and then it's just gone back in. There was definitely an inside edge onto the pad, and it was a bit high. It didn't have enough going for it, but again, in the right zone, creating a bit of threat.
And that's been the nature of England's bowling. They've got a lot of balls in the right area, frustrating Pakistan. They can't score freely at the moment. Saqib very wide at the crease, and now that is a big appeal for LBW, and given! Saqib's got 3 for, and Pakistan in disarray. It looked a good shout. I wonder if Shakeel is speaking to Fakhar about height, and they are going to review it, but it's a wonderful delivery from Saqib Mahmood. He did go a little bit wider of the crease this time, and once more he was stuck on the crease. Currently Pakistan 26 for 4. What say you, Ebony?
Yeah, I think it's better than the last one. The question is height, but you're right, it was a fraction fuller, so it's even better than the last. It definitely trapped him in front, most probably just above the knee roll, so I think it might be clipping. I think that will be my gut feel.
One umpire's call.
Yeah, umpire's call.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Ball tracking when ready, please.
We can see leg stump. Now, ball tracking.
Okay, pitching
Impact in line.
Impact in line. Wickets is umpire's call. So let's go back to Alex on field. Stokes, original decision. You're on screen now.
So the decision has been upheld. Pakistan are now 26 for 4 at the end of the 7th over, and it really has been a wonderful spell from Saqib Mahmood.
Yeah, I mean, the key there was he's gone around the wicket, he saw the vulnerability from Shakeel. We wanted to get him trapped on the crease with that wide angle into the left-hander. The first one maybe a fraction high, so he adjusts his whole game and just goes that little bit fuller, and again gets the one he was looking for. Clipping, so you can understand why Shakeel reviewed it, but equally it looked out, and I would say Saqib is just smart. It's smart bowling as well, isn't it? It's not just pace and it's not just control, it's thinking, how am I going to get this wicket, and then just making those small incremental improvements until you get the wicket. It's excellent.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact why I like Saqib, watched him a lot for Lancashire, and I mentioned it a little bit in international colours as well, is the fact that there's not a lot that can go wrong with the action. He bowls in very straight lines. He does get close to the stumps when he's bowling over the wicket, and he just bowls very, very good channels and does enough. Just nips it both ways, and it's very awkward to get away.
I think it's more impressive as well that he's come in with this sort of scenario, because he is now the frontline bowler to an extent, and he's standing up like that, and you know,
he's the experienced one.
Yeah, and he's making it happen.
Well, here's Lewis Gregory to continue, and he gets driven firmly, and Gregory fields off his own bowling. It might have just cannoned off his foot, but it took the sting out of the ball, and it's fielded round at mid-on, and there is no run. So 26 for 4.
Question out.
Maqsood, Sohaib Maqsood is batsman at the non-striker's end.
Question I was going to ask you. So I was thinking pace to back up pace at the other end. So Carse, I haven't seen much of him. I was going to ask if you have, but then I realised he's only played 7 list A games. I don't think too many have seen too much of him.
Seen him a lot.
Have you?
In small chunks as Gregory bowls and Fakhar Zaman defends, and there is now a straight fielder, Dawid Malan. Instead of a third slip, he's fielding on the next pitch across, on the crease line at a very straight catching mid-off.
He's been pushing back past Lewis Gregory quite a bit. We've seen him sort of, and I think that slightly slower natured pace of Gregory means that just will keep him thinking that just pushing back past the bowler will create some danger.
Gregory, slightly angled run, bowls, and this is driven confidently by Fakhar Zaman out to Ben Stokes with extra cover. So it's impossible for us to... We cover a lot of cricket. We cover men's, we cover women's, and you try and get as much information as you can about respective players. I've seen him once live, Brydon Carse, but I've seen lots of nuggets on social media, which is a very good way of trying to keep up with a variety of players, but especially in the Championship, and goodness me, he's caused some problems. In the County Championship, Durham love him. You can see why, as he got his selection, as Gregory bowls on and around middle and off, and as Fakhar Zaman defends out into the offside, and they steal a quick single, which brings Maqsood onto strike. So, I mean, obviously, may not have seen a huge amount of him, but the fact that he's got called up into this side shows you the impression that he's made on the England scouts. They've kept a close eye on him, of course. I just can't wait to see what he's got to offer.
Well, you think about it, the best place to be. I was thinking the bubble last year actually paid off for some players being in that environment so much and being seen every day by the Chris Silverwoods and the captains. You want them to see how you train, how you go about your business.
Gregory, full of length, and it's been driven absolutely smashed by Maqsood. But unfortunately for him, it cannons into the stumps at the non-striker's end, and he'll only get a single where the shot deserved 4, 28 for 4.
Yeah, just continuing on that point, I think being around the squad is a chance to be seen, not just by selectors who might recommend you, but actually by the coach. And Silverwood has had to be back in the camp quite quickly, was expecting to have a little break, but he will now have a chance to see Carse up close. He would have heard all the chat, It would have been the selectors feeding back information. This is exactly what
But the one person who does know him is Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
And what he's capable of. 2 Durham men together as Gregory once more bowls full of length, beautiful drive. Fakhar Zaman, that is imperious. He's a high-class player, and you bowl him a wide half volley, and you know what the result's going to be. It's going to be 4. And it was a glorious stroke through the offside. A bit of pressure relieved for Pakistan. They're 32 for 4 at the end of the 8th over. So, Ebony, more from you, and for the first time this afternoon, it will be Atif Nawaz.
Yeah, brilliant shot there from Fakhar Zaman. It was a scrambled seam by Gregory, and actually just a friendly delivery in the drilling zone, really. He's not someone who's going to miss out on that with the sort of flair and flow he has. So a nice shot. You feel, though, that Pakistan are going to need a really good partnership here to rebuild. A lot of work to do, and an excellent start for England.
It most certainly has been. It's been brilliant from an England perspective, but Pakistan will be very disappointed. Good afternoon, Ebony. 3 slips in place as Mahmood continues, and he bowls a full ball. It's been driven to mid-off, and there is no run. He's building up some pace now. Saqib Mahmood, 89 miles an hour, that last delivery. And it's not really taking his foot off the pedal. 32 for 4 Pakistan after 8.1 overs. Fakhar Zaman, 13 of 22. Maqsood off 1 of 2. That first over, 3 balls and 2 wickets. I don't think anybody expected that. Did you expect that?
No, I didn't expect it at all. A quick question for you.
Yeah, do ask her. We'll get to that after this ball from Mahmood. This time the ball's been played behind backward point quite nicely by Maqsood. He takes another single. He's on to 2 now. Yes, Abs, what were you going to ask me?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, do you think it's Pakistan turning up and maybe just not adjusted to the conditions and ready to go, or do you think it is Saqib Mahmood?
I think it's a bit of both. Saqib Mahmood has put the balls on a really, really good length, and we've seen earlier this summer as well with Sri Lanka on this wicket struggling, kind of a 2-paced bounce, and it's not been the easiest wicket to bat on, but there was an element of slightly lazy stroke play, particularly from Babar Azam. His first ball, he could have left it alone, you'd argue, but it was a good delivery. As in comes beautiful shot, driven all the way along the ground by Fakhar Zaman. He likes it full, and when it's there, he'll drive it all the way along the surface for 4 runs to long off.
Do you know what's incredible about that shot is how early he saw it. It was almost as if you sometimes see the ball come out the hand, then the batter reacts. It was like he picked it up so quickly. He got a really good backlift into that, and then the damage came, the flourish, the full. He almost stands quite stable, yes, doesn't he? And then it just all comes down in one go. He picked that up out the hand so quick.
The tremendous player is Fakhar Zaman as he awaits Saqib Mahmood, who comes in this time wide of the crease, bowls another full ball. This time it's driven just as well, but only as far as the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run.
It's a good little game here, isn't it? Because you can see, still with 2 slips in play, he's comfortable him driving,
yes,
because he's hoping still for maybe a little bit of seam movement, but also Fakhar Zaman's now getting into his flow, so if it misses it by a fraction, he'll put you away.
If you're just slightly full of a length, Fakhar Zaman is very comfortable driving, and those excellent deliveries notwithstanding from Mahmood early doors, it's been a good pitch. As wide of the crease again comes Mahmood. This time the ball's been played into the onside by Fakhar Zaman for no run. The score remains 37 for 4 after 8.5. Very impressive how quickly this England team have gelled together. Apparently only met for the first time properly last night. And they're doing a good job here. It reminds me of those league cricket games. You know, when you rock up on a Sunday, you don't really know each other. How you doing, mate? You're a bowler? You're very good. Okay, we'll start with him, I reckon. We'll go. You know, there's an element of that
Pick me.
There's an element of that kind of thing going on. I wonder if you'll see somebody demonstrating with stretches in the deep later. Just, you know, when you start hinting to the captain.
It's me, yeah,
you start pulling your quad like, oh, you know, I fancy a bowl.
Get me in.
Yeah.
Yeah, they used to do that at school, didn't they? It's like you pick 2 captains and then everyone's sort of trying to get their head in the game. Come on, pick me.
You hold your breath when the batting order's being announced. Well, they'll hope to have some to chase, I imagine. England 37 for 4 now. 1 ball to come in the 9th over. In comes Mahmood. This time the ball's been driven beautifully again by Fakhar Zaman. Wide of mid-off, and they'll run through for a single. He'll keep the strike. So after 9 overs, Pakistan 38 for 4. Mahmood has bowled a terrific spell so far. 5 overs, 3 for 27. And really put Pakistan, well, not just on the back foot, but already kind of almost trotting on their stumps at this point. Andy Zaltzman.
More on England's extraordinary power plays this summer. They've taken 15 wickets in the 4 bowling power plays in the 4 one-day international, 3 against Sri Lanka and 1 here today against Pakistan. That's more wickets inside the power play than they took in the entire home summers in 2018 when they played 8 matches, in 2017 when they played 13 matches and had 13 power play wickets, also in 2015 10 matches, 13 power play wickets, 15 in 4 so far this summer. It's been it was a slight weakness in England's play leading up to the World Cup. Chris Woakes was really the only bowler who struck regularly in the opening overs, but this summer they've been spectacular.
They most certainly have. The first change in bowling is happening now for England. Lewis Gregory getting a break after that 4-over spell. And Craig Overton for the first time today coming into the attack. Getting a chance to shine. 2 slips in place for him. A deep backward square leg. And in he comes now to Fakhar Zaman. He bowls a short ball. It's been cut, but only as far as extra cover. And there is no run. 38 for 4 the score remains.
You know, the bigger question, I think, rather than it being about who was going to be playing today, I was wondering how was Andy going to manage his magic sheet? Because he gets all the information. If you've seen the information Andy gets us, he gets all the team, all the players who played the last game, what their scores are, and I was thinking, how is he going to fit it on? What is he going to do? You've worked up some magic there, Andy. Well done.
Yeah, he is magic. In comes Overton once again, short and pulled beautifully by Fakhar Zaman. That is racing away to the square leg boundary. Dismissive, that kind of shot. Pakistan 42 for 4.
Dismissive is the word. That has sat up, and it's what I love about him. He's got this high back lift. He doesn't offer too much movement. You know, some batters are moving around the crease, and it's such a clinical, clean strike through the ball. I mean, he just looks good. Forward as well, weight was into the shot. Sorry, I'm rehearsing it all.
No, it's great. I'm getting a live reconstruction of it from Ebony Rainford Brent here in the commentary box.
I'll sit down.
No, it's very good. No, please. Do that for every shot. I'll be very impressed. In comes Craig Overton once again, full this time, defended on the front foot by Fakhar Zaman to mid-off, and there is no run. Score remains 42 for 4. I mean, it is a good wicket, there's no doubt about it. It does seem like there was if Pakistan were to make excuses, they might say, oh, there was a lack of preparation. But Saqib Mahmood has just played a ton of PSL cricket. He was very effective, particularly in that first leg of the PSL that took place in Karachi. I believe at that stage he was a top wicket taker in the PSL. He made a big impression there, so he clearly likes bowling against Pakistanis. As in comes the bowler, short and pulled again by Fakhar Zaman all the way along the ground to that leg side boundary. If it's short, he's going to put it away. 46 for 4.
Yeah, this one's slightly different. It was a fraction shorter and actually almost just sort of tennis ball bounced up. And so he had to wait a fraction. The ball got slightly higher, but he just waited, got the hands up, and then plinked it in front. He's seeing it well at the moment, seeing it really well. And with the field set like this at the moment, because it's been so attacking, there is value for your shots if you get loose bowling.
Yeah, and Fakhar Zaman thus far demonstrating some good touch. Timing the ball quite well, particularly when he gets ones to go after. 8 boundaries in this Pakistan 46 so far. Overton in again, this time driven by Zaman, but only as far as mid-off. And there is no run. Fakhar's had a very interesting run into this tournament because we talked about his 2 centuries, particularly his magnificent 190 against South Africa. But since then, he's played a lot of PSL cricket for the Lahore Qalandars and really struggled for form and played some very lackluster shots, if I may say. So, you know, it wouldn't have been the form play, it wouldn't have been the person Pakistan were necessarily looking to. As in comes Overton, full on the leg side this time, played with soft hands. into the onside, and there is no run. That is the end of the 10th over. Pakistan 46 for 4. England very much on top, having won the toss today and putting Pakistan in. Saqib Mahmood starting with 2 wickets in his first 3 balls. The first one was a review by Ben Stokes. The second one, Babar Azam edging to second slip. And Pakistan immediately off the back foot. Then we saw a few glimpses from Mohammad Rizwan, the informed Pakistani keeper, and he was edged behind as well. And the fourth to fall was the leg before wicket of the debutant Saud Shakeel and his Saltzman.
Just one final thing on England's bowling power plays. 3 matches in a row that they've taken 4 wickets in the first 10 overs. They'd only done so 3 times in their previous 178 one-day internationals dating back to February 2012. 3 in a row. It's unprecedented.
Outstanding. I think creating selection dilemmas for the England selectors. Is that what's happening right now? Now then, Brydon Carse. We're going to get our first look at Brydon Carse in international cricket. Starts with a quick full delivery, which has been dug out of the block hole by Maqsood down to third for a single. That was quick.
That was quick, 89. So your first delivery is clocking up there, pushing 90. Good strong shoulders. Just having a look at the action as well. Looks very simple. Nice angled seam. Let's have a bigger look. He'll be buoyed as well by seeing Saqib come out. You know, England have come out and looked, you know, just as threatening. And I think that's going to give him confidence.
This is the platform they want, isn't it? To showcase their skills on the big stage. Everybody's watching one-day international cricket, you know, theoretically high-class opposition, and make a name for yourself. Time. Brydon Carse, in he comes again. He bowls another full ball, again dug out off that crease line by Fakhar Zaman. He likes that full length, does Brydon Carse. Of course, South African born. His father played first-class cricket in Zimbabwe. He's got some pedigree. He's been impressive so far to earn up this call-up. I mean, he's made a name for himself very quickly, Ebbs.
He has. I was just going to say as well, it's a lot easier coming in when it's 47 for 4, in the sense of, you know, it's not like the runs are flowing and you're under pressure and they're playing big shots. You can settle into a rhythm.
In comes Brydon Carse once again. Fakhar Zaman awaits full ball, driven, not quite off the middle of the bat to mid-off, and there is no run. You can hear a lot of encouragement as well for the England. There's a bit of camaraderie building, I think, with every wicket. There's an energy surge from the England fielders. You know, they get together a little bit. They become more like a band of brothers. Do
you think this is going to be... So I remember when we won the World Cup or whatever, you have these reunions every sort of 10 years or 5 years or whatever. Yeah. Do you think this side will have a reunion that day when...
I really hope so. I hope we can get a camera in there. That's what I'm thinking. In comes Brydon Carse, full and driven beautifully by Fakhar Zaman. Straight down the ground. Absolutely gorgeous straight drive for 4. Fakhar Zaman, if it's full, he's very, very comfortable. We've talked about this. Pakistan's 50 comes up as well. 51 for 4 after 10.4 overs.
That was lovely to watch. Again, 90 miles an hour, so it was quick, but there wasn't anything. Nothing in the air, nothing off the seam. And it was right in the zone just to punch it back past him. Beautiful shot.
The Pakistani fans that have turned up in Cardiff getting something to cheer about. Lots of flags, lots of costumes, as we expect. As in comes Brydon Carse once again. Back of a length this time, and Fakhar just defends down to mid-off for no run. I've seen a few of the Pakistan super fans, I think they're called, dressed up in all sorts of outfits, and I was looking on social media. It takes a lot of preparation and loads of time to get up for it. Yeah.
If you need paint, if you need clothing, the outfits. I met over that side actually. There's a local club. I can't say it properly. It's like It's a local club that's got a lot of British South Asians from it, particularly from the Pakistani community.
As Price, and once again this time the ball's been played defensively back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, they asked us for a shout out. I can mostly spell it rather than say it. It was like LLAN something FF. But anyway, they're local. They were saying obviously big South Asian community club. This is like heaven for them. Now, all the kids are down. They're all in there. You can see they're yellow over that far corner.
Yes, of course, yeah. A lot of fans in here. I would say as many Pakistan fans as England fans this time around. And it's often the case when Pakistan tour England. They have fans across the country. It's rather bizarre being a British Pakistani sometimes, Ebbs, because one night you're wearing an England football shirt, the next day you're wearing a Pakistan cricket shirt.
I love have you seen the shirts which get double stitched together?
Yeah, so, the half English, half Pakistani. Yeah, I've got one of them.
Have you?
I do. 51 for 4 Pakistan after 11 overs. And England still very much in control here. The Babar is, Fakhar is in good touch. Sohaib Maqsood We've talked about his redemption coming back in the side. He's got a job to do here, and the ideal platform to do it. In comes a bowler, full and driven by Maqsood, but only as far as extra cover, and there is no run. He was so impressive in that final in the PSL for the Multan Sultans, who clinched their first PSL title this year. So Maqsood, 5 years out of the national team. 2016 is when he last played for Pakistan, but he's kind of forced his way back in that number 6 spot, and he'll have a lot of expectation on him. As in comes Overton again, back of a length and beating the outside edge through to the keeper. Maqsood didn't know too much about that one, seemed to just pop out the surface. In the end, there's no run.
Yeah, slightly different proposition now, bowling to Maqsood, who's only on 3 at the moment. That was a beauty of a delivery. He used all of his height on that sort of back of a length, awkward length, and then a little bit away on the outside edge, just missed.
Yeah, just missed. In comes Overton now. He bowls a full ball. This is driven beautifully by Sohaib. Maqsood all the way down the ground, straight as an arrow for 4 runs. Well, they like it full, these Pakistani batsmen. The English bowlers have got to keep it away from that full length. Pakistan 55 for 4.
Yeah, a bit of danger here that this partnership can start to build, because clearly it is a good wicket. You know, when it's in the zone, you're getting full value for your shots just playing through the line. Actually, you have to credit Pakistan are... You know, when we talked about, obviously, Sri Lanka are a much weaker team, but they were playing a lot of shots that looked a bit airy-fairy. The rebuild here is a lot of beautiful shots through the line of the ball.
Overton in now to Maqsood. This time the ball's been played aerially in the mid-wicket region. Didn't quite get a hold of it, but there's no one out there, so relatively safe shot to play as it trickles towards the boundary. And I believe it's Parkinson down there who gets the ball back in. And the batsman will take 2. Pakistan 57 for 4 now. I mean, just as you were talking about orthodox stroke play there. I mean, to be fair, there was an element of safety there.
There's no one out there, and most of the shot was actually traditional. Then there was a bit of a flourish at the last end, most really eyeing up that boundary. But what there is good value, and you can afford just to hit cleanly through the line.
In comes Overton again. This time a good length outside off, and Maqsood firmly behind it in defence, and there is no run. 57 for 4. It's a good scoring rate, this, from Pakistan, just under 5 and over at the moment. It's just that wicket column that will be bothering them. 57 for 4. I know it's very early, Ebbs, but good scores on this wicket. It's hard to say. We haven't seen any one-day international cricket on this pitch so far. I've seen a lot of T20 cricket here, of course. So Overton comes in and bowls back of a length again, defended into the onside this time by Maqsood, and there is no run.
I think it's a good batting wicket, and once this white ball, which looks like it was moving a lot more with Saqib Mahmood bowling early on, now it's just starting to flatten out. I actually think there's runs on here. If Pakistan build a bit of a partnership, let's say these two I don't want to overcook the pudding, but they do go for... I feel that there's a comfortably 260, 280 score in here with a recovery, and if actually there's 1 or 2 solid partnerships, you know, they could get something really meaningful. So what I would say is, although they started with a lot of wickets, there is a lot of runs on this surface at the moment.
There absolutely are. Andy Zoltzman.
Look at Saqib Maqsood's had one of the longest gaps between ODI appearances for any Pakistan player, 5 years and 164 days.
As Brydon Carse is back in again, he bowls back of a length, defended for no run.
Since his last appearance in January 2016. That's a joint 4th longest gap between ODI appearances for Pakistan. The longest, Tawfiq Umar, left-handed batsman, 2005 to 2011. Then Sikandar backed back in the 80s, and Mohammad Amir, well, he probably wouldn't have had a 5-year, 220-day gap between appearances, but for certain complications off the field. But the longest ever, I was looking this up for Danny Briggs for England, who hasn't played for 9 years. The record holder for the longest ever.
As Carse in once again, full ball driven too long on. They go for a single. It's a bit tight, but they make it. They make it with ease. So we've kept everybody in suspense there. Andy, tell us the longest ever.
It's 11 years, 331 days by Jeff Wilson of New Zealand between 1993 and 2005. He's one of the more interesting sportsmen of the recent era. In between his 2 brief phases as an international cricketer for New Zealand, he was one of the All Blacks' great wingers, scored 44 tries in 60 test matches for the All Blacks, and either side of that he played one-day international cricket.
Outstanding. I don't know how you found that, Andy. In comes Brydon Carse now once again. He bowls short, and this time just strikes the batsman high up on the pad. Stifled appeal there as well. It was very high, but just an example of that bounce and pace that Carse is getting. 87 miles an hour. Looks a slippery customer, Ebbs.
Yeah, just having a look at him. This is, first look seeing him live and how he's going about his business. What he has got is pace, strong shoulders, and hitting the pitch hard. That one was one of the few we've seen actually sort of jag back in, so a bit of movement off the surface. But for a talent, there's no doubt there's a lot to work with here. Consistent pace.
Carse in now once again, Fuller this time, and firmly behind that in defence is Maqsood. A lot of pace again from Carse. There's a little bit of Mark Wood about him, isn't there?
Yeah, there is that sort of, that action that's sort of, everything's sort of in the train, so there's not too much going outside of almost the tram lines as such. Everything is sort of going nicely. The seam is presented nicely. So you sense if if the body holds up well, there's a good repeatable action that could be really maximised.
Last ball was 90 miles an hour. As in comes Carse to Maqsood once again. Short outside the off-toe. It's been smashed aerially over the extra cover boundary into the stands for a huge 6. An extraordinary shot there from Sohaib Maqsood. The Pakistani fans in Cardiff cheer. 64 for 4. We've got to find that ball.
This is what you come to cricket for, to watch Pakistan. I tell you what, watching Pakistan are one of my favourite teams in the world. And it's because of this. It's just absolute flair. That was a good ball. It was sort of coming up at an awkward height, which you could have poked around at, or you do what he just did there, slightly open the front foot and bash it for a 6.
He got it right out of the middle as well, Sohaib Maqsood. It wasn't premeditated, or I don't want to call that agriculture. It felt very intentional, and in the modern game, that's a proper cricket shot.
I loved watching that.
Oh, in comes Brydon Carse. What's his response going to be as Sohaib Maqsood awaits? In comes Carse, full ball, full toss in fact, but just driven to extra cover, and there is no run. Well, there's a lot of excitement to come in this game, I promise you that. 64 for 4 after 13 overs, and it is looking like it's going to be an exciting game. Ebony Rainford Brent, we're going to give you a little break, and we're going to welcome for the very first time today Stephen Finn of Middlesex and formerly of England. In fact, Ebbs, share a few thoughts. I asked you before what you thought the total might be. Come on, put your neck on the line, and in a minute Simon Mann's going to be alongside you.
Well, at the moment the run rate's around 5s. It's going to be, as long as there's not a huge collapse, it's going to be more than 250. I think that we want to get to around that 275 to be meaningful. I think there's more runs on this pitch, actually, being honest. And it's only that they missed out in that power play. So I'm going to put my neck on the line around that 270 mark. That's what I'm going to go for. I think they're going to go a touch over 5.5 consistently across the innings. However, Simon, if there is a partnership, it could be a good fun game.
Yeah, definitely. 64 for 4 is Pakistan's score in the 14th over. Here's Overton round the wicket. Bowls to Fakhar, and he clips that away into the onside. It's a good diving save at mid-wicket by Crawley away to his left-hand side. Prevents them getting more than a single. That was good running from Fakhar, though. He ran with the stroke, positive running. And Maqsood went as well. And what a shot in that last over. That was brilliant. Brydon Carse is no slouch. Smashed over point for 6. Here's Overton, who's been in excellent form this season with the ball. Bowls to Maqsood. Maqsood plays that respectfully back down the pitch. And Overton bends down to pick up. And there is no run. 65 for 4 in the 14th over. After Pakistan were put into bat by Ben Stokes. This new look England side, completely revamped. And Overton getting his chance and goes in now past the umpire and bowls to Maqsood, who drives. Nice fluent looking shot, but hits it straight to mid-off. And there is no run. Well, it's great to have Stephen Finn alongside. It's a long time, Finny, since I've watched an international match with you back in New Zealand on that tour when the world was a more innocent place, I think it's fair to say. We didn't know what was coming, but it's great to have you with us. I know we've done some T20 as well during the winter. And a short ball up on his toes goes Maqsood and drops it onto the pitch. That was a good delivery from Overton, just hurrying Maqsood short of a length, and Maqsood defending it into the pitch. 65 for 4, 14th over.
Yeah, my last memories of normal life are with you, Simon, which is it's an absolute pleasure, if I'm being honest.
That's a bit worrying for you, really.
Trundling around New Zealand in Agassi's camper van or whatever it was. It was a fun month.
It was a fun month. Overton steaming in, bowls a bouncer, and Simpson has to leap in the air to take that. And just look at 2 umpires to say, was that okay? Yes, it was. Umpire Rauf gives the signal from square leg. And so the score stays at 65 for 4. So you went Wembley last night then?
Yes, yeah, it was there.
What was going on there?
It was a lot of singing. A great atmosphere. Phenomenal to see people in a stadium again.
Here's Overton bowling to Maqsood. Maqsood defends towards point, and there is no run. And that's the end of the over. Overton, a good aggressive over that one actually. 65 for 4 after 14 overs.
It looked like he had more intent that over, Craig Overton. He got clipped over mid-wicket the over before, trying to find that length on this wicket that Saqib Mahmood found very, very early on, where you're bringing the batsman half forward, half back, trying to challenge the top of the stumps with the occasional bouncer mixed in. As you know, against Pakistan, it's important that you use your bouncers and try and make them feel uncomfortable in between those good length balls.
Here is Brydon Carse beginning a new over. His first ball to Fakhar Zaman, who's played defensively into the offside, and there's no run. Is there a problem with my microphone? I think there might well be. We're having 1 or 2 technical issues this afternoon. We'll try to sort that out for you. It's a horrible buzzing sound.
And here with the square fielders out, the deep square leg, deep cover, it gives the bowlers a little bit more freedom to be able to hit a good length.
Here goes Carse into bowl, short ball pulled away by Fakhar Zaman, out towards deep square leg, and there is a single. Good aggressive delivery from Carse, and very well played by Fakhar, who moves on to 33, scored a 66 before. Maqsood at the other end on 15, playing had such a good time in the Pakistan Super League. The half century in the final. I think 3 of his last 4 innings in the Pakistan Super League he made over 50, smacked it in the final. Carse from the Cathedral Road end goes into bowl to Maqsood, and Maqsood there is a leading edge, looking to turn into the onside, back down the pitch, and Carse picks up, and there's no run. What's the word on Brydon Carse on the county circuit?
Slippery, I think, would be an accurate description. He see videos, I think Dagger's mentioned earlier, videos of him on social media blowing people's stumps out the ground, but I think he's another one of those points of different style bowlers to bowl in the middle of a one-day innings with good pace to try and bowl with intent.
Goes in now to bowl to Maqsood. Maqsood hurried into a defensive shot, plays it away towards backward point, and there is no run.
You can tell when the guys hit a good length on this wicket. So that last ball was bowled slightly back of a length with intent, and it's hit the splice of the bat hard. We played a T20 game here a couple of weeks ago, Middlesex against Glamorgan, and it was a similar sort of wicket where you felt like it was slightly tennis bally and jumpy from a good length, but if you missed either side you could get whacked, and I think that's an accurate representation of what we've seen today so far.
Maqsood waits. Here's Carse, goes into bowl to its full, it's hit back, it's a half a chance, well, a quarter of a chance. He got his left hand to it, goes up towards the long off boundary where it's picked up by Stokes, who returns all the way to Simpson at the far end, and they get a single. It was one of those, it would have been a miracle catch really. It was hit really hard to his left and he got a hand to it.
Yeah, I think there you're just thinking, I've saved myself 4 as opposed to missed out on a chance. He got a good solid palm to it, but when you're mid-air and you're unbalanced, if those stick, it's an absolute miracle.
Stretching away to his left hand side, he looks easy in slow motion. This is Carse moving into bowl to Fakhar Zaman, and Fakhar plays defensively out to Crawley in the covers, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. 15 gone. Pakistan put into bat 67 for 4, and Carse has bowled 2 overs to 14, 3 overs to 14. And Maqsood has 16, and Fakhar Zaman has 33.
Yeah, good start. It was a perfect start for England, wasn't it? The way that they hit their straps first up, with everything that's gone on so far in the build-up to this game, it was important that they didn't come in and just ease into the game. They set that tone early, put Pakistan under pressure, but we're seeing a small fight back here.
Overton goes into bowl to Maqsood. guided away, but straight to backward point. And there's no run. What would have been like, do you think, for these players turning up a couple of days ago for a game like this? I mean, it was bizarre to get the call to start with. Something like John Simpson, for example, you know well at Middlesex.
Yeah, I think he got the call over breakfast a couple of days ago as he was in Cheltenham waiting to play day 2 of our championship game there. And it would have been surreal. It wouldn't have been on a few of the guys' radars, I wouldn't have thought, but I actually see that as quite a good thing.
Overton to Maqsood. Maqsood guides it away again, straight to backward point, and picked up by Salt, and there's no run.
Because I think there are benefits to being in squads consistently and building a rapport with the team, but I also think that could potentially breed anxiety when it comes to waiting to get a game and realising what it takes to get in the team and have a go. Whereas I reckon if you're called up late and you're in there 48 hours later, you're playing your first international game, it doesn't give your mind too much of an opportunity to overthink it, which actually in this situation is a good thing.
Rose tries again, short of a length to Maqsood. He's up on his toes, got to get into the onside. Forward a square, and they go through for another single. 68 for 4 and 16. The other thing, of course, in this game is it's like they're all in it together as well. It's not like it's just one or two of you being called up. It's all of you being sort of herded up like sheep and sent over the bridge.
Yeah, they were on deck at about 4 a.m. in the morning to give out their caps, weren't they? There were that many this morning. It was, but it's good, and there'll be a camaraderie because of that experience, that shared experience of all going out there to try and prove why they should be in England squads.
Zaman on 33, slams that away just over mid-wicket. He miscued that, goes out towards a deep mid-wicket, stroke wide long on, and they go through for 2 runs. It's an odd-shaped ground, this one, here at Cardiff, with big boundaries on either side and short straight boundaries, as we know. 70 for 4 Pakistan, recovering from 26 for 4 when Shakeel was Saqib Mahmood's 3rd wicket, 1 for Gregory as well. Imam out for naught, Babar Azam out for naught in Saqib's first over, setting Pakistan back. With these two building a partnership now. Overton goes in, bowls to Fakhar. Fakhar comes forward, plays it quietly back up the onside of the pitch, and Overton picks up and there's no run.
I've actually always really quite liked bowling here, especially when you're near the middle of the square, because you know as a seam bowler it's a blooming big hit to get you for 6 to the big square boundaries. You can get plonked in the River Taff if you go full from the end that Craig Overton's bowling from now, but it gives you a little bit more leeway to play, especially as a tall bowler, to be able to get hit square.
Overton bowls, Fakhar Zaman comes quietly forward to that, plays it into the onside, picked up by Overton. There's no run. It's the end of the over, and drinks coming onto the field. So 16 overs gone. Pakistan 70 on the board. Maqsood 17 and Fakhar Zaman 35. Actually, Fakhar's looking for his 3rd successive one-day 100. It should be, I mean, still got a bit of way to go, of course, 65, but he's shaping well so far for those 200s in South Africa in that 2-1 victory for Pakistan. You were talking off air about Craig Overton, how impressed you've been with him this season.
Yeah, I think he's probably been the outstanding seamer that I've seen live in county cricket in terms of his consistency and his ability to turn games around. In the games that Middlesex have played against Somerset, we've been ahead of the game at the halfway stage, and then Craig Overton has done something to swing the balance of the game back again, which I think is the sign of a player, 1, who's confident, but also 2, who's very competent and able to translate that into international cricket. Because I think one of the things that selectors and coaches will look for, it's not someone who can come in and just survive, it's someone who can come in and change the course of a game, and those are the guys who are a real point of difference. So if you're doing that for your county, you're doing it on a consistent basis. When you come in, as long as you don't overreach and try too hard to do it in an England shirt, then it bodes well for him in the future. And yeah, in terms of watching people live this year, I've been very impressed with them.
Got 4 overs for 18 so far. The players taking drinks. Results?
It's not England's debutants. 5 debutants in this game. Can you hear me or not? Yes. Okay.
We're just competing with the PA. Is right. Sounds like he's got his microphone right outside our commentary box.
Yes, 5 debutants for England. Phil Salt, Zach Crawley, John Simpson, Lewis Gregory and Brydon, Carse. It's only the 6th time England have had 5 or more debutants in a one-day international. It was the very first one-day, all 11. But there was a game in Dublin in 2015 when a number of the frontline players were rested, and David Willey, James Vince, Jason Roy, Mark Wood and Zafar Ansari played their first one-days. Before that, you've got to go back to 1996 for the last time England had 5 debutants in this format, and before that 1976. And John Simpson, just a few days short of his 33rd birthday, is the oldest wicket-keeper to make a one-day international debut for anyone since Paul Nixon at the age of 36 for England in 2007. A few technical gremlins flying around here.
Well, I hope you can hear us clearly wherever you are. It might be more here rather than actually going out to you, so it's fine as long as that's the case. Right, so play's about to resume after the drinks break. 70 for 4. So what was that game? It was mid-90s. You said there were 5 changes for that. What were the circumstances around that? Or 5 debutants around?
It was England played Pakistan in 1996. It was the first game of the series after the Test series, which Pakistan won 2-0. They played at Old Trafford, and the debutants for England were Alan Mullally, Dean Headley, Graham Lloyd, Nick Knight, and Robert Croft.
Right. So I think why that would have been, why they've suddenly made a whole raft of changes and brought 5 new players. No, normally, because England were struggling in one-day cricket, that was normally the reason. Yeah, right, you're out. Right, we need a new lot. And then a couple of games later, same
next bunch.
Yeah, exactly. 70 for 4. Now, Maqsood is on strike, tall man. And here's Carse going into bowl his 4th over. He's with him now. Short deliveries up on his toes, sailing into the onside towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Babar Azam saying at the toss today, speaking to Charles Dangle, saying that the analyst has been working overtime and they've managed to catch up and get some information on all the England players that have been drafted. It must have been a nightmare for him, wasn't it? It was hard for those in the England management, but imagine being the Pakistan team analyst.
Yeah, it takes months and months of collating data and video footage, I'd imagine, to put together the packages that actually get given to the players.
Carse to Maqsood. Maqsood guides that away down towards deep third. Overton is down there and returns to Simpson, and Pakistan 17th over, 71 for 4 here in Cardiff.
I suppose it'd be like doing a bit of coursework, and on the night before you realise someone tells you, oh, have you done the coursework on this, and you've done it on completely the wrong thing, and you've got to sit up all night. So I'd imagine it would have been some sleepless nights for him to try and collate the data. Some of the guys have played international cricket, but someone like Brydon, Carse, who there wouldn't be that much footage about, he'd have had to work hard to get that.
Carse bowls, and it's played by Fakhar Zaman into the offside. Crawley comes in from cover to field. Crawley would have been one of those they would have had a lot of test match data. Whether that was of any relevance, I don't know.
It's I think in one-day cricket as well, it's all very well understanding where people score runs, and I think that it would be very easy to find the data on where people have scored runs in list A cricket. I'm sure there's websites for that as well, to be able to find it at the click of a hat.
Here is Carse bowling to Fakhar. Fakhar clips that away. It's a nice looking shot, but straight to deep square, so it's only a single. Picks out the fielder there in the deep. One more run, 72 for 4.
But I'm also a big believer of, especially in one-day cricket, you're adaptive to the conditions and the situations that are put in front of you. And if you put too much emphasis on the other team and, he hits it in these funny areas, he sets up like this, it's important to have an understanding of that, but then that can blind you from what is actually in front of you on that day in terms of the conditions and the lengths and the balls that you would have to bowl.
Yeah. Carse bowls to Maqsood, strikes him on the thigh pad. Angling down the leg side. He's ballooning away. Carse rushes forward to pick up, and there's no rain. He's certainly got some pace about him, Carse.
Yeah, he does. He hits the track hard. He's got a nice high action. His arm's just beyond the perpendicular, so he gets that nice one-day angle back in to right-handed batsmen and across left-handed batsmen, which people find awkward. And I think what I like here is early on in his spell, he was a little bit full. I think he bowled 2 full toss, 2 Yorkers, and then got driven down the ground. Since that point, he's realised that that's not the length to bowl on this wicket. He's dragged it back and he's really tied the batsman up since then.
Carse goes in and bowls a short ball, and Maqsood ducks and allows it to go through to Simpson. It's the end of the over, 17 gone, 72 for 4. Looking forward to seeing Matt Parkinson bowl. Is he going to bowl now?
You're getting your wish.
Yeah, he's going to bowl the 18th over. He's done a lot of drinks carrying and all those things that the 12th men have to do behind the scenes, but he's not played a huge amount of cricket for England. But now he's going to get his opportunity, and he's going to be observed by Charles Dagnall. After a few more thoughts from you, Stephen.
Yeah, Matt Parkinson notoriously spent a lot of his winter, or his entire winter, in the bubbles with the England Test and one-day teams without getting too much opportunity. And as I mentioned earlier, sometimes it's a great thing to be around the group and be there with the boys and getting to know them, but also waiting that length of time to have a go or to have a consistent go in the team can prey on anxieties that come with the performance, and sometimes you'd rather just be thrown in at the deep end and told to go and get on with it. But this will be a good test for him here. Pakistan, these players will be good players of spin. He's got short, straight boundaries to deal with here at Cardiff, which aren't ideal for a spin bowler, especially a leg spin bowler. But we may see a little bit of purchase on what from here looks like a little bit of a dry track, albeit I'm about 100 metres away.
Well, I'm excited to see him too, as he comes on from the River Taff end, slightly angled run. He twirls his arms. His first delivery is a good one, on a good length. Slightly outside of the off stump. It was full and defended by Fakhar Zaman into the offside. Hello, Finney.
Hello, Daggers.
Great to have you on board. As a helicopter, an orange one, just floats across the sky over towards the city. Over in the distance, now just turns left, whirring away, much like Matt Parkinson. He's got a deep backward square who's just coming in off the boundary, about 15 yards or so, as a flat delivery is bowled and Parkinson hurls himself at the ball and probably allows Fakhar Zaman to go through for a single. He was so eager to get the ball line in his follow through that he parried it past Zach Crawley, who was fielding at mid-wicket, who would have easily stopped a single, but Pakistan go through 73 for 4. Zaman to 37.
That was like one of Kasper Schmeichel's saves last night when he tipped it just round the post, but he's tipped it away from his extra cover fielder and cost himself a run.
Gordon Banks-esque.
Yes.
It was yesterday. Yeah. He had a very good game. I actually saw someone was pointing one of those laser pens in his face ridiculously whilst he was waiting to take that penalty. Anyway, be that as it may. Parkinson to the right-handed Maqsood. Bowls, and onto the back foot goes Maqsood and punches it down the ground just for a single out to long on. 74 for 4.
He's a slow leg spinner, Matt Parkinson. I think it's something that if you've not faced him before or you've not seen him bowl before, as Pakistan wouldn't have done, the ball doesn't really get to you when you anticipate it to, because he gives it some flight and gets it up there. So it can take a few overs to get used to him.
Scuttles in again, and this is a slow delivery, as Stephen Finn explained. Work to the leg side by Fakhar Zaman, and a single is taken again. 75 for 4.
45 miles an hour, that delivery. So as a batsman, you're there waiting for it, and then it gets to you. I think that the big square boundaries here, if he can hold his length, will be to his advantage, definitely.
Again, he comes close to the stump, starts it on leg stump, and it straightens fractionally as Maqsood plays it back up the pitch, and he follows through. A little white towel protruding from the back of the trousers of Matt Parkinson. Fair hair. His brother plays for Leicestershire, left arm spinner. Lancastrians both, as forward comes Maqsood again in defence and concludes a fairly economical over. A decent start. 49 miles an hour, the final one from Matt Parkinson. 75 for 4. 18 overs gone. Here on Test Match Special, 5 Live at Sports Extra, Radio 4 Longwave. Good afternoon to you wherever you are listening from around the country. Bathed in sunshine is Cardiff at the moment. The grandstand probably about a quarter full or so. See plenty of blue seating around. People in red t-shirts, many red t-shirts around as well. A couple of umbrellas up down below us, just to fend off the sunshine perhaps, and a big Pakistan flag draped over a gentleman about 12 or 13 rows from the Cathedral Road end where we are, protecting himself from the sunshine. Here's Brydon Carse. strides away from us, bowls, and that's beautifully played by Fakhar Zaman through the onside, just a checked on drive, but he got it a little squarer past mid-on, and Saqib Mahmood has a long journey to go and fetch it from the boundary where it went for 4, 79 for 4, and it's a 50 partnership too.
It's a lovely, elegant shot. We spoke the last over about Brydon Carse bowling that back of a length and the odd short ball in the over, not really giving the Pakistan batsman anything to latch onto, but when it has been full or when he's over pitched, you're still able to hit your hands through the ball, and that's exactly what he did.
Carse away from us, bowls and on a good length, just defended fairly nonchalantly by Fakhar Zaman, goes to the offside.
Yeah,
there's an element to this England side of, I was trying to think about what it would be like to have the entirety of your team taken away and replaced with different players. And for anybody who's played the video game or the computer game Football Manager, it's a little bit like that. Let me explain. As Carse past the umpire, ball's full of length, a Yorker, it's dug out by Fakhar Zaman. There's confusion, he's going to be run out, he is, at the non-striker's end. Maqsood has been sold down the river by Fakhar Zaman, nudged into the onside. Fakhar called him through for the single, and Shakeel went straight down the ground and it went straight to mid-wicket, and then there was the confusion, then there was the sorry, and he tried to turn on his heels, go back to his ground at the bowler's end, and the stumps were broken, and it's the 5th Pakistan wicket just as the 50 partnership was achieved. It has been destroyed. I think it's Crawley, I can't quite see, no, it's James Vince who managed to do that excellent piece of fielding, keep his head as well, and Sohaib Maqsood goes for 19, Pakistan 79 for 5.
Just felt as though Pakistan were building something there with those two. Lovely boundary from Fakhar Zaman, the ball before, but James Vince, maybe in an attempt to close that gap that Fakhar had hit, came slightly tighter at a short mid-wicket there. Fakhar hit it, thought he'd hit it straight to mid-on and took off for a single, realised that Vince was herring in, who intercepted it before it got to the mid-on fielder, and then intelligently from James Vince he realised that the non-striking batsman was struggling to turn around and get back to his crease didn't throw the ball. I think we saw Sam Billings the other day in that same situation, throw the ball, and he missed, and they missed the run out. But here James Vince keeps his head, runs towards the stumps and leaves himself a very, very simple 1 yard underarm at the stumps, breaks them. The batsman's out, going back to the crease. The wicket that England needed there, actually, because Pakistan felt as though they were building something, but now in a slightly perilous position. 79 for 5. Shadab Khan's in, who's a capable batsman, but he's an all-rounder, and England now will sniff an opportunity. If they get 1 or 2 more wickets here, it does really make it not a foregone conclusion, but it makes the rest of the game relatively simple for themselves.
Well, the last thing you need when you're 4 down is a bit of a rush of blood or a piece of bad communication, an indecision. And that is exactly after doing so much hard work. Anyway, Fakhar's on strike, waiting for Carse, and he defends out into the offside, and goodness me, there's almost another miscommunication. This time it is Crawley at extra cover who fields, and Shadab, who was at the non-striker's end, was probably 4 or 5 yards down the pitch or so, and had to quickly turn again, and a little tap of the gloves from the pair of batsmen out there just to try and show a little bit of solidarity.
He was eager there, Shadab, wasn't he, to get on strike. He loves his batting. I played with him at Islamabad United in the PSL a few years ago. He batted 3 a few times for us, loves his batting, keen to get on strike.
Carse again, tall figure, bowls a bouncer, good one as well, just swaying out of the way. Oh, signal wide by the umpire, and so 1 goes on to the Pakistan total, 80 for 5.
Do you know what the most ludicrous rule in English domestic cricket is?
There's 1 or 2, but go for it.
This is the most ludicrous, is that delivery there is a no ball in domestic cricket, so it costs you 2 runs as a bowler, and if a batsman hits a bouncer that's above a batsman or the batsman's head, or even if it's a marginal call, even if he hits it to fine leg, it's still not out on a no ball.
Carse, back of a length, defending is Fakhar Zaman up the pitch. So hang on a sec. So if you bounce someone and it goes too far over, it's signalled no ball, you get 2. And even if they hit it, it's a no ball. So
they're not out.
You could theoretically bounce somebody out.
We've lost games, Middlesex have lost games because of it, where it's like a thin edge through to the keeper from trying to pull the ball. but because it's above the batsman, or not even above the batsman's head, it's like above the badge on the helmet, or it's deemed to be by the umpire, even if he edges it, it's not out.
Carse away from us again, bowls. Leading edge from Fakhar Zaman, just squirts past backward point, goes out to wide third man. Matt Parkinson fields, and a couple of runs to Pakistan, 82 for 5. And the end of the 19th over, Shadab yet to get off the mark, and Fakhar is 44 from 57 deliveries. Well, you're not going to get any arguments from me. 2 bowlers here.
No, exactly. I say it. When at the end of every game, I've been captain in Middlesex this year in a few of the T20 Blast games, and the match referee is always like, any other comments? And I'm like, yes. Even if it didn't happen in the game, I'm like, yes. Your no ball rule is completely and utterly stupid. So I hope that message gets through. I just thought I'd mention it live on air as well, just to hammer home the point that it is ludicrous.
Is that just limited over cricket? First class?
No, all cricket results. Results is just asked if it's just List A cricket, but no, it's all cricket.
Ludicrous, if you ask me, Stephen.
Exactly.
You've got a back of it. I will second the motion. I will indeed. Now, Parkinson has a slip now to Shadab, and half an appeal from Crawley, who is that slip, is stunted. It's just sliding down the leg side. Ben Stokes is loosening up at mid-on, just jigging around on the spot and whirling his arms around.
I like what Stokes, the captain, has done here, which I'll explain after this ball.
Parkinson close to the stumps, wide outside the off stump, and just a push drive by Shadab Khan, who's in control of it all the way. It goes out into the deep. It's fielded by Gregory, single, and he's off the mark, 83 for 5.
Shadab Khan's an aggressive batsman, loves hitting boundaries, and for the leg spinner, that ball, he brought mid-on up himself into the ring, almost dangling the carrot there for Shadab to say, if you want to, there's a big gap over mid-on for you to try and hit it over, which would be a risky shot at 83 for 5.
The left-handed Fakhar stands upright and then defends to a straight ball from Matt Parkinson, who walks backwards towards his mark, still peering down towards Pakistan's opener. He's played very, very well. That piece of running wasn't the greatest bit of cricket, but he has been resolute as a full delivery from Parkinson gets squirted between bat and ground out to Stokes. That's 4 in the covers inside the ring. Short third, backward point, cover point, and an extra cover. And then there's a long off, long on, deep mid-wicket and deep square. As again, another straight delivery from Parkinson, just floating it up there, 47 miles an hour, so quite slow, as Stephen Finn explained earlier. Just played back up the pitch again. Simpson crouches down behind the stumps as Parkinson bowls the wrong, and it just squares up Fakhar Zaman, and he plays it defensively out into the offside. A very tidy over. How many off that over? Just the 1. Thank you, Andy Salzman. 83 for 5, 20 overs gone here at Sophia Gardens, where the sun's gone in. Unfortunately, there's a horrible area of murky grey, leaden sky over towards the River Taff end of the ground. Butte Park just beyond it. I drove here this morning all the way from northwest London. The M4, always a joy. Great when it's finished, I'm sure. But one of the aspects of coming here is, or one of the pleasures of coming here is, if you do stay over, is walking through Butte Park in the just before the game. Beautiful, lovely open space. They always do the flowers and the beds gloriously. If you do get to ever come and watch a game here at Sophia Gardens, always take a walk through Butte Park if you get the opportunity before the cricket. It's very pleasant indeed. Now Ben Stokes is going to take on over from Brydon Carse, so it's Durham for Durham. The England captain removes a bit of tubey grip from his right arm, and it is given to Saqib Mahmood, who promptly stuffs it in his right pocket, and Stokes is going to have a whirl, and Vic Marks is back with us, 83 for 5. Stokes at the top of his mark, runs away from us, bowls close to the stumps, a short wide delivery to start, which is slashed away by Shadab Khan off a thickish outside edge. It goes down towards third man for a single, 84 for 5.
I'm with you. I like grounds you can walk to in the morning from your accommodation.
Absolutely. It is lovely, isn't it? The big, especially when it's fully in bloom. You look after it very well. And then just having a wander through past the castle. If you are staying in the city and you ever fancy coming to watch some cricket here, past the castle, and you just take a little route through. And it is very peaceful and tranquil. People just jogging around, a couple of bike riders and such, picnics being had, as a short delivery from Stokes is a slower ball bouncer, I fancy, and it sat up a little bit for Fakhar Zaman. Wasn't quite sure what to do with it, so he swatted it to mid-off, and it remains 85 for 5.
Do you think that was a real slower ball bounce? I suppose it was. It was 60-odd miles an hour, but it was quite a variation to toss in so early in your spell.
Absolutely. Well,
Got a dot out of it, just.
So far, his bowlers have worked wonders for him, especially Saqib. Full delivery from Stokes on leg stump is whipped away wristily by Fakhar Zaman. He wants the second run, and it's a good one as well. Wanted it right from the moment the ball left the bat. And these long boundary square of the wicket here at Sapphire Gardens enabled him to do that. A couple of runs to his total, 46 not out. Pakistan 87 for 5. But after, just saying to Stephen, but after all the work that Sohaib and Fakhar Zaman did in that 50-run partnership, to have it destroyed by a foolish piece of running as a straight drive from Fakhar Zaman is mishandled by Ben Stokes, understandably, as it was hit ferociously, and he tried to field it in his follow-through, and hopefully those digits on his right hand haven't been injured. He really did wallop that. It's just a single, 88 for 5.
Yes, he doesn't look, Fakhar Zaman, as if he's one of those who will necessarily be affected badly by being the culpable one in that run out.
Stokes kicks his heels, runs away from us. A full delivery is driven by Shadab into the turf, and Stokes collects in his follow-through.
He did quite well, Vince, actually, in that he knew that there was a run out on, but he was thinking he could run up to the stumps, and then he realised, I'm not going to get there quite in time. So he got as close as he could, and then underarmed it and hit those stumps from not a very long distance, but he was about 6 or 7 feet away.
Yeah.
Capable of missing those.
You're right about the timing, though, as Stokes bowls a slightly slower, fuller delivery, almost loopy type of delivery, wide outside of off stump. It's mistimed by Shadab, but he'll still get a single, 89 for 5. The timing, you know, you would be tempted, if you run 6 or 7 yards towards the stumps with the intention of taking keeping the ball in your hand as you take the bails off, there is a temptation to go all the way.
Yeah.
But, you know, almost eyes pointing in different directions for Vince. He did well. Letting go as Stokes gets one to just lift a little bit as Fakhar drives, but doesn't quite time it out to Carse. It goes at mid-off, and there is no run. End of the 21st over. Pakistan still behind the 8 ball a little bit. 89 for 5. Fakhar Zaman 47. Their only saving grace. Andy Saltzman.
Look at the bowlers' speeds so far. Brydon Carse in his first spell in international cricket averaged 87.4 miles an hour, a little quicker than Saqib Mahmood, who's 86.7 miles an hour. So decent speed from both of them. Lewis Gregory around 80 and Craig Overton 81. Matt Parkinson's speeds, be interesting to keep an eye on, around about 46 miles an hour, and that slow
is slow
spin bowler.
Yeah,
he's had a huge amount of success for Lancashire in limited overs cricket, as this next Parkinson delivery is full and nullified by Shadab's straight bat.
He's bowled nicely though so far. He's pitched everything, and he's unusually slow for a start.
Spins himself a catch, scurries in, and one that just turns from off stump. Shadab rocks back and guides it to backward point. Remains 89 for 5, and this is the 22nd over. This first one-day international between England and Pakistan. Parkinson bowls full of length, and again keeping his weight back is Shadab, and he shows a very bright pair of boots underneath his pads as he does so. Little flashes of orange on the back of them. 90 for 5, Shadab to 4.
I think it's quite good. Stokes has got him on relatively early too. The batsman can't take too many liberties in this situation.
Yeah, given the match situation, it's fabulous time to be brought on as a full delivery this time from Parkinson. Gets jabbed at by Fakhar Zaman. It's only a dot ball out to Stokes at extra cover. Doesn't seem short of confidence though, Parkinson, when I've watched him, as he tosses this wide and shouts of catch, and he's got his first wicket. Slow delivery, might have been the googly, Fakhar Zaman tried to cut it away. He hangs his head in disappointment because he leant back, tried to cut it, way tall going in the wrong direction, and it spoons off the toe end of his bat to point, and Pakistan lose their 6th wicket. 90 for 6, and Fakhar goes short of a half century.
Well, it just spooned to backward point. I think he, because there was no pace on the ball, I think he reckoned, I've got to hit this hard. Break that cover field. And he leant back and he kind of sliced it, albeit mostly off the middle of the bat, but it went fairly gently to Crawley at backward point. Nice ring of 4 men saving the single there. And that's the big wicket. That's the one England wanted. He's played some lovely shots as Fakhar during his time there, but he's had a bad 15 minutes with a run out for which he was culpable, and then that slicing cut that went nowhere near where he intended. So Parkinson has made an important breakthrough. He's teasing the batsman by bowling his natural way. He's bowling without any great pace, but he's landing it nicely on a length by and large. That one was probably one of the worst bowls he's bowled, just fractionally short, a little bit wide. Fakhar sensed runs, but he didn't hit it well. So 90 for 6, and it's all falling into place for England's divisioned one-day captain.
Indeed. What a perfect opportunity for Matt Parkinson, or a great opportunity for Matt Parkinson to come on, given the circumstances, and knowing that he's not going to get batsmen attacking him fully and going hard at him right from the start.
They've got no freedom, and Stokes has juggled it very neatly so far, with a bit of help from Pakistan.
So Faheem Ashraf, the new man at the crease, he gets a ball on off stump, which he defends out into the offside, and it's the end of a successful over for England. 22 overs gone. Pakistan are 90 for 6. Victor, I'm going to leave you in the hands of Atif Nawaz.
Well, it couldn't have gone any better, really, for England, because all these wickets falling, it takes the pressure off the bowlers in that they know, and interestingly, Stokes has already taken himself off after 1 over. I don't think Stokes thinks he's 100% fit, and also he's the old man in this team, and he's going to look after his bright new pups. So having bowled just 1 over, having got a wicket, he's bringing back Mahmood.
Yes.
And 1 over will do for me. I've been here before, and I'm not fully fit, and it wasn't a great over, but he's bringing back one of his spearheads to try and really capitalise on this amazing start England have had.
Yeah, they've been calling them Ben's Babes.
Ben's Babes. How old is that Ben Stokes? How old is Ben Stokes? Is he 30 yet?
I'll get Andy Zoltzman to double check that in a moment. And Saqib Mahmood is back into the attack. He bowls a full delivery to Shadab, played to extra cover for no run. I don't like this. I'm not comfortable with Ben's Babes, by the way.
I think whoever came up with Ben's Babes, I'm not sure they spent 4 or 5 hours scratching their head to get there, you know.
Give me something alliterative. Let's go with that. Andy.
He turned 30 a month ago.
There you go.
But there are, I mean, he's not as old as John Simpson. Or, I don't know about
32, yeah. I feel like we're doing them a disservice. I'm getting self-conscious about
quite old.
The words of Wick Marks over there. As in comes Saqib Mahmood, and this ball's been pushed to backward point for no run. You're making me feel self-conscious about my own age, Vic.
Well, I don't want to get involved in discussion about age.
Well, England have been absolutely superb today. 90 for 6. A good partnership of 53 between Fakhar Zaman and Sohaib Maqsood ended when Fakhar Zaman frankly sold Sohaib down the river. Good piece of fielding, good awareness from James Vince just to run in towards the stumps and make sure he clipped them. He had enough time to get there to break that partnership. And in comes Mahmood once again. This time the ball's been driven to mid-on for no run.
I don't like Ben's Babes very much either, because I look down this England side, it's not actually that young. I mean, I would guess, but I will need the help of the expert behind me and his laptop actually, that Salt and Crawley are probably the youngest, and they're 22, 23, are they? But I mean, I can't wait for this analysis whether these are really babes.
Yeah, no, it's not. I just don't like it. Just doesn't ring well. Yeah, I don't know if I'd get that calendar. In comes a Mahmood short and cut nicely to backward point.
Well, they win,
and there is no run.
There may be a calendar.
We talked about the reunion in sort of 10 years' time of this particular team. Yeah. Tell me this, Vic. Right? I mean, it's one-day cricket. I know everybody this year is talking about T20 cricket with the World Cup. on the horizon. But isn't this just the most terrific opportunity for all of these players to remind the selectors, yeah, okay, we've come in this kind of worst case scenario, but we know how to play and we can play very well, and make a case for regular inclusion in the side as Mahmood comes into Shadab Khan. Once again he bowls, and once more Shadab firmly behind it in defence. No run scored, 90 for 6 the score remains. Vic?
Yeah, I mean, there are not many gaps in England's 50 over side at the moment, and there are not many 50 over games to prove that I should be filling those gaps for these players because they don't play it anymore. What I actually do think, there's a chance for Malan, for example, to strengthen his case for being in that T20 squad when it comes around. He'll be in the squad, but in the team.
It's slightly tricky though, isn't it, adjusting your game, because it's not quite, I mean, it's both white ball cricket, but Mahmood then again, full ball uppishly played nearly towards Mahmood and has followed through. In the end it goes to mid-off for no run. End of the 23rd over, Pakistan 90 for 6. Big mark.
Curiously, the one I think who could benefit most from this sudden call-up of all these players is Zach Crawley, who's out of nick, or he's had a torrid start to his international summer against New Zealand. He hasn't had much cricket. I think he scored a few runs for Kent, but not very many. And suddenly he's playing here, and it's not a T20 match, as you say, so he can go out there and he can play in a relatively orthodox manner, and that requires him to play shots. That's how he likes to play. So he can gain a lot of confidence from an innings or two in this.
Parkinson into Faheem, who just cuts the ball hard, but only as far as short extra cover, and there's no run.
Because batsmen, it doesn't matter that much the colour of the ball, especially at the start of a 50 over match. Just a couple shots and suddenly it all comes back.
Matt Parkinson in once again, a fuller ball this time forward in defence is Faheem, and there is no run.
You can play 2 or 3 good shots and suddenly life is simple as a batsman again, having been a nightmare. And I'm sure there have been moments this summer where it's been a nightmare for Crawley, who naturally wants to play his shots anyway. So I think there's a great opportunity for him to gain traction.
Parkinson in once more, full and driven, but mid-off is up and hence there is no run. Faheem Ashraf now has faced 4 deliveries yet to get off the mark. Both all-rounders, these guys genuine all-rounders as well. Faheem Ashraf, of course, bowls seam, and Shadab bowls leg spin. Parkinson in. The ball's just pushed to short mid-wicket. And again, there is no run. Both of these players can bat. It's a scenario that they haven't been faced with very often, though, having to propel their team to a competitive total from 90 for 6 as in comes Parkinson again full and pushed into the offside for no run. At 90 for 6, Vic, and Parkinson's rushing through his overs, by the way. He's bowled his first 5 balls in no time at all. He's bought figures of 1 for 5 so far from his 3.5 overs. He's been terrific as Matt Parkinson as he comes in for his final delivery. Short this time and cut nicely by Faheem Ashraf to the man sweeping in the covers. We'll have to run round, so the batsman will get back for 2. Score moves on to 93 for 6 after 24 overs. 92 for 6, I beg your pardon. Vic, I mean, in this scenario, both batting all-rounders, neither of you is in particularly good touch. Have a little think about how you recover. Formulate your thoughts on that as we'll quickly go to Andy Zaltzman.
Well, just in response to Vic's question about the ages in this England team, Stokes is in fact only the 4th oldest. Vince is slightly older than him. John Simpson's nearly 33, and Malan is approaching 34. Jack Crawley's the only one under 24 years of age. Mahmood, Parkinson and Saud are 24, Carse 25, Overton 27 and Gregory 29.
Here is confirmation that the notion of Ben's babes needs to be binned.
I agree with you. Ben's babes binned. Happy with that. Mahmood in now, short this time, and just played with soft hands by Shadab Khan, and they run through for a quick single. There's a shy at the wicketkeeper's end, but in the end, no alarm. 93 for 6.
I mean, obviously, being an old pro, just old.
No, listen.
I mean, what you would expect the coach to be thinking. Well, look, there's 26 overs to go.
Yes.
If we can bat them, we will have a score that will be possibly competitive.
Yes.
So bat those overs.
And you do have,
of course, it's not such an automatic response to the modern players used to playing a lot of 2020 cricket, where there isn't that time to bed in for 5 or 10 overs.
Yes.
But that would be the logical response, and it's also a great opportunity.
As Mahmood comes in from wide of the crease this time, just angles into the pads of Faheem, who works it along on for no run.
Because if you're someone like Shadab, who can obviously hold a bat, but you're batting in the lineup, you're at number 7. By and large, you go in there There's 6 overs to go. Sacrificial lamb. You've got to have a swing.
Yeah.
You get out.
Yeah.
Here's a chance actually to play a significant innings, which says you can't ever leave me out.
There you go. And
That's the
Shadab's
way
under
to look at it. Anyway.
Absolutely. And it's worth considering. Shadab's under pressure. Pakistan have some exciting leg spinners in their ranks, and Usman Qadir, son of the late great Abdul Qadir, is amongst their ranks as well.
Right.
Likely to feature in the T20 series later. As in comes Mahmood full, and the ball's just been played to the onside for no run. Very tidy line this from England.
So, is he at all reminiscent of Abdul Senior when he bowls, or not?
Well,
I wonder if he saw his dad bowl.
I imagine he did.
Yeah. Well, there's footage.
At least in the garden.
Yeah.
But yeah, he probably saw a lot of footage of Abdul Qadir. Still a legend in Pakistan. Sadly passed away, of course.
Yes.
But
he's
not
at
too long
TMS.
ago.
He worked with TMS
He
one
did.
year.
He's been on TMS, of course, and yeah, there's a lot of similarity to him. As Mahmood in once again, short and pulled by Faheem, didn't quite get a hold of it, but that's enough to beat the fielder at square leg. They take the first one quickly and then make it back comfortably for the second. Good piece of running by the Pakistani pair.
I don't really want to tell you this, but I'm going to. Abdul was a fantastic bowler.
Yes.
And when I made my Test debut, and I thought I nearly got to tee. 6 not out, and he bowled this ball, and it was about 6 inches outside the off-stump. I had that glimmer, that millisecond. I've got to tee, and I padded up, not very well, and it hit middle and off.
Oh my word!
Took the googly.
In comes Mahmood, short this time, pulled much more convincingly by Faheem Ashraf, but the square leg is deep and is fine, and hence just a single taken. As it's extraordinary. He did kind of. I don't know if he invented the googly, but he certainly perfected it.
Well, he didn't invent it, no, but he was a wonderful bowler, and a sort of wonderful mercurial bowler with the arms swinging. He had the sort of mentality of a fast bowler in him. He was quite aggressive, but it fizzed down, and I bet you talked to Shane Warne, he would have looked at Abdul as a model in his time, and he was the best wrist spinner in the world at that point.
As in comes Mahmood this time, squares up the batsman a little bit, pushes the ball past extra cover, they run through for a single, there's a dive at the non-striker's end. This throw was very wayward, no need for it. In the end, 25 overs gone, Pakistan 97 for 6. Now I'm being regaled here by Vic Marks about tales of Abdul Qadir.
Well, no, he was, and he's also, I mean, I've written about it, but you'd be facing Abdul. As I said, he'd bounce in, and then suddenly he'd be there, oh my goodness, he's bowled me a full toss, whoa! And you'd start to get ready to bang it through the covers, and you say, oh, hang on a minute, it's not quite reaching, it's dipping a bit. It's a half volley, we'll be all right. And then suddenly, there's a few moments later, oh no, it's dipped even more, and I'm in no man's land. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah. He had that wonder, he fizzed it so much it would dip in its flight path before it reached you, as was the case, I'm sure, with Warne.
Matt Parkinson in now, and there's a big swing and no connection from Shadab Khan as the ball went through. Just looking for almost a premeditated big hit over long on there, but didn't get anything on it. Probably lucky for him. I wonder if there's a little edge on there,
I'm
actually.
wondering that too.
Johnson, no, not quite.
I don't think so. There's an ugly heave.
Parkinson in once again, this time on a leg stump line, swept nicely and finely by Shadab Khan. And this time again, they'll get back for a comfortable 2. Slight fumble from Saqib Mahmood at fine leg. Yeah, so Abdul Qadir's son, Usman Qadir, he's in this ODI squad as well.
Usman Qadir.
Usman Qadir, yeah. And
well, I'd love to see him bowl.
Yeah, he's been around a while now. As a fuller ball from Parkinson, defended on the front foot, and there's no run. In list A cricket, he's only played the 1 ODI, and he didn't get a chance to bat in it, but he did take the 1 wicket in his first game. And it's T20 cricket where he's, as is often the case nowadays, where he's
that's where wrist spinners are absolutely essential against all odds. That's what you desperately need in a T20 team.
Lots of flight given by Parkinson as the next ball is swatted to short extra cover, and there's no run. Yeah, he's got decent statistics. We can bat a little bit as well. And very exciting cricketer. So Usman Qadir, we'll hopefully see him at some point in this tour as a wider, fuller delivery. Yields another full drive from Shadab, who's just down on one knee in exasperation.
I think he'd like a bit more pace on the ball. I think it's actually working well for Parkinson at the moment, because I don't think it's an absolute belting pitch.
He's struggling to get a hold of it, is the Islamabad United captain. This time a bit shorter and just pushed wide of the fielder at extra cover. And they take a run, which brings up the Pakistan 100 for 6 now. for Pakistan after 26 overs. I mean, it's been tough going getting there for Pakistan. They'll be grateful, as are the Pakistanis in the crowd who've been sort of starved a little bit for action. There's been a few nice shots, and Sohaib Maqsood was looking really good. He played that extraordinary square cut over the covers into the fence, and didn't quite get the chance to carry on. Was run out. Must be so frustrating as well.
Well, he was a victim.
Yes, he was.
Fair to say.
Big game back as well. Mahmood to continue. He comes in and good length outside the off-stone. Has been played into the covers. They run through for a quick single and they make it. Good running by this pair. Shadab into double figures now. 10 off 23 for him. That's the one thing you'll see with these two batsmen. You should see, theoretically, at least, good running between the wicket. Very athletic, both Shadab Khan and Faheem Ashraf. Genuine all-rounders. Both have put in strong performances for their country over the years. Mm-hmm. But both sort of looking for that statement innings, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. The one that says, "You can't drop me now."
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I think they're both looking for that. As Mahmood in from wide of the crease, short out on the outside edge, and he's been taken. And there goes Saqib Mahmood taking his 4th wicket. A length ball. Faheem Ashraf tried to cut it. In the end, just edges it through to Simpson, who takes another catch. Pakistan in deep trouble. 101 for 7.
Well, there was a bit of zip there, didn't it? It bounced more than he thought. It took the edge, but at the top end of the bat, I think it was that extra bounce that Mahmood conjured there. Around about 85 miles an hour, but with a bit of zip from around the wicket. No slip cordon, but it was only a thin edge, and Simpson took a nice straightforward catch. He's looked at home, Simpson, behind the stumps. Mahmood has looked at home with the ball in his hand. He's got his 4th wicket. And England will be hoping that they can actually, having taken all those early wickets, polish the innings off without having to bowl their 50 overs.
It would be the most extraordinary thing for a team that just got together yesterday, as we were saying, yesterday evening. And by that point, they all still hadn't met, probably met for the first time today in practice pre-match. We saw the circle of England players getting their new caps, and they've reduced this Pakistan team with all of its hype to rubble so far. Andy Zaltzman.
Just more on. No, might not. Here we go. Just more on the lack of experience in this England team. 124 one-day international caps coming into this game, 98 of them belonging to Ben Stokes. James Vince, the only other player with more than 5 appearances in ODI cricket. It's the most inexperienced one-day international team in terms of caps coming into a game for England since a game against Pakistan in Sharjah in 1985. And in terms of their List A experience, so that's including county one-day cricket, just 800 matches between them, which is the least an England team has had in a one-day international since the very first games in 1970-71 when they played Australia in Melbourne.
Saqib Mahmood into the new batsman now as the ball's been pushed to extra cover for no run. Wow, it's quite extraordinary that a team...
You still can't call them Ben's babes, though.
We cannot.
Despite those compelling stats.
Yeah, we're putting that one in the bin.
But I mean, that more reveals the decline in the amount of List A cricket played in England. So even before COVID, way below half what used to be played since T20 came in and started chewing up the schedule.
It's the first thing to go, isn't it?
Well, List A is practically vanished in today's schedule.
Yeah.
For top players.
Well, Saqib Mahmood coming in now to Hasan Ali, who's the new batsman. A short ball, Hasan ducks under it. There's a bit of aggression from Saqib Mahmood there. 85 miles an hour, that delivery for him. Short and aggressive to the new batsman. You like to see a bit of that. 101 for 7.
Slip in. Yes, unless you're playing for England, of course.
Yes.
But there is something liberating about turning up, I think. And they're all in the same boat. Turning up. And they can look at one another and say, well, this is a bit of a bonus. Didn't expect to see you again for a while, Zach or whoever.
Yeah.
What have we got to lose?
They're making the most of their fortune so far, particularly Saqib Mahmood, who comes in, back of the length, and it's just been defended from the crease by Hasan Ali. And there is no run. 101 for 7. Hasan Ali played one of the most extraordinary innings I've ever seen in December last year in the final of the Azam trophy, which is the first-class competition in Pakistan. He's the captain of the Central Punjab team, and he came in and scored a century at number 9 to tie the final of a first-class competition. It was extraordinary finish for that competition. And Hasan Ali just, for the first time, really kind of showing his skill with the bat. And
he was captain as well.
He was captain as well of the Central Punjab team. Extraordinary as Saqib Mahmood comes in now. Full this time. Big swing from Hasan Ali. Misses out altogether as the ball goes through to the keeper. Simpson snaffles it, and there is no run. Pakistan 101 for 7 after 27 overs. England firmly in control. The Pakistani fans in attendance here at Sapphire Gardens largely silenced. Well, at least they've got a nice day for it. It's a clear day in Cardiff. It's a lovely walk around Sapphire Gardens. Have you taken a walk in the lovely surrounding areas? It's gorgeous.
Yeah. I mean, Ben Stokes probably thought at the start of the day, well, this could be quite a difficult juggling act. But everything he's done has turned to gold so far. I brought Mahmood back. He's got another wicket. Parkinson is commanding respect.
He continues a short one this time, pushed just wide of the fielder, extra cover, and Shadab will take a single. 101 for 7 after 27.1 overs. Parkinson's bowled 5.1 overs, 1 for 11 so far, and he's been, as well as being economical, he's just been getting through his overs very, very quickly. And just been very good for his side. Still a slip in place for him as well. Ben Stokes has given him a slip as Vic Marks is going to temporarily depart alongside me, and I'm going to be welcoming Ebony Rainford-Brent in a moment as Matt Parkinson comes in again. Down the track, there comes Hasan Ali. Smashed that hard all the way along the ground. It goes to the fielder at long off, and there is a single taken. So Hasan Ali off the mark in aggressive fashion. 103 for 7. Welcome back, Ebbs.
Hello.
You predicted 270 earlier.
Yeah, it's not today, is it? It's a bad day with predictions.
You've raised my hopes.
I won't predict the England football match.
Lots of flight given by Parkinson, just nudged into the leg side, and there is no run.
Well, to be honest, who would have predicted what we're seeing today? The lastminute.com team that got pulled together.
See, I like that, yeah. I like lastminute.com team. It's better than Ben's Babes. In comes Parkinson, full and smashed high and long by Shadab Khan, all the way over the long-on boundary. My goodness, that was extraordinary. Against the run of play, a flighted delivery. Shadab Khan gets underneath it and swats it over the long-on boundary for a 6. What just happened, Ebony?
That was an excellent description there of a swat. He's got such quick hands. You just saw it's actually that sort of width where you can just arc your hands through it, almost through to that mid-on side. But the hand speed was incredible. He's not going to hang around, is he? He's not someone who's going to pat it around for 20 overs. If the ball's there, he's going to hit it.
And he's getting slightly frustrated with Matt Parkinson, just kind of taking the pace completely off the ball. Parkinson in once again. Fuller this time. The ball's been driven, but only as far as the bowler. He gets a hand on it. Ricochets down to long off, and the batsman will come through for a single. I mean, in many ways, it's not the worst way to play, right? You try and take the runs you can get. I mean, people talk about playing out the overs, and there's certainly a case for that, but is there not another case for taking the runs that you possibly can get at 110 for 7? Parkinson in once again. Lots of flight given on a leg stump left, and he's... Oh, is he bowled him? No, he's not. Sorry for the alarm. It's a wide ball and an attempted stumping there from Simpson, which has thrown me a little bit.
I think it threw all of us. I think what ended up happening is it kind of went past him on the leg side, but into the pads of the keeper.
As Parkinson in once again. Another swat, this time over mid-wicket. The fielder's coming around. Will he get there? The diving effort, and he's put it down and ricocheted it into the fence for 4. It was a tough chance. He had to run a long, long way around. It was Dawid Malan out there at mid-wicket. In the end, Pakistan have 4 more valuable runs. Pakistan 115 for 7 after 28 overs. Ebony Rainford-Brent. In a moment, you're going to be joined by the marvellous Simon Matt.
Well, first of all, Matt Parkinson is comfortable giving it some air and keeps floating it up there. And he knows at the pace that he bowls, that being a bit slower, the ball's going to get dragged around more to that cow corner region. So it's the perfect setup. And Malan knew it was coming, did all the hard work, got the footwork pedalling, and then got both hands to it. So on paper, everything was right, but unfortunately for him, he dropped the catch. Well, the ball from Saqib Mahmood at the start of the over has just been nudged out for a couple into the leg side.
117 for 7. Here's the score.
So, Simon.
Well, it's been a dramatic day, isn't it? I mean, Who would have predicted this? 117 for 7, 29th over. Shadab 20, Hasan Ali on 5. And here is Mahmood going into bowl to Shadab, looking for his 5th wicket. It's full and it's thick-edged on the drive down towards deep third, and they go through for a single. 118 for 7 in the 29th over. So you said 270 at it. Well, I remember that match when Viv Richards and Michael Holding put together that century partnership for the last wicket. No one would have predicted that score that day. So you never know. People
it was looking good when that partnership was going.
Yeah.
It looked easy to bat, but things have changed.
Yeah, 20 odd overs to go. 21.4 overs to go. But these days, players down the order can change the game around. But it's asking a lot. But Atifa's saying how well Hasan Ali has played of late with lower order runs. He's 5 not out. Shadab 21. There's a second slip in, and Saqib Mahmood bowls 4, and it's driven by Ali up towards Ben Stokes. He's fielding at extra cover, and there's no run. Crawley's in there in a 3rd slip possession, England looking for wickets. Mahmood looking for more. What does he take? 4 for 36. He's got 9 balls left to try to pull off a 5-fer. It's not his one-day international debut today. It is for 5 others, but it's not for him. But there isn't a great deal of experience in this England bowling lineup in terms of one-day internationals anyway. Here goes Mahmood. Ball short outside the off stump, and it's thick edge down towards deep third on the bounce. There's a remarkable shot from Shadab. How did he get it down there? I think he was looking to baseball bat that down the ground. There's a smile on the bowler's face as he walks back. 1 more to the total. 119 for 7 in the 29th.
So Simon, come on, your World T20 team.
Oh.
Your next 50 over World Cup team and your test team. Does
all of them?
Saqib Mahmood make it in there? Come on.
I think he's got a lot about him, Mahmood. I watched him bowl in the Championship earlier this season. In he goes now and bowls. That's tight line to off stump, guided towards backward point, and there's no run. He's one of those bowlers that, okay, you bring them through, don't you? Often you see that these days in white ball cricket, and then perhaps they get a chance in red ball cricket as well. I wouldn't mind seeing him come through into all, England's red ball side. There will be 1 or 2 vacancies before too long, you'd think. Mahmood moves in, ball to Shadab, and Shadab covers up, but he gets it off a thick edge down towards deep third for a single, and the score goes to 120 for 7. Anyway, the point is today he's done his cause no harm at all. 9 overs, 4 for 38.
Andy, roughly, if we were looking at him as a 3 format player, what's his figures? Just kind of generally looking at them, impressive across the board, or how do you see it?
I'll just dig those up for you. In List A cricket has a very good record for Lancashire, 33 wickets in just 15 innings overall in List A cricket. A few games for Northamptonshire, England, and the England Lions, 59 wickets at 24, which is pretty good in recent List A terms. Here's
Parkinson, new over balls to Shadab. Shadab plays out another remarkable stroke away on the onside, sort of flat batting a drive almost, and it goes out towards wide long. It's knocked back with the feet in the distance at the taff end of the ground, and Shadab comes back for 2. So what he's got here, he's got long off in, but he's not got a long on in, and Shadab is targeting long on.
He's leaving it open.
He's leaving it open, yeah. So he's sort of playing against the spin away from him. Here is Parkinson bowling to Shadab, who goes back and guides this towards deep cover for a single this time. There's the fraction shorter from Parkinson. Shadab gets a single. Shadab to 25, 123 for 7 in the 30th over, Pakistan.
This is Mahmood's 5th ODI. He'd only taken 5 wickets in the first 4 in first-class cricket, 65 wickets at 26 in 22 matches. Not a huge wickets per match, but a decent average. And in T20 cricket, 50 wickets averaged 19.
Here's Parkinson, and that's hoiked away in the air. This could well be caught at deep mid-wicket, should be, and it is. Hasan Ali has perished, and Parkinson has got his 2nd wicket. It didn't look a great shot, to be honest. And Pakistan are 123 for 8 in the 30th over. Well, it never looked good when he holed out to deep mid-wicket with 20 overs left and only 2 wickets in the hutch to come.
It's poor cricket, I think, there, because he knows the pace that Parkinson bowls. He knows he's trying to set him up to if you're going to go for the big shot into the cow corner, he's got the fielder there. And also he did it an over ago to him and got dropped by Dawid Malan. So you know what the trap is, you know the plan. He's just kind of gone again, and it's such a big boundary, you know it's going to be difficult to clear it. So that wasn't the smartest there. One of their more experienced players just kind of leaving a massive gap here. So England, whether it's Sri Lanka at the moment or Pakistan, with the ball, have been really threatening.
New batch for Pakistan, number 14, Shaheen Afridi.
There we go, Afridi in at number 10 for Pakistan. Let's have a quick look at his batting pedigree in one-day international cricket. Best of 19 not out. He's playing his 31st one-day international today, and an average of 12. And then to come after him, Haris Rauf. So Shadab Khan, Shaheen Afridi and Haris Rauf here are tasked with setting England something. And at the moment, we talked about that Sri Lanka series and how much they struggled, Sri Lanka, but they're in danger of going under Sri Lanka's scores in that series. 166 at Bristol on Sunday. There was a 185 at Durham and a 241 at the Oval. Here's Parkinson bowling to Shadab, the batsman crossed, and Shadab goes back, flat bats that through the offside out towards deep cover, and they're through for a single. Good for Parkinson, good for his confidence as well, having been around the England side a lot but not played very much. One of the observations about Parkinson's bowling is that he bowls a bit too slowly.
46, mid-40s, which is slow.
Yeah, you think of spinner bowling what?
Mid-50s, 52 to 56.
Yeah, something like that. Well, he's taking 2 for 28. He goes in now and bowls to Afridi, and Afridi pushes forward rather tentatively. That plays it out towards extra cover, where it's picked up by Ben Stokes, and there's no run. He must be feeling pretty good about Lush Stokes captaining the side today and seeing England reduce Pakistan to 124 for 8. Here goes Parkinson. He goes past the outside edge. Afridi's back there, taken by Simpson, who dropped one earlier behind on Parkinson. Caught that one, but there was no outside edge, or indeed inside edge. 124 for 8 at the end of 30 overs. Of course, Ben Stokes did captain England in the Test match against West Indies at Southampton last year. Remember, Joe Root missed the game.
The baby.
Yeah, that's right. And it didn't go particularly well for Stokes in that match. England losing to the West Indies, which takes a bit of doing. They're not right at the top of the tree in terms of Test match rankings.
I suppose what is good for England is that, sometimes you think there isn't that sort of captain option, but actually with Butler, Stokes, Root, if he had to in an ODI, you feel, there's actually that, especially with COVID around, you need leaders, and luckily for England they have plenty who can just step in and try and make things happen.
Here's Mahmood's final over, and he's taken 4. Can he get 5? He bowls to Shadab, and Shadab offers him the full face of the bat, and Mahmood flicks it out towards cover, and there is no run. I did mention this at the start of the programme, and it is a scratch England side, but of course all these players are right in the middle of the season, so they've been playing plenty of cricket, or enough cricket anyway. Okay, some have just come back from injury, like Stokes, and actually Saqib Mahmood as well is just coming back from injury. And Pakistan not been here that long and have been practicing amongst themselves. Up at Derby, there's been a lot of rain around as well, cool conditions. There's very full from Saqib, driven by Shadab out towards deep cover. I'm not sure he'd be that concerned about that single in a way, because it means he gets potentially 4 balls at Shaheen Afridi, the number 10. So if he's looking for a 5 here, I think he's more likely to get it against Shadab. Got 2 wickets in his first over, and 2 big scalps as well. Imam LBW for naught on review, and then Babar Azam out second ball, driving low to Crawley at second slip. Crawley's in at slip now. There was a gap between him and Simpson, so he's in there at second slip. 125 for 8, 31st over, and Saqib just summoning up the deep cover, so you don't need to be out there. It's a number 10. And yeah, also as well, you don't want to give him an easy single in that cover region.
And getting quite tight.
Yeah, so plenty up inside the circle with a slip in as well. Here's Saqib round the wicket, bowls to Afridi, who plays that nicely actually through extra cover. It's a chase for Stokes out towards the boundary. They'll go for 2. Will they come back for the 3rd on Stokes' arm? Yes, they will. Stokes sends in the return, and that's just about perfect for Pakistan there. In actual fact, Shaheen Afridi off the mark with 3, which gets Shadab back on strike.
Sorry.
128 for 8.
No, I was just going to say, I do like that Saqib's quite comfortable going around the wicket to left-handers. We saw the setup earlier for the wicket and the LBW, but I like that. It just shows that he's comfortable, whether it's over, around, left-hand, right-hand. He's got his game plan organised.
He's over the wicket to the right hand is Shadab, and it's full, and it's forced back up towards straight mid-on. It's a sliding save from Brydon. Carse away to his left-hand side at mid-on, and there is no run. Fakhar Zaman making 47 out to Parkinson. That felt like a soft dismissal, really, frustrated but short. He chopped it away straight to point. And then Rizwan 13, and Maqsood run out really by his partner, and Vince for 19. 1 for Gregory, 2 for Parkinson, 3 for Saqib, 4 for Saqib Mahmood, who goes in now looking for the fifer. Bowls to Shadab. Shadab back there, guiding it away down towards backward point, and there is no run. 128 for 8. Small crowd in here at Cardiff today because of the restrictions here. And then sort of bizarre contrast, 2 days' time, full house at Lord's, biggest crowd in English cricket ground since the Oval Test match of 2019.
It is a minefield at the moment, isn't it? It's working this all out.
Saqib Mahmood sets off by a pile of sawdust down beneath us. Pass umpire Wolf into bowl to Shadab short, and Shadab thought about it for a moment and then decided not to go for it. And it went through to Simpson, and that's the end of Mahmood's bowling spell for the day. 4 for 42 from his 10 overs, and the cameras focus on Chris Silverwood, the England coach, who was holidaying in Norfolk a few days ago, but he's here in Cardiff, the other side of the UK, and he was applauding really enthusiastically, and why not as well, for Saqib Mahmood. 4 for 42.
Yeah, absolutely perfect, really. From the first ball, getting a wicket, 2 balls later, the big one of Babar Azam, and he's just been 100% on the money. Bowled with pace, control, kept the ball in the danger area, that sort of back of the length consistently. And also, we said, around the wicket to the left-handers as well, been very comfortable. So, has put his name in the hat, very much so. I was just thinking about, imagine if this was the Ashes, and overnight this scenario happened. I mean, everyone's got to be ready, right?
Well, I mean, it could happen in the India series. It's not impossible, is it? The first 2 matches of the series there. Here's Overton bowling, and Shaheen Afridi plays defensively into the offside, and there's no run.
Just a little more on Matt Parkinson's speed as a bowler. You mentioned he's very slow. Averages in his brief one-day international career 46 miles an hour. There are 21 leg spinners who've bowled 100 or more balls in one-day international cricket in the last 5 years, and he's comfortably the slowest of them in terms of average speed. Then the next slowest. I'll just come to it after this ball from Overton.
Yeah, Overton back into the attack in place of Parkinson. Goes in now and bowls to Afridi. Afridi struck on the pad. They want a single into the onside. It's not there. Vince comes in from mid-wicket to pick up.
In fact, all of the other 20 who've bowled 100 or more balls in the last 5 years average over 50 miles an hour. Adil Rashid's one of the slower ones, just under 51 miles an hour. The quickest, Rashid Khan, 56. But basically everyone else is between 50 and 54 miles an hour. So Parkinson considerably slower, almost 4 miles an hour slower on average than the next slowest regular ODI leg spinner.
Yeah. Overton and the wicket, bowls to left hand, and Afridi plays that pretty well. It was a warning shot there across him. He bent at the knee and let it go past his chest. Bit of limbo dancing almost there from the tall man, Shaheen Afridi. I saw Parkinson take, I'm pretty sure it was a 4 for in Napier when Dawid Malan smashed 100, and England had a huge score, and New Zealand had to attack him right from the start, and they were holding out here, there and everywhere. To be so effective in a situation like that. Here's Overton bowling down the leg side. Afridi tries to turn it away, misses. It's taken by Simpson. Wide is called though by umpire Kettleborough. 129 for 8.
Yeah, that was 4 for 47. He took a T20 international match show. He's played 2 one-dayers before this in South Africa early last year. Bowled only 10 overs in the 2 games combined. I haven't taken a wicket, so he's 2 for 28 so far today, and his first international wickets. ODI wickets.
Overton bowls. Another good short ball, but also very well played by Afridi, bending at the knee. Got a very flexible body there to get out of the way of that one.
The joy of youth. Give it a few more overs bowled under the belt and a few more years, and that might be just hitting the body. He's done really, really well. He's got, like you say, right down onto the knees. But the balls haven't got up as much as I think as he was expecting in the end, so had to really be nimble.
129 for 8. We're in the 32nd over. And Overton moves in and bowls. And Afridi comes forward and plays that perfectly well into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. 129 for 8. Sun's gone now. There's a high cloud around on a mild enough day in Cardiff. You can see people sitting in shorts there at the far end. Actually quite nice cricket watching conditions. Now Overton's going over the wicket to bowl to Afridi, and Afridi plays that firmly, but straight up towards mid-off, and there is no run, and that's the end of the over. It's 129 for 8. 32 overs have been bowled. Drinks coming onto the field, so that's a perfect time for Charles Dagnall to come in and replace me. And after a few more thoughts from Everdy, Shadab 27, Shaheen Shah Afridi is on 3. Mahmood, the standout bowler today, 4 for 42. This new look, revamped England one-day side.
Well, back in 2015, when we were looking at England needing to change their white ball cricket, Owen Morgan took over after a dreadful World Cup, and I guess the question at that stage, could England build into an exciting team? Well, we've seen them do that, and in this format go on and win a World Cup. But what's more interesting is the depth and how the players also will respond at a short time. We don't know what will happen in the second half, but what we know so far, though, is that there is some depth to look towards. Saqib Mahmood has led the charge. Excellent 10 overs from him. Matt Parkinson, we were talking about his pace. I still don't think he's been tested enough. Bowled sort of in the 46 mile an hour today, wasn't going to be under a huge amount of threat, but I am interested to see if that pace for him in international cricket is fine.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Obviously it's worked very well for him at Lancashire, and especially, and I think especially in T20 cricket, not that he bowls it a huge amount differently in 50 over cricket, but I think in T20 cricket where you're trying to get after him a little bit more, you're trying to play a few more attacking shots than you would do in the one-day international game, so therefore he slows it down, allows it to spin, and sometimes you can reach for you can drag the ball a little bit.
He got the wicket like that today, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But he's also got all the tricks as well. He's got the orthodox leg breaker, good googly as well, and it's lovely to see these players come in and then see how they progress over a certain amount of time, and that is one of the things about this new look England side is that it does give people an opportunity to showcase their skills against a first string international side. So the 11 may be different, but the actual results or the performances so far have remained exactly the same, even though there's a completely different list of players.
Did you expect to see Hales in the list?
No, I didn't.
Do you think
actually,
he might have had a look in?
Whether he's had a look in it, I didn't expect it. But here's the other thing you also know about Alex Hales. You know what he brings, you know what he offers. Look, I don't know what the situation is regarding, him and the England side, but, it does give an opportunity to Phil Salt and players of that sort of calibre to be taken a look at. So yeah, I didn't expect it, but I know he may have hoped for an olive branch, I'm sure, or at least a route to go back in. But it would seem, given that he has been overlooked for this series, that Alex Hales' time with England may be up. Who knows? Brydon Carse will get things back underway from the Cathedral Road end. His first delivery is pulled away, and it's just going to fall short of Lewis Gregory down at deep backward square. It was in the air for a little while. It was a flat pull by Shadab. He'll only get a single. It was a good shot. 28 not out he is, and Pakistan 130 for 8. Shaheen Shah Afridi, he of the thickness and density of his hair. It's hidden at the moment underneath the Pakistan green helmet with that gold.
Sense a little jealousy there, isn't it?
Oh, very much. Very much. Oh, back in the day, Ebony, as Carse bowls, and that's a glorious extra cover drive from Shaheen. He just leans on the ball, and out it goes to Gregory again, this time at deep cover for the left-handed Shaheen. And it's 131 for 8.
I've seen some of your back in the day shots. I've seen the cornrows or the cane rows. I call them cane rows, but I've seen you rocking those bad boys.
That's right. I had my cornrows a year before David Beckham. And could have told him.
You set the trend.
I did set the trend.
Did you do the skirt as well?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
The little sarong that he had.
Sarong,
No, I stopped at the hairstyles as Carse over the wicket bowls a short delivery, and it's just on his tiptoes, guiding it down towards third man is Shadab Khan. Keeps the ball down, plays it with soft hands, and Pakistan to 132 for 8. Yes, I could have told him in advance that it was a stupid idea, and he shouldn't have done it, as I shouldn't have.
I think it worked for him, but... And yours looks alright. I didn't see you live. I've only seen pictures like a decade later, so I don't know how it worked at the time. I'm sure it was alright.
It was strange because, and you'll know this from friends who have had it done, etc., as Carse bowls, and that's driven out to mid-off, and there is no run, 132 for 8. So the cornrows basically are the hairstyle that are, they're like plaits, but they're tied tight to the head. And this one I have my long hair and in ponytail and all of that. And basically it's the cheapest facelift ever. They pull your hair so tightly. I look surprised for a month.
You look good.
Well, no, I wouldn't say I look good. But yeah, it pulls your hair. Quite hurts. Hurts when you have it done. Crikey. Slip in place for Carse as bowls to Shaheen, who defends. Looks in pretty good order, Shaheen Shah Afridi. At the crease, just out into the onside it goes. It's like...
Did you put any extensions in? Because you can do that.
No.
You can weave in some extra colour.
I didn't need to.
You were
it was
rocking
thick and lustrous. Not like Simpson. I didn't bowl like him. Bowl like Delilah. Carse at the top of his mark, around the 30-yard circle. Turns, a little crescent, and then runs away from us. Short delivery, swaying back is Shaheen Shah Afridi, and it goes through to John Simpson, the wicket-keeper, and there is no run. So how many off that one, Andy? Just 3 runs coming from the over. 132 for 8 it is, with 17 overs remain. Shadab is 29. Shaheen is 4 from 13, and obviously, I mean, Pakistan will have come with very high hopes and expectations, and again, given that they're not playing the first, it's worth remembering this, that the first choice England side would have hoped for, well, far better than they've produced at the moment. Where have they been going wrong? What have they been doing? Is it just good bowling by England, or have they been a little questionable about some of their shot selections? As Craig Overton into the attack from the River Taffa end, replacing Matt Parkinson, and Shadab guides his first ball down to third man for a single. 133 for 8.
I think it's a mix. I think Saqib Mahmood was excellent and outstanding, especially those 2 wickets in the space of 3 balls, and arguably I'd say a lot of batters would have found themselves getting out to that. But the things that have maybe frustrated me from a Pakistan perspective, Hasan Ali, who's experienced 2 balls in a row, like almost back to back, knocking one out to deep cow, which was a pretty naive shot that he played twice.
As Overton bowls, played defensively by Shaheen Shah Afridi out into the offside, will get a single for it. 134 for 8.
Again, the run out between Fakhar Zaman as well, alongside Maqsood, and you just thought they'd done the hard work building the partnership, and it was just a bit of poor communication, really. It just looked like they weren't connected and communicating well. So I feel there's been a mixture, some really good stuff from England, but Pakistan have left the door open at times as well.
Overton short, pulled away and down the throat of deep backward square. Yes, short delivery. Shadab Khan pivots on his back foot, he couldn't keep it down, and it went straight down the throat of deep backward square. He inspects the toe end of his bat. I think it's Dawid Malan who takes the catch out there, and another wicket falls for Pakistan. Shadab gone for 30 and they're 9 down.
Yeah, and again here I just don't think they look switched on. He's drilled it straight to the fielder. He knew if the short ball was coming, should have had just sort of a gut feel of where that angle is, and he just planked it straight into his hands, really. So, you know, someone of his experience should have a bit more awareness about where they're trying to place that shot. So I think it's a mixture. I think England have done very well at times, but I would say maybe 50% also feels like Pakistan just giving wickets away.
134 for 9 it is. Halfway through the 34th over. I've got a little admission to make. I know why England are playing so well, but this is a very biased view. I'm laying it out there.
Put it out there.
So my best mate is a guy called Alan Richardson.
Yeah.
And he was a former county cricketer with Warwickshire, with Middlesex, with Worcestershire, over 500 first-class wickets, and he's now Worcestershire bowling coach, and he's been given the opportunity to work with England's bowlers in this series. And it's obviously him.
It's working.
It's him. It's Richo.
Cooking on gas.
Well done, Richo. I saw him out there with his bandy legs.
So is this his first time with the full England squad?
I think he might have done a little bit of work with some of the pathway players and the A side, but I think it's his first.
For everyone, then.
Well, absolutely, but we've seen this before as coaches do get their opportunities to apply their trade at the highest level, but I'm giving it to Richo.
Did he work with you? Did you do anything with him?
We played together. We played together.
Any tips? Did he give you any tips?
No. I was the one giving him tips about music. Okay. We lived together for a year at Warwickshire. Anyway, Haris Rauf, the last man in, and his first delivery is bowled by Overton and almost creeps through a jittery defensive prod by Haris Rauf, and there is no run. 134 for 9. There's a man who will know a few things about Alan Richardson, former teammate of his at Middlesex. Stephen Finn back on alongside me, replacing Ebony Rain for Brent. Slip in place as Overton comes over the wicket. Short delivery, and Haris Rauf just defends, fending it off his body. Down to mid-on it goes, and it's 134 for 9. Hello, Finny.
Hello. Don't know why that's... There we go.
There you are, you're on.
Hello. Fourth time lucky. Yeah. I do know a bit about Alan Richardson. Played with him a lot at Middlesex. Very experienced seamer then. Then he moved to Worcestershire and took even more wickets. You'd describe him as a veteran seamer.
Yes.
At that stage, I'd say. But an absolute legend.
Overton over the wicket, bowls a Yorker, dug out by Rauf. Out it goes to mid-on, and there is no run. 34 overs gone. A successful over for Craig Overton. He's got one in the wickets column. 1 for 21 he is. In Pakistan, 134 for 9. Well, he bowled with one of those windmill type of actions. A double twirl. And I half expected to see all of England's bowlers coming out with a little double twirl today, but very pleased for him to get the opportunity, and he can take credit.
Yes, he can. He put that on his CV. First innings that he did as England bowling coach, they've bowled, barring something absolutely phenomenal, they've bowled Pakistan out for a paltry score.
Brydon Carse, he's desperate to get in the wicket column on debut. His first delivery to Shaheen Shah is on a good length. It's played with a straight bat and it goes up the pitch. Disappointing for those who have got tickets though as well today. I mean, of course, I'm getting ahead of myself. Of course, Pakistan could roll England out and it could be a very exciting affair, but they'll have hoped for better, as will the Pakistan fans who are around here. Plenty of them as well. Flags here, there, and green shirts as Carse runs away from us, and a slog across the line, and well played actually from Shaheen Shah. I say slog, that's a little bit of a disservice. He played it with a straight bat and he lofted it over mid-on, over Saqib Mahmood, and it goes for 4. 138 for 9, and Shaheen to 9 not out.
He's played some wonderful shots since he's come to the crease. A few cover drives. I think he hit one for 3 early on off Saqib Mahmood that he nailed through extra cover. This one slightly full of a length from Brydon Carse. Slips in place for that delivery, but just carts it over mid-on. Great shot.
Slip in place, a wide first slip as a shorter delivery from Carse is evaded well by Shaheen Shah. He's looked very organised at the crease.
Surprisingly organised, I think. I don't remember him being able to play shots like that, so he's obviously been working on his batting in the off season. An old school thing. He's gone away, spent some time in the nets, and actually discovered that he can hit a cricket ball. So he's doing well.
We were in the other room, weren't we? And just Shaheen's in.
Free wicket.
There we go. This won't take long. Well, he's looked very good. Still at the crease, waiting for Carse, and once again he defends out into the onside. Hiring down was Haris Rauf. manages to turn back to his non-striker's end position after a fierce call of no from Shaheen Shah Afridi.
The only thing, after he's hit someone who bowls Brydon Carse's pace over his head, I think if I was him batting there, I'm well and truly camped on the back foot, next ball expecting a bouncer, if I'm being honest.
Brydon Carse strides away, bowls another short delivery, and he tries to uppercut it. Does Shaheen Shah, doesn't connect, and through it goes to Simpson at a good height, still on the rise. Lively pace from Brydon Carse, 86 miles an hour.
It looks as though here he's bowling with cross seam, so it can be two-paced off the wicket. In the T20 game that Middlesex played here a couple of weeks ago, the cross seam deliveries were coming off two-pace, so sometimes when you bang one in like that and it's cross seam, if it hits the shiny or the smooth side, it can kiss through, and that certainly looked like what it did there.
Carse past the umpire, another short delivery, and fending off his chops is Shaheen Shah Afridi. It goes into space and on where a gully would be, and it goes trickling down towards Matt Parkinson at third man. And a single to finish the over from Brydon Carse, and Shaheen into double figures. 139 for 9 it is at the end of the 35th over. Don't forget you can watch in-play highlights and clips on the cricket section of the BBC Sport website and the app as well. Anything new, all the wickets you might have seen. Lancashire will be pleased. 4 wickets to their seam bowler and 2 to Matt Parkinson, the spinner.
I think we'll be very surprised I would be very surprised if we see another ball in Shaheen's half this innings. He's looked incredibly comfortable off the front foot, not quite so much off the back foot. Classic tail end batting.
Let's see what Overton does as he comes from the river end, and this has been hacked high into the air. Should be a catch for Parkinson at mid-on, and he takes it. Oh, he shelled it. He didn't look overly confident as the ball was in the air. Little short stuttery steps as it was hanging there, and it was over the left-hand shoulder, and at first I thought he'd grabbed it, and then we saw the ball trickle away and him laying out prostrate on the floor, and it's a shelled opportunity. 141 for 9. Shaheen moves to 12. Right through the hands. Should have been taken from Parkinson, and this over wrapped up. And Shaheen is back on strike. Short delivery, another hack, another opportunity. This time it will get taken. It's mid-off this time, and it's Stokes with the safe pair of hands. So almost a carbon copy of the type of shot. Overton can smile now after he looked very disappointed in the previous delivery, and Pakistan have been bowled out for 141 in 35.2 overs. Shaheen Shah goes for 12, and Overton picks up his second wicket. But overall, Stephen Finn, that has been, well, a demolition from England's bowlers, poor from Pakistan's batsmen, and 141 all out, you've got to think, ain't going to be enough.
No, you would anticipate that it's not going to be enough. England have the firepower, and they've got all-rounders in this team that do bat deep if they were required to bat later on in the innings. But I think that at the moment we can reflect on a good first half of the game for the England team. The uncertainty and the chopping and changing that has come because of the coronavirus outbreak has meant that there was a little bit of pressure on these young guys, these inexperienced guys coming into it against a full strength, or what is a somewhat near to full strength Pakistani team. But right from the outset, a wicket off the first ball of the innings for Saqib Mahmood set the tone. On review from Ben Stokes, who in his first game as England ODI captain had the guts and the courage to be able to take that review off the first ball of the innings, and then from there Babar Azam getting caught at second slip in the same over from a relentless length from Saqib Mahmood then set the tone for the rest of the innings, and you feel as though the England team relaxed into their work from there. Pakistan at some stages threatened to get going and get a partnership, but when that partnership was broken by the run out from James Vince, you felt as though that England had too many options there for Pakistan to be able to make what would be a competitive score.
What did Saqib, because he has been the outstanding bowler, 4 for 42. I'll run through the scorecard in a few moments' time, but 4 for 42 off his 10 overs, including a maiden. What did he do so well?
I think it was the relentless nature of his length. He bowled with attacking fields. He had 3 slips at one stage, a point and an extra cover, and no other fielders on the offside bar a third man. So to be able to hold your length in those circumstances and only go at 4.2 and over the course of an innings, I think is a great thing. And I would say the thing that he did slightly differently to the other bowlers, he bowled more balls that were hitting the top of the stumps or just slightly short of that. He didn't offer the Pakistan batsmen any freebies to be able to hit their hands through the ball and release the pressure. And as the guy who took the first over and bowled the first over, he's probably, you'd say, the most experienced person in terms of the seam bowlers in the squad, in terms of ODIs that he's been around. So yeah, I think he did an outstanding job there at the top of the innings. He kept it simple, bowled consistently, kept Pakistan under pressure, and the pressure from both ends helped those wickets come.
Well, let me just quickly run through the scorecard. Imam-ul-Haq first to go, first ball of the innings, LBW to Mahmood. That was given not out originally, but on review, Mahmood thought it was good, as did Simpson. Ben Stokes went to the umpire to review, and it was overturned. So England off to the perfect start. 2 balls later, well, if there's something better than perfect, they did. That was it, as Babar Azam was caught by Crawley at slip off the bowling of Mahmood, also for a duck, so there were 0 for 2. And then a partnership between Mohammad, Rizwan and Fakhar Zaman. Rizwan was caught by Simpson off the bowling of Gregory for 13. So Shakeel, LBW to Mahmood for 5, coming round the wicket, change of angle as well for Shakeel, and Saqib picking up his 3rd wicket. Fakhar Zaman was was bowled by Parkinson for 47, and then it was Sohaib Maqsood who's run out for 19. Shadab caught Malan, bowled Overton for 30. Faheem Ashraf caught Simpson, bowled Mahmood for 5. Hasan Ali caught Malan, bowled Parkinson for 6. And Shaheen Afridi was caught by Stokes off the bowling of Overton for 12. And Rauf was not out. 141 all out for Pakistan. The bowling figures, Saqib Mahmood 4 for 42 off 10. Lewis Gregory 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. Craig Overton 2 for 23 off 6.2. Brydon Carse 7 overs, no maidens, 0 for 31. Parkinson, the leg spinner, 2 for 28 off 7. And Ben Stokes just the 1 over. He conceded 6 runs. So we're waiting as the ground staff are cleaning up at the moment. Will they come straight back out, or are they going to have a proper 4:05, as we've just been told is the cut-off time? So in a few seconds I shall hand back to Simon Mann. But just briefly, Brydon Carse, first time we've seen him in international colours, obviously on debut. Thoughts on his performance today and how he'll feel?
Yeah, well, I think he'll be satisfied with his work. He bowled with good pace. He looks a big man who's got a strong action, a strong over-the-top action, which I think bodes well for him to stay injury-free. And he kept it simple. I think he overpitched a couple of times, but then he quickly realised after that, early on in his spell, that here at Cardiff the length to bowl is back of a length and slightly shorter than that, and he stuck to that. And I thought it was a good first outing for him. Didn't quite get the wickets or the rewards that maybe he'd have liked on his international debut to set him into a rhythm of playing these games, but I think it was a positive start.
Well, it's been a bizarre day though, hasn't it, Finney? I mean, 35 overs, 141 all out. I mean, if it had been the other way round with this sort of scratch England side, you could sort of in a way understand it, although of course we have been emphasising the point that Pakistan are sort of relatively new to the country, and the England players have been in the swing of things, playing lots of international, lots of domestic cricket, 1 or 2 playing some international cricket, the likes of Crawley, for example, but obviously not bowling today. He'll get his chance with the bat fairly soon. But another bizarre day, and actually so far it's a familiar pattern in the white ball middle of summer series, with Sri Lanka really struggling, and now Pakistan in this first match. So 141 all out, and play will resume at 4:05, half an hour between innings. None of those situations that we used to have where a team would come out and bat before the interval, straight to the interval, and then out they come. And so what have we got? Just over 20 minutes or so before England's openers will be out there. In that time, we're going to speak to Wasim Khan, the Chief Executive of the Pakistan Cricket Board. Atif Nawaz is with me as well. So let's say hello to Wasim Khan. Good afternoon to you, Wasim.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great, thank you very much. Where are you speaking to us from?
I'm currently sitting in the Glamorgan Museum.
Ah, right, okay.
Finding a little quiet place where I can park myself away for 10-15 minutes.
Right, not too far away. Well, what have you made of what you've seen so far?
Yeah, disappointing. I think that we've notoriously started slowly in the past on tours, but I think I'm sure they'll be disappointed in some of the modes of dismissals. Going to finish with 15 overs still left, with 70-80 balls still to go. I think it's pretty disappointing, and if we just kept our heads, I guess, for a little bit longer and got up to sort of the 210, 215, 220 mark with our bowling attack, we probably would have had a good chance.
Yeah, well, just take us through the background, the last sort of week or so for Pakistan in sort of preparing for this one-day series. You've been up in Derby. What's it been like in terms of preparation, conditions, weather, intra-squad matches?
I think really good, to be honest with you. I mean, the intra matches are normally very, very competitive because obviously there's a lot of places up for grabs, and normally it's quite a fierce rivalry between the two teams, whichever teams are selected. So I think the preparation had gone very, very well. They'd practiced well in Derby. They were allowed out of quarantine. I think after sort of day 3, they were allowed to practice for a couple of hours a day in the afternoon, and that had gone really, really well. So I think they've come here prepared enough. So I'm not sure that that's a real excuse for us that we didn't get enough preparation time. Certainly they've been out in the middle in Derby. The facilities have been excellent there, and they've fully capitalised on it while they were there.
Yeah, but they have, I suppose, come from the roaring heat of the UAE to the cool, actually. I mean, we've had some warm weather at times this summer, but the cool and showery weather in the Midlands.
Yeah, absolutely. But these guys adapt pretty quickly. I mean, they travel pretty much around the world 12 months round, and home conditions, away conditions, they tend to adapt pretty quickly. And I think after this we're going to have to bowl very, very well early on, and to stand any chance we're going to need to make inroads very, very quickly, or else it could end up a one-sided game.
Now, at what time on Monday evening or Tuesday morning did your phone ring with the news that England had COVID cases in their camp, and what was your reaction to that news?
Well, it was horror initially, because the phone rang about 10:30 and it was Steve Aylworthy from the ECB. So I sort of said, look, I gather this isn't good news, and he said no. He said 7 players have gone down positive, and I said, right. I said, how did that happen? He said, well, we don't know, and it could really create a real issue now around the series. So this conversation went on for about a minute, and at no stage during that minute did we establish whether it was the Pakistani players or the England players. So in the end, he said, look, Ashley's going to have to find some new players. And I went, oh, you're talking about the England players? And he said, yeah. He said, I'm really, really sorry. He said, I should have told you that at the beginning. So we had a conversation for about a minute where I sort of had my head in my hands thinking, crikey, another outbreak amongst our guys, only to find out that it was the England boys. And then he kind of talked through what the plan was, and obviously the ECB implemented that pretty quickly.
So from your point of view, there was still no question of saying, actually, do you think the series should go on?
No, I don't think so. I think once it was clear that the whole squad is going to be replaced and the support staff, I think, we had a Zoom call the following day with the head coach and the bowling coach, along with the tour manager, myself, our director of cricket operations with the ECB. And, we obviously asked a series of questions, and we were convinced at the end of that everything would be put in place, and there'd be enough of a gap, if you like, between the England and the Pakistan players, etc. So, we were quite comfortable with the situation, and never at any stage in our mind at that time was there that, that we wouldn't continue with the tour.
And you communicated that to the players, and everyone was happy about that as well, were they, the players?
Yeah, look, there were some concerns, obviously, because there were some concerns that these guys were obviously coming from the county game, whilst our boys had been in a bubble, obviously, for 7 to 10 days. And, those guys, even in the county game, as you know yourself, there's there's testing twice a week, and that's closely monitored. So, they were told that all of them would have a lateral flow test when they first arrived and be isolating in their rooms until the results came back. Then they'd have a PCR test, and we'd be waiting until we got the results of that as well before they were sort of allowed to continue. So there's been a series of tests that have gone on over the last 3 days with the England players, and thankfully everybody's come back negative and no issues.
Hi Wasim, Atif here. I mean, we're immensely grateful, obviously, that you've stuck around, and we still get to have this series of one-day international cricket, which hopefully will go on to become more competitive than it's been today. But I mean, in terms of the goodwill the Pakistan team and the PCB have shown the ECB in English cricket, not just this year, but last year as well, touring in the midst of a pandemic, putting on a show for sports fans around the world, and again, persisting with this tour this year as well. How would you like to see that sort of goodwill reciprocated by the ECB, both sort of short-term and long-term?
Look, we've had that goodwill as well, Atif, where, Bangladesh came to us, Sri Lanka have come to us, South Africa came to us in February. The midst of a sort of a COVID wave in Pakistan. So, I think that from a perspective of solidarity, I think that we've seen already within the world game, particularly, the things, from a Pakistan perspective that we've seen, that, teams have come to us when it could have been very easy just to sort of say, look, where players aren't comfortable. So, in terms of returning favours, etc., I think, for us, it was just about doing the right thing genuinely. And it was about, we would hope that other countries would do the same with us. South Africa, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka had done that. And, for us, it was just about trying to do the right thing. As long as we were convinced that the players were safe, there weren't going to be any potential threats for them and the officials, then, we were very happy to continue. So never at any stage did we sit there and say, well, let's try and leverage this, or it's important for us to stay because of what might happen in the future. We know England are coming to us in October for 2 T20s and also next year as well. So, it was never a case of, let's try and use this situation, or we certainly expect this situation to be, or the favour to be returned at a later stage. It was just about trying to do the right thing for us.
That's very, it's wonderful, and that's really what this great sport is about making sure the show goes on and supporting each other in difficult times. I'm curious how busy the analysts have been over the last couple of days, because Babar Azam in the toss interview today talked about the analysts providing data and things like that. Of course, players like Saqib, Mahmood will be well known to Pakistani players from their 10 years in the PSL. But I mean, did you at any point think about bringing in extra analysts? I mean, how busy was the analyst? Take us through what his routine might have been like over the last couple of days.
To be honest with you, Atif, I can only comment from my guess from being an ex-player rather than being involved on the cricket side of things as sort of intimately as that. I mean, I would suspect that they've tried to scramble around trying to get as much data as possible on the players. I know that they have become very data-driven in terms of looking at footage and seeing who they're coming up against. But, some of it would have been limited. For example, Simpson and those sorts of players, all they would have perhaps had is some T20 footage of these players playing, and people like Parkinson, for example, and these types of guys. So, look, I don't know exactly what they've been doing in the sort of 24 hours prior to this, but I'm sure they've been doing their best to try and get some information on some of these players. But no doubt between now and Saturday, having seen their performances today, that tomorrow afternoon will be spent, no doubt, when they get together as a team again in their meeting before Saturday. And analysing these players, and they would have had footage by then as well.
And on Saturday, are you going to be able to jump into Lord's and watch the game, or are you planning on checking out more museums? Because we do have some lovely ones in London, of course.
You do. No, I'm here for the 6 matches, so I'm pleased I've had the opportunity to come over again and be here. So catching up with the ECB at some stage as well, and trying to use my time while I'm here.
Is there any concern about Lord's on Saturday? I mean, we've got this sort of bizarre situation where there's a crowd of a couple of thousand here because Welsh regulations, a couple of thousand here today, but on Lord's on Saturday it's going to be full, 28, 30,000, whatever. I mean, it seems really odd. I know we had the football last night and there was 60,000 at Wembley, but it just seems really strange, the sort of difference between today and Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I had a good chat with Hugh Morris, the CEO here as well. And, he's talking about how stringent the Welsh government are around sort of COVID protocols, etc., particularly at sporting events. And obviously it's slightly different in England. But I don't think so. I think the guys will be looking forward to playing in front of a close to full house at Lord's. The players are kept well away from the fans. There's no evidence to suggest at all that anything can be contracted via sort of the fans, as long as there's a safe distance away from them. And also with the players as well on the field, it's pretty minuscule in terms of the threat. So I think the guys are just looking forward to getting out there and playing in front of a full house, and hopefully they'll rise to the occasion.
Yeah. What's the Pakistan bubble like? I mean, give us an idea of what the restrictions are imposed on the Pakistan players while they're here.
Yeah, look, there was, because they came with sort of special sporting dispensation through the UK government. They've been allowed to practice sort of in the afternoons, which has sort of helped during that period of time. I mean, I arrived and I had to do 10 straight days, away at a different hotel in London. So it happens, but these guys have been allowed to get out. There's games rooms, there's all kinds of things that are set up for them. And that's what cricket boards tend to do now, because of the amount of time that players are spending in bubbles. They try and create a bit of a home away from home for them and try and make it as comfortable and as easy as possible. So there's games rooms and all sorts of things that, video games and all those sorts of things that guys want to keep themselves occupied with, and opportunities to interact with each other. And, bearing in mind that there was no risks that we could take in any way, shape or form. So as the ECB said, our guys have been absolutely outstanding. Full credit to these guys. It's not easy going from one bubble to the other. I found it quite tough having my first 10 days. And for these guys, it's probably been the 6th or 7th time they've done it this year.
Yeah, sure. So just they're not allowed to go out of the hotel. You go hotel, yeah. cricket ground, practice, whatever. Cricket ground, back to hotel, onto the bus, next venue. Is that basically what's happening?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they're not allowed to go out. Each of the hotels have got their own sort of bubble area set up. So they'll literally, after this game, they'll get onto a coach. They'll go straight to tomorrow. They'll travel to London, straight to the hotel, and then they'll be escorted to the ground for practice in the afternoon if they're going to go for a bit of a light session, and then again straight onto the coach, straight back. And so no interaction with anybody or any of the public during that period of time, apart from sort of hellos and goodbyes from a distance.
Of course, the England situation is completely different from that, because they are allowed to go out, and it's been, they were in that sort of bubble last year, but not this summer. So there is that point of difference, and obviously there were COVID cases in the England camp. Is that something that you are relaxed about as the chief executive of the Pakistan Cricket Board?
Not really. I think we've kind of seen that if you just lighten things up a little bit, there's always a threat there, and I think that. We've had situations in PSL 5 and PSL 6 where, players tested positive. We had players test positive before the tour to New Zealand last winter, so before they left. So, for us, it's, just something that, we're not willing to take any risks. We're also well aware that, this is massively tough on players from a mental point of view. And as soon as we are able to just relax things a little bit to start, making these guys feel like human beings again, we certainly want to do that, because it's a very, very tough environment to be in.
What sort of feedback are you getting from the players about constant bubble life?
Look, I think they're finding it tough. I think some deal with it better than others. Some don't mind sort of being in their own space during that period of time. Others don't like it. It is tough. You're away from your families. You're sort of stuck in rooms as much as possible. You have common rooms where you go and have dinner. You sit and eat together, and it's only certain times of the day, and so that in itself makes it tough. So, the feedback I've had from players and the coaches is, it is tough, but they also know that cricket and COVID are going to have to coexist for quite a long period of time. But as soon as we can start to just relax the situation a little bit with our guys, we certainly want to explore that and to put that in place, because you're dealing with human beings at the end of the day, and there's only so much players can take. They have a level of resilience, but even that resilience gets tested. We want to make sure that we do everything we can to help their mental health more than anything.
I'm talking to Wasim Khan, who's the chief executive of the Pakistan Cricket Board. If you wonder why there's no cricket at the moment, it's because Pakistan have been bowled out for 141 in 35.2 overs. Fakhar Zaman making 47. He was the leading scorer. Shadab Khan 30. But Saqib Mahmood 4 for 42. Craig Overton 2 for 23. Matt Parkinson 2 for 28 for England, and the England reply will start in around about 7 or 8 minutes' time. Atif Nawaz is with me as well.
Yes, absolutely. And we're having the pleasure of speaking to Wasim Khan. And, I've got to congratulate you as well, Wasim, because, you managed to pull off the second half of the PSL against all odds, against many, many obstacles and challenges. I mean, take us through some of the other challenges, because, obviously there's a big British Pakistani community. They find themselves in the peculiar position sometimes of pulling on an England football shirt and a Pakistan football shirt, cricket shirt the following day. What have been the biggest challenges of being a British Pakistani, going over to Pakistan and working?
I think it's always different. I mean, there is, despite being brought up in a Kashmiri family in inner city Birmingham, where I travel back to Pakistan a number of occasions. I'm on sort of 2-3 week breaks, but never lived in Pakistan. From a living point of view, I've absolutely enjoyed it. I feel well at home. People are amazing in Pakistan. From other aspects, it remains challenging because cricket and politics are the only two things in the country and nation of 220 million people. People live and breathe cricket, and particularly, the feel-good factor you get from Pakistan winning, or, the negativity that you get from Pakistan losing. So you I think as soon as you kind of come to terms with that, which I did do, that, whereas in England, as CEO of Leicestershire, nobody really knows who you are, nobody really, bothers you, etc. In Pakistan, everywhere you go, people want to talk about selections and people want to discuss the coaches and how the sort of brand of cricket they're playing. So that was quite challenging because it's non-stop, 24/7. Your phone's ringing with individuals from all over Pakistan, talking about either that dissatisfaction about selections or, people talking about grassroots cricket or whatever it is. But, there's 2 cricket talk shows on every single night on terrestrial TV. That's the level that you kind of have. I think the biggest shock I had was I think the first couple of press conferences I did, all 8 stations broke the channels in the afternoon by going directly to the news conferences that we were doing. And you kind of made you realise what a big deal it was, how big a deal cricket was and how important it was that all the 7-8 channels were all now cutting directly to the media conference that I was part of. So those sorts of things you learn to live with, and you just understand that Pakistan, if they win or lose, then you're going to be on the end of it in some way. If Pakistan win, then it's never the CEO. If you lose, then it's your fault. So I think once you learn to accept those sorts of things, I think you kind of just continue to focus on your job. But I've loved every minute of this job. It's a tough role, but it's also a very, very fulfilling role. And, we're making good progress, which I'm really pleased about.
Yeah, there's never been shy of criticism, Pakistani sports journalists. I've got to ask, it's interesting you talk about, people have this expectation that you have this input and selection and things like that. But, what is the overlap between yourself and the chief selector and, the head coach, Imam-ul-Haq? Is there any overlap at all? Is there any kind of justification or input given, or do you kind of stay in an administrative role and let them sort of get on with the matters of selection?
Yeah, look, you absolutely have to give them the response. If you're going to make them accountable, you've got to give them the authority. And I think if the CEO is butting in all the time and pushing certain players or challenging certain players, then I think it would undermine the role of the chief selector, along with the head coach. But look, we have conversations behind the scenes, so they'll discuss certain players. But ultimately, my job isn't to tell them who they should be picking, and I certainly don't do that. That's their job. That's what they're responsible to do. And, I've got enough on my plate from an administration point of view to focus on that side of things. Once the squads are selected, then they are forwarded to the chairman to sign off on. And that's sort of a protocol that's always been in place. There'll be no real issues with the squads they select. They've had the input of the captain, the head coach, the chief selector. We may ask certain questions and challenge certain players' inclusions, but we're certainly not there to tell them who they should or shouldn't be picking.
And obviously the administrative challenges that we talk about. I mean, you've been very clear about Pakistan's ambitions to host international cricket tournaments again in the future. It's been great to see, as you say, having Sri Lanka come to visit, Zimbabwe come to visit, and now the intention is to host ICC Champions Trophies, World T20s, World Cups. How far away is that for Pakistan, and what's the likelihood of it happening in the next 10 years?
I think it could be a realistic dream. The ICC events in 2024 to 2031, we've applied for a number of those. We'll know by October whether we've been successful or not, along with all the other nations who have participated in that. But the first dream was really to get Test cricket back, which we've managed to achieve. We've got New Zealand, England, West Indies coming this year, and we've got Australia coming to play 3 Test matches February. So international cricket, particularly Test match cricket, is back. I mean, the next icing on the cake really for us would be to secure at least one ICC event, and that's certainly something that we are pushing for. We've got an Asia Cup that we're due to host in 23 as well, as part of the rotation system we have with that. So it's bright times ahead for Pakistan, and we're certainly not short of ambition in terms of things we want to do.
Wasim, that's great. Thanks very much. Wasim Khan, the Chief Executive of the Pakistan Cricket Board. We'll break into that because they're out there now. The play's about to resume. So thanks very much to Wasim Khan down there in the museum, somewhere in the depths of the stand, away to our left-hand side. And so, England in pursuit of 142 to win this first Royal London One-Day International. Thanks to Atif as well. I think Vic's coming in alongside me for the start of the England innings. We've got Dawid Malan out there opening, along with Phil Saud. We did have Salt and Crawley down on our list earlier, but it is going to be Malan, so left-hand, right-hand combination for England. Looking forward to watching Salt, who is can be a devastating T20 player. We've seen that for Sussex, and also we've seen it for the Adelaide Strikers as well in Big Bash, and now he gets his chance at international level. This is his international debut today, and it's a strange situation that they find themselves in, really, with Pakistan bowled out well inside the distance with 15 overs left of their innings, and England needing only 142 to win, fewer than Sri Lanka managed in any of those 3 one-day internationals they played against England. Right, here is Shaheen Afridi to bowl the first ball of the innings. To bowl to the right hand is Salt, and Salt struck on the pad. It's a big shout for LBW, and it's given not out by the umpire, who is Alex Worf. Indeed, he turned down the first shout in the Pakistan innings, but that was overturned from the first ball. It was quite full, but it must have pitched outside leg stump, did it?
Well,
I think
it swung too much too. It did. It was a good delivery. It was an ominous delivery, actually, because it was full in length and it swung quite late. Hit the front pad, but I'm pretty sure everyone agrees, actually, it was missing leg or pitching outside, one or the other.
Here is Afridi with 2 slips in, goes in now and bowls to Salt, and Salt gets this away backward, a square on the onside. Has this come off the pad or has it come off the bat? We'll keep an eye on Alex Worf. Leg by, so he's still looking for his first international run, but England have got their first run in pursuit of 142 to win. So now Dawid Malan, I remember speaking to Dawid Malan a while back, and we were talking about his career and what's his best form of the game. Of course, he's played Test cricket and he's played T20s. The world.
He hasn't played.
Well, he's played a little bit of one-day international cricket, but only a small amount. And he's played 3 matches before this one. And I said to him, what's your best format? Because you played Test cricket, you played quite a lot of T20. So actually, probably one-day international cricket is probably my best format. He hasn't played much of it, compared
Maybe
to the other 2.
Maybe he was making a pitch.
Well, it could have been, yeah. Anyway.
He might have been manipulated. So.
He's out there, 3 slips in. Afridi goes in and bowls to Malan, who plays that very crisply into the offside, but it's stopped at backward point. And there is no run. It's Imam-ul-Haq away to his left, who stops it, wearing his glasses in the field there.
They've got 3 slips, and that's left-hander, of course, Malan. The ball's just swinging away from him. Played that well, actually. He played it late. It was quite a handy delivery, because there is a little bit of swing out there visible.
They're quite a long way back as well, those
Yeah.
slip fielders. There's some pace. Afridi goes in now and bowls to Malan, and Malan covers up and plays into the onside, and there's no run. It was a strange one with Malan because he was brought into the England squad for the one-day series against Sri Lanka and did play in the T20 series, but he left the England squad for personal reasons, and there were, it was a family situation, but he then wasn't picked for this series after the Sri Lanka series. They kept the same squad because he's back in now.
Well, he's probably glad he wasn't.
Well, absolutely, yeah. Especially when you get some runs in these 3 games. Afridi goes in and bowls to Malan, and Malan does get his first run down towards deep third. He trots the non-striker's end, and England are 2 for no wicket in search of 142 to win this match. I mean, he does seem as well to possibly be an option for England's Test team, wouldn't you say, Victor?
Yeah, well, I think for both Crawley and Malan, if we get some fine weather, and suddenly 50 overs seems quite a long time when we're so used to 20 over, that actually 50 over runs at the top of the order. It's not a bad way in the modern world of saying, hang on, I might be handy in your Test team.
Yeah. Well, there might be a vacancy or two before long, the way things are going. I think they're going to stick with what they've got for now, it seems. Afridi bowls, and Saud plays a lovely off drive. Hit that firmly, but straight to mid-off, where it's picked up by Babar Azam, Pakistan's captain. And that's the end of the first over bowled by Afridi. 2 for no wicket after 1 over. I mean, Joe Root's saying after the Test series against New Zealand, it's not time to panic. When did actually captain say it is time to panic? You don't often hear that in a press conference. No, we're panicking now. Let's press the panic button.
You don't ever hear it.
No.
I mean, I like it. I mean, I remember, this is a long time ago, my first year probably as a correspondent, when England were playing New Zealand, and New Zealand lost the Test match at Edgbaston, and John Wright was captain, and he put England in, and they'd lost the game. And it was such an odd thing to hear. It's totally my fault. I just made a terrible decision. I take the blame. You don't get that very often.
No, you don't. You don't.
Number 32, Hasan Ali.
So there we go. Hasan Ali to open the bowling from the River Taff end of the ground, with a big job if Pakistan are to get back in this match.
But I think dropping someone and bringing someone else in doesn't represent panic. So it shouldn't do anyway.
No. Hasan Ali bowls. That's played offishly by Malan for 4. Over the top of cover. It was in the air, and it was quite close to Fakhar Zaman. He leapt up but could not take it, and it's gone away for 4 off the bat of Dawid Malan. There's a nice bold shot first up against Hasan Ali. Of course, that's the way England like to play it.
Yeah, well,
in one-day cricket, but you've got different personnel here.
Well, I think, I'm slightly surprised to see Malan do that. I think Saud's USP is that he's a dasher.
Definitely.
Malan, you think, can go, several ways.
There is Malan playing that close to his body there, pushing away into the offside, out to Fakhar, fielding at cover, and there is no run.
I mean, he's an ideal person to have, actually, when you've got an experimental team. In that he's vastly experienced, and he's quite experienced at international level, but not necessarily in as you say, the 50 over level. But runs here, I think, are more significant for him as a Test prospect.
Yeah. Here is Hasan Ali bowling, and Malan comes forward and plays that towards cover, and there's no run. Of course, he did get 100 in the last Ashes series in Australia, and he also got a 50 in the first Test in Brisbane as well. He averaged, from the top of my head, I think he averaged 42 in that series.
Well, there was the notion too that that he is better suited to playing in Australian
well, that's what Ed said, wasn't it?
He said that.
Yeah, Ed Smith said that.
And Ed won't be around to justify that by picking him for the Ashes tour.
I don't think Dawid Malan was that chuffed by that comment, as he drives and gets a thick inside edge out towards mid-wicket and there's no run. But the point is that he did seem reasonably well suited to playing against...
Well, he got a very good 100, was it in Perth?
He got it in Perth,
it bounces in Perth, and he played the bouncing ball as well, if not better, than anyone else in the England team.
6 for no wicket, England. We'll bring in Zoltz in just a moment. 142 to win. Here is Hasan Ali bowling to Malan. He nudges it off his hip down towards fine leg. Afridi's there. They decide against the second as the throw comes in to Mohammad Rizwan. It's a lovely take, actually, that by Rizwan. was a difficult one just in front of him. He just rode the banks of the ball. Anyway, nice piece of keeping. 7 for no wicket.
In that Ashes series in 2017-18, Malan got 383 runs, a century and 3 other 50s, averaged 42, but only played 5 more tests after that, dropped after a couple of low-scoring tests with Pakistan and the first test against India in 2018.
Hasan Ali charging in, bowls to Salt, and Salt does get his first international run, pumping it up towards mid-on and then setting off. As if to say, yeah, whatever I achieve in the next 3 days, I'm definitely getting a run in international cricket. And he did that. He's got one there.
It's a good run. Yeah. It's just wide a bit on.
Very positive run, actually, wasn't it? He was really after. He's quick between the wickets as well. 8 for no wicket after 2 overs. Just on those Malan figures. I mean, England would take a player scoring, coming up with that sort of figures.
Yeah, if you could be guaranteed that he'll average 42
and score 383 runs, yeah, they'd be very happy with that, wouldn't they?
Yeah. And I mean, he's got to be a candidate to go to Australia. I thought, particularly, England's top 3 did not look. Well, Burns obviously had a good series against New Zealand, but the others didn't look very convincing.
No, not at all.
And you've got to take some spares as well.
8 for no wicket after 2. Salt on 1. Afridi goes in and bowls him way down the leg side. And a magnificent, spectacular, photogenic take from Mohammad Rizwan away to his left-hand side.
He enjoyed that. I think Rizwan enjoyed it, and I think he might have saved. Slipcord did too.
I think Rizwan might have saved that free kick from the Dane last night.
Well, yeah. And as for Kane's penalty, you'd have gathered it in.
Yeah, it was a beautiful piece of keeping, diving away to his left-hand side. Anyway, wide, signalled 9 for no wicket. Here is Afridi bowling to Salt, and Salt has a big drive at that. Is he caught behind? No, he's not. Afridi put one arm in the air. I thought he was going to shout for the catch behind there, but he missed it on the drive. Remember, you can watch in-play clips as part of the live text commentary on the cricket section of the BBC Sport website. Tonight, the highlights are on 11:15. They are on quite late, but then the game was supposed to finish quite late. So it looks as if it's going to be in for an early finish. Could be done by 6 o'clock, which is a surprise. Coming to the ground today, Afridi bowls again way down the leg side. Another brilliant, spectacular take by Rizwan. He's getting plenty of practice. It's another wide. 10 for no wicket.
Well, it's frustrating because the ball is swinging. That ball swung, but it started outside the leg stump and swung away even further. But he beat him on the outside edge with a ball that he pushed across him, which was, he missed it by so much because he was expecting the ball to swing back into him. It was Mr. Salt.
10 for no wicket, 142 to win on a relaxed midsummer's afternoon in Cardiff. Here's Afridi bowling. Salt drive, takes one hand off the bat, is going to get a single to mid-on. He's very positive, aggressive running. A bit like David Warner. It must be a nightmare to be in the field to Warner. He's always putting you under pressure, and Salt does that there and gets his second run. 11 for no wicket. On BBC Sounds you can find No Balls, a cricket podcast. England bowler Kate Cross and World Cup winner Alex Hartley joined this week by England opener Tammy Beaumont. And tomorrow night's the first T20 between England and India's women. Test match special on air from 6:15 on 5 Live Sports Extra for that one. Now, Babar Zaman come across. They unhappy with the ball?
I don't know, it's swinging a bit. I'll keep that one.
Is it a ball problem? Is it something else?
I think it's I don't know, they're sort of wiping something around his neck.
It's really bizarre.
I don't quite know what that is.
Anyway, Afridi's ready to bowl, but Babar Azam had something applied or removed from his neck area by one of his colleagues. It was Faheem Ashraf who did it. Anyway, really odd interaction between mid-on and mid-off. Afridi's ready to bowl, and he's going in now to bowl to Malan, who's there on 6. Afridi's with him, and Malan forces that away down towards wide, deep third, and they're through for a single. Malan goes to 7 and inspects the bottom of his bat. Played quite freely so far, Malan.
Well, I think too that there was a time if you had a target of 142 and 50 overs, some gnarled old coach would say, well, you've got 50 overs to get these. You can take your time. No need to play any risk at all. I think that theory's gone out the window. I don't expect Salt to follow that pattern, or many of the others, frankly.
No, they play aggressively, and Salt, as you say, that's his way of playing. And Afridi bowls and comes back in, swings back in, so Salt can't manoeuvre that away into the onside.
But you feel if Afridi gets it right, he could get the wickets quite easily and quite quickly. There is that movement, and he's a lovely bowler in many ways. He's got lots of assets. He's 8, but no, he's 6'6" plus. He bowls about late 80s, and swings it.
Yeah.
Other than that, he's pretty ordinary.
It's not a bad combination.
It's just struggling to get a consistent line at the moment.
Yeah, Salt was hurried by that, and it came back into him. Afridi bowls to Salt, who edges it, but it's short of second slip. It's really noticeable how deep those slip fielders are.
I mean, traditionally, Cardiff, the ball doesn't bounce much and it's slow. Often their international pitches are, like at Bristol, a bit quicker than the normal ones, but that was quite a thick edge, but it bounced way in front of second slip.
Yeah. It actually has now come a bit further forward.
Yeah.
It's noticeable. He's taken a pace or two forward. 12 for no wicket, England. Last ball of the third over. Afridi goes in and bowls to Salt, who plays defensively. And Afridi bends down to pick up, and there's no run. End of the over, 3 gone. Afridi's taken 56 wickets in his 30 previous one-day internationals. At 25, he's gone at 5.5 runs per over.
That's pretty good. I mean, fielding slip, it's difficult. It depends on who's batting more than anything, as well as the pitch, right? Because if you're at slip, someone like Salt, who goes hard at the ball, then the ball will come more quickly. If you were there for Jeffrey, soft hands, you could be another 5 feet closer because the ball's less likely to carry. So you've got to take account of the pitch, the pace of the bowler, but also the type of batsman who is facing. If he's someone who goes really hard at it, wants to slash at it, then the ball will obviously keep carrying a long way. Anyway, England's opener's still there.
And it's Hasan Ali. Son's back with us now. Moves in to bowl to Malan way down the leg side, and Rizwan sprawls away to his right-hand side to take it. And another wide. How many wides is that now? Is it 3?
3. Just a little more on Pakistan's disappointing total of 141. It's their 3rd lowest against England in England in terms of times they've been bowled out in a one-day international innings. And it's the 3rd cheapest England have bowled out another team in this format since February 2012.
Hasan Ali to Malan, who tries to force that ball away. Wasn't quite wide enough to get power into the shot. Tucked up, played it to backward point, and there is no run. And they've won their last 2 one-day internationals on this ground as well. They're most, I suppose, famously, if that's the right word, in that Champions Trophy semi-final. Remember when England were expected to go to the final and Pakistan downed them here? They bowled out England cheaply and knocked them off.
And Hasan Ali was a key player in that game.
He's rushing in now from the river tap end to bowl to Malan, who gets lucky. Slice stroke past his off stump down towards fine leg for Singh, who was looking for a big drive through the offside. They got a thick inside edge on it. And Malan to 8 with that lucky single. 14 for no wicket.
Well, there is a bit of movement there.
Sorry, Hasan Ali in that Champions Trophy semi-final, 3 for 35. He'd taken 3 for 43 in the group game against Sri Lanka that got Pakistan into the semis, and then another 3 wickets in the final.
Incredible final. I think they won by 180 runs, wasn't it, against India? Hasan Ali bowls, and Salt, with plenty of bottom hand there, forces that up towards mid-on. And there's no run, no single to mid-on this time. He got there too quickly.
But his one-day international form has declined recently. He had a superb start to his ODI career, man of the series in the Champions Trophy in 2017, and he'd taken 70 wickets in his first 34 games at an average of 20. But since then, over the last 3 years, averaging over 50.
Well, they could do with some wickets from him here. He goes in and bowls to Salt, who clatters that through the offside gloriously for 4. Well, he's aggressive, he's bristling, Salt. And he got onto that one all right. smacked it up towards the wide, long off boundary, and takes England to 18 for no wicket in the 4th over. And it wasn't a half volley, it was hit on the up, through the line of it.
It was a clatter, as you say. It was, hear the bat smack the ball. It wasn't beautifully timed, it was quite effortful, but it sped away.
Hasan Ali looks to respond, bowls to Salt, and he gets it down towards fine leg, coming back into him, takes one hand off the bat. Let's get another run towards short fine leg, just to the edge of the circle. 19 for no wicket. Salt goes to 7 with that single. He'll have enjoyed that extra cover drive. There's something very satisfying about that sort of stroke. It's beautifully struck, really. There was a little hint of the right-handed David Warner's about it. So he ran the wicket, ball short down the leg sides, another wide. Malan was shaped to pull it, realised he didn't need to, just let it go. Taken by Rizwan, who's been here, there and everywhere so far.
Yeah.
He really has up to be alive, the Pakistan wicketkeeper.
They're making him look good, actually, the past bowlers.
There was actually one really difficult take in the last over, low to his right, which he scooped up superbly. Lovely glove work. Didn't really see much of him with the bat today, out for 13. He did play one fine shot through the offside. He's a very exciting cricketer. Hasan Ali bowls. Malan drives, finds the gap through extra cover. A push drive, really. They'll come back for 2. Sliding stop in the deep, in the sunshine. And into Rizwan. And that's the end of the over. And solid enough start from England, wide from Pakistan so far. 22 for no wicket after 4. England need 142 to win. Salt 7, Malan 10. More from you, Victor, and then Charles Dagnall.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been in complete control. The ball is moving a bit, actually, especially for Shaheen Afridi, because he's got the ball to swing, but he hasn't always got it in the right spot. So it's quite taxing. It's a nice contest, actually, because Salt does not look like he's going to dig in for the long haul. That's not his way of playing. He's going to smack it if he can.
Well, that's his way.
Yeah.
Seen him do it many, many times for Sussex and Adelaide, as Simon mentioned, been hugely successful in that role. 22 without loss here, Shaheen Afridi. 2 slips in place, and this is edged and caught at first slip. Phil Salt had a wild swing at that one. Shaheen Afridi didn't get the ball to swing back in, it just held its line. Sohaib Maqsood with the catch, very easy in front of his face, and the first breakthrough has been made by Pakistan. England 22 for 1, and Salt goes for 7.
Well, that's the downside. We said he's a natural born aggressor. We're also talking about the slip cord and how far away they stand, but you can afford to be far away against Salt, as I was saying, because he goes at it so hard that the edges just keep coming, they keep carrying. So he's gone, his debut is done, and he will remember the cover drive, he'll remember the first run, but that's about it, really.
Yeah, it is. And that you mentioned about that, it is, where the slips stand is so important for any fast bowler, but but a lot of it is also dependent on the batsman as well.
Yeah.
And knowing how hard he does go, if you always like, as a slip fielder, I imagine, the batsman to be going at it, because it will come at a nice height. It will always be going up, and it's easy to go.
You can give yourself a bit more room.
Yeah.
I mean, I years ago I played a season at Perth, and the slip catching there was straightforward in many ways, because the ball had to travel such a long distance to get to you, and it would carry. Especially someone like Bruce Reid was bowling, he was 6'6", and at a quick pitch, and I'd be standing at mid-on. And someone would nick it, and it seemed an age before it got to. Even I might have been able to catch a slip catch there if they'd let me go in there, but they didn't.
But much like we saw there, the ball is a nice trajectory. It's always on the up, and if you're fielding, low down as you do in a slip fielding position, it's a lot easier to rise with the ball as opposed to almost go up and down, if you like.
Yeah, that was. I mean, he was always going to catch that, wasn't he?
Never any doubt. Zach Crawley is the man in, and Shaheen Afridi bowls, and that's ever so close to the off stump. swinging back in just gently, and there's good leaves and bad leaves, and that's a good one. And that's just, well...
That's just a good one. That was the one we said he's been swinging that ball back in. That one just came back in at Crawley.
He's a fabulous bowler, Shaheen. He really is.
If he gets it right, he's got all the attributes you want, because he swings it at pace.
And he's tall, gets bounce.
Yeah.
Shaheen 1 for 5. Crawley, who's struggled with nicking off in the Test arena. Shaheen bowls, and that one slightly wider of off stump. It looked as though it was going to come back in, but actually just held its line. But you look at the carry he's getting.
And this is traditionally Rizwan. Cardiff. It's a slow pitch. Now I think often you find it, the same applies at Bristol, that for the international pitches, and you all know which one it is, because it's the one right in the middle where the cameras are situated. They tend to be, somehow they work on them slightly differently, and they tend to have a bit more pace, which is what you want.
Bowlers love to see it, though, going through at a good height to the keeper. Rizwan's far back as Shaheen bowls, and defending is Crawley, close to the body. They take a quick single. Malan calls him through. It was his call, and it was a successful one as well, as they scurry through for Crawley's first run, and England 23 for 1. Very expressive bowler, Shaheen, as well. Terrible poker player, I imagine, because you always know what he's thinking. But he also is one of those cricketers that has a great big smile on his face as well. Enjoys his bowling and his work. Took 4 in 4 for Hampshire in a T20 game. I think it was either last year or the year before.
And I didn't see that, but they were all caught on the edge, I don't imagine.
I don't think so.
No.
Number 40 on his back in bright white numbering as he swiftly moves away from us, bowls in towards the body of Malan, and he defends. Loud shout of no, and there is no run. 2 slips, 3 in the offside ring, 2 on the leg side, and then a third man of fine leg. Lovely game, Cardiff again. Sun's popped out.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, I was reiterating a bit, but I'm going to go shortly because... Well, not go. I'm not getting in the car. But I think if I was Chris Silverwood, I'd be looking at these two in the context of the forthcoming Test series at the moment, because I think
Shaheen bowls, defended by Malan, close to his body, right under the eye line, goes to backward point, no run.
Crawley is currently in the Test team, but he's struggled.
End of the over, 23 for 1, 5 overs gone.
Malan is not in the Test team, but given there's a certain frailty there, you think he's got to be a candidate for a recall. He's been getting a few runs, and he's got a sort of maturity about him. And I think, particularly in this situation where you've got 2 bowlers attacking you in the kind of red ball mode at the moment, it's quite a good bit of evidence and a good opportunity for the batsman to demonstrate, hang on, I can play these high-class players. Maybe I'm all right for that Test match.
And you mentioned it with Simon earlier on about the possibility of selection from a one-day international side. We've seen it actually increase over recent years as Hasan Ali continues from the river taff end, and inside edge onto Crawley's pad, just goes out to square leg. He thought about a run, but Malan not interested. 23 for 1.
But the other useful bit, sorry.
I was just going to say, you're against international opposition, against a new ball, albeit a white one, which doesn't behave quite the same, but the ball still does a little bit. Good pitches, high-ish pressure environment at the international level. As Hasan towards us again, skiddy type of bowler, left alone by Crawley. Through it goes to Rizwan. So there are lots of aspects to this particular environment at the moment, which can in a way be replicated in the Test arena.
Yeah, it's worth. I mean, it could be, not necessarily in this game. It could be a big plus for Crawley, who is a better player when he's playing his shots. And you get caught between at a Test match level if you struggle for runs. Do I play my normal game? Well, in a normal 50-over game, he's required to play his shots.
Hasan Ali plays a shot here, a good-looking drive on the up by Crawley. Goes out to mid-off.
And he will always be a better player when he's looking to be aggressive, I suspect. And he's got the freedom to do that without having to think too hard in a white ball game, while still playing in an orthodox manner.
He's had a very good T20 season for Kent.
Has he? Yeah.
As Crawley. Yeah, he's been in pretty good touch.
But he's in the middle of a trough if you look at his run in Test cricket. So
absolutely.
Life is never simple.
It isn't.
Except for Ebony Rainford Brent.
Well, it's always simple for her. I assume she's around as...
Yeah, well, I think so. Oh, yes, here she is.
Hassan Ali bowls and defended by Zach Crawley. Victor's off anyway now, he's just said so. That's it. Not really, he shall go to the next room and await his next stint. 23 for 1. Vic Marks with us here on Test Match Special. Hope you're enjoying wherever you're listening to from in the UK. Always great to have your company. Lots going on at the moment. Football yesterday, Wimbledon is going on as well. I think it's women's semi-finals day today down at Southwest 19. Anyway, here in Cardiff, England, 23 for 1. Crawley 1 not out on strike. Malan is 10. Hassan Ali bowled him. Crawley, what on earth is going on? It was a free hit. I didn't know. And that's what's going on. There you see, I was just seeing Ebony Rainford Brent take her seat, make sure that you're okay with the technicals, and I missed the free hit signal, so it was a free hit, and he was bowled. That was what was going on.
Well,
and we're all back to normal.
Well, at first
24 for 1.
Like Andy was doing the Gangnam style, and then we realised he was trying to let us know that actually it was a free hit. So good old wild swing there. Did you see the Gangnam? I actually think he's got some moves.
I didn't see.
From Andy, I'm talking about.
No, missed that too. Hassan Ali bowls and Crawley drives and gets the thickish inside edge. It's just squeezed down to deep backward square and a couple of runs collected. And 26 for 1. How long was Andy waving his arms for?
He was getting into it.
Yeah, I've got a good rhythm going.
Okay.
But probably
you might have to get a bit closer.
Yeah, since I have a microphone, I could have chipped in, I guess.
Would have saved me a whole lot of heartache there, Andy, I've got to be honest. Anyway, we're back to normal. 26 for 1. Hello, Ebs.
Hello, Daggers.
Hassan Ali towards us, this skiddy type of run. Beautiful cover drive from Zach Crawley, all along the carpet, all the way to the deep extra boundary for 4. That is a handsome-looking shot from Crawley. Not a great deal of foot movement, but played right underneath the eye line, and England conclude the 6th over, 30 for 1.
Yeah, fractionally uppish that shot, just for a moment in the air, but actually the placement and the commitment to the shot is exactly what he needs. I was just hearing you and Vic talking about the test team and how this is a very different format and a very different opportunity. These two players will be in the spotlight and being just looked at how their form and their conduct is in this phase, and whether it gives them that more confidence to convince the coaches that whether one wants to be in or one's trying to sneak in a place, it could be fun.
You're always being sort of judged or looked at or scouted in any particular scenario. A lot of it as well, Ebony. I think, as Shaheen starts a new over, the 7th of England's innings. They're 30 for 1, 2 slips in place. Shaheen bowls, and this is carved away beautifully by Malan. Well, Crawley drives a handsome-looking extra cover drive, and just as well is Malan's square cut for 4 through the cover point region. Bit of width offered, Malan latching onto it. He moves to 14, England 34 for 1.
That was such a smart shot because he got into such a good position early on, and just at the last minute just fractionally opened it up to create that width and pumped it through the gap.
Yeah, what I was going on to say is not about technique, and all of these guys are serious players, but it's how you cope with the international arena. As Shaheen bowls, and it's full of length, turned by Malan to square leg, where Fakhar Zaman is fielding. But yeah, how you cope with the environment, the pressure of the situation, the pressure of potentially a spot being available, and how you rise to that with all of those aspects surrounding you.
Yeah, I think as well, we're just with what I like about Dawid Malan, yes, there's been sort of questions about the pace he might go at, especially in subcontinent conditions in T20, but he's always performed, he's always scored runs, always looked at home when he's had the bat in his hand.
Shaheen bowls 4 more. Beautiful shot. And this time, slightly different. It's still gone square of the wicket on the offside, but he just opened the face and opened his hands a little bit, released his hands as he just casually drove that through the offside. And 4 more to Dawid Malan, 38 for 1.
Yeah, I really like the way you talked about that, just the release of the hands, that delicacy. But what I guess my question is, you know, a lot of people sort of said, is it possible he could move into the 4-day environment? I wouldn't be concerned about him handling the pressure, and also that pace of play is no longer relevant. It might be something that he could knock down that door, and he's got the experience, he's got the ability to handle pressure.
Well, a slipper's come out and gone into a catching point, right on point as well, 5 pitches away. Shaheen, left arm over, gets beaten outside the off stump. Was there a little edge?
I think there might.
I think there might have been, but because of Malan's soft hands, the ball died on its way to Rizwan, and he caught it on the one hop. It was actually quite a good take from Rizwan, moving to his left-hand side, but it just sounded as though there was a little edge.
Yeah, it'd be good to see ultra edge, but you're right. On our sound, I heard something. It sounded that sort of woody sound, but then the ball died going through to Rizwan. So got away with it.
So 4 in the offside ring, just the lone slip at about a 1.5 slip, if you like, as Shaheen bowls a full delivery. Tentatively forward comes Malan. It comes off the face of the bat, the maker's name, really, and goes through for a quick single. Called him through early, did Malan. Confident he was of making his ground, which he did. And England 39 for 1.
Sounds small, but that single is a really good sign to me, because normally you need good communication between 2 batters who've played lows together and built up that to be able to know the angles, and the fact that they are comfortable just running those with ease. Yeah, it's a sign that the team is making some early sort of clicks. And
yeah, it's something they do very well in one-day cricket. Sri Lanka were guilty of not doing that. And here's Shaheen, bowls across the bows of Zach Crawley, who leaves well enough alone, and through it goes to Mohammad Rizwan to conclude the 7th over. So England 39 for 1. Crawley is 7, Malan 19 not out. You were at Wimbledon the other day.
I was.
Saw you popping champagne corks.
Do you know what? I had a bit of a nightmare, right? So I did have a bottle of champagne, a small one, not a full bottle. We just had one of those little, I don't know, it's like a carafe size. And before Murray's, I saved it for Murray's game, so I didn't, I had a couple, but I was saving it for the Murray game. And I thought, well, let me just open it before the game. And I just loosened it, turned around to talk, and it popped. The whole half the stadium were like, woo, it kicked off. Luckily, it was while they were warming up, so I got away with it. But it was a bit embarrassing. So I was there. And Andy
not during play. A couple of people did that during play.
During the warm-up, basically. When they're just knocking back and forth.
So you didn't break any etiquette rules, as Hasan Ali bowls a beautiful extra cover drive by Dawid Malan. He just checked his drive as he played the shot through extra cover, and it brings him 4 more runs. So he moves to 19, and England 43 for 1 in this, the 8th over.
He's just looking good at the moment, isn't it? It's all timing, all class, and all along the floor, making it look easy.
Both sides, and granted, England didn't bowl a great deal of width, but when they did, it was punished. And similarly here, I think Pakistan have been a little guilty of not bowling quite straight enough. Any opportunity of bowling even a 5th, 6th stump line, it gets put away. And Hasan Ali, it's not that bad a delivery, but goodness me, it's a glorious shot. Hasan bowls, and this is straighter, that's better. Starting on and around middle stump. And brisk, but not electric pace from Hasan Ali, 82 miles an hour. But it just shows how good these players are when they wait for the ball, time it right underneath the eye line, it whistles away off the face of the bat.
It's a good surface. I think batting on this would be fun, if you're in touch, of course.
Absolutely. As Hasan Ali bowls, a slightly slower delivery, maybe rolling the fingers over the side of it, but Malan defends, and 74 miles an hour. Just seemed to come out a little bit slower. Good line though, defended out into the offside. Lovely day here in Cardiff. There are threatening clouds. My BBC weather app has assured me that there's only a 3.5% chance of rain.
Please don't dag us. We look all right.
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying.
It looks all right.
3.5%'s good. As Hasan bowls a shorter delivery, and Malan plays it really well. He didn't quite have full control. It looked as though whilst he was playing the pull shot, he took his eyes away from the ball, but the connection was true enough, and England are rattling along here, 47 for 1.
I think the pace surprised him. The previous delivery 74, and this one mid-80s, and it was almost like it rushed him a bit quicker and he had to pull the head away. But what he did do is he tracked the line early enough that he kept the bat in when he turned the head away, so he got away with it and got a good connection. Yeah,
I mean, he was lucky the connection was good, because he did sort of move and jar his head back as he was playing the shot. Anyway, he won't mind. 4 runs. He moves on to 27 not out off 23 deliveries. There's Hasan Ali again from the River Taff end. Another short ball attempted, but this time much more control from Malan. It's sat up a little bit nicer as well for him, and he plays it all along the deck down to deep backward square where Shaheen Afridi is fielding. 2 big black sweatbands. He wears them on the forearm. Don't know why bowlers do that. That would put me. That would annoy me.
Is it the wipe though? The off the forehead, the sweat off the forehead.
Well, yeah, it is. But usually you would wear them round the wrist. But he has forearm bands.
You sound like you could do an advert for that with that.
Short Sally bowls on a good length and played neatly by Zach Crawley off a thickish outside edge. It trickles to where a short third man would be, and he picks up a single to conclude the over. 8 not out he is. He steals the strike at the end of the over. 49 for 1. Forearm bands. I think I could. I think
you've won the audition there.
Thanks so much. I shall accept the royalties check with glee. Some more from you, Ebony Rainford Brent, with England 49 for 1 after 8 overs, and then Atif Nawaz replaces me.
Well, overall, so far, England will be pleased with the day where they're up to, in terms of the ball, Saqib Mahmood 4 for 42, Craig Overton as well 2, and Matt Parkinson 2. So a good run out. Now it's for the batters to spend a bit of time at the crease, Atif.
Indeed, as Shaheen Afridi comes in, good length and just been dabbed down to fine third for a single there by Crawley. 50 up for England as well. 50 coming up very, very early in the 9th over of this innings as well. 50 for 1 England, making really, well, not quite light work just yet, but they've made very decent inroads into this very low Pakistan total.
They have, and I think it's coming on nicely. So if you're those two out in the middle right now, it's a real chance. Once you're seeing it, once you're getting behind it, there's not a huge amount of seam, there's no swing in the air, so it's a real chance to make a big or a reasonable meaty total.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very good opportunity for these two batsmen here just to settle into their work ahead of the whole summer that lies ahead, as in comes Shaheen Afridi with a slip in place. He bowls a good length ball, just squaring up the batsman a tad as he pushes the ball to backward point for no run. 50 for 1 is the score after 9 over, or just into the 9th over now. And England looking good so far. There's a lot of noise there from the Pakistani field. They're trying to get their energy up. They're trying to find some, well, it has to be at this stage, consolatory wickets at this point. Winning the game seems a long shot from here. Lots of noise from Rizwan behind the stumps. Shaheen setting himself at the top of his run. And off he goes, running away from us here in the pavilion. He bowls from wide of the crease, and again angling the ball in towards Dawid Malan, who just defends, and there is no run. 92 required of 249 balls. I think I'd make them marginal favourites, Sebs.
Just marginal?
Just marginal at this point, yeah.
What's the WinViz predictor saying? I'm sure it's pretty clear one way, isn't it? It's a weird one for Pakistan, because they could also turn up in the next game and completely put all the wrongs right, and I think they'll reflect on this with a lot of frustration.
Afridi in now, and again played off the face of the bat down to deep third. They run through for a single, and bowling with good pace and good lines as well right now. Shaheen Afridi just struggling to get that extra bit of movement off the surface. We've seen here in Cardiff at Sapphire Gardens that the ball does move a little bit early doors, but once it sort of settles in, there's not much there for the bowlers. And Pakistan had a really good partnership in between Sohaib, Maqsood and Fakhar Zaman, putting on 53, looking mostly untroubled, and then that mix-up happened with a run out, and you do wonder how far they could have gotten, how much these little moments contributed to their scenario now. with England needing just a further 91 runs. Now then, Crawley taking a long time marking out his guard. He really gets in there with the spikes of his shoes. Leaves a good indentation on the wicket. In comes Shaheen Afridi now. Full ball has been clipped nicely by Malan into the vacant fine leg region. The fielder from fine will have to run round. He can't get there. It's 4 runs to Crawley on that occasion. Lovely shot off his pads. England 55 for 1.
He created that. If you look at where he took his guard, that ball, he moved over to the off stump and knew that the angle was coming into him, so he just kind of helped it on its way, but he created that by changing his guard. So he's thinking, he knows that you do that, like you say, when the pitch is not doing a huge amount, you know that you can trust the bounce and the surface. So yeah, good to see.
You can, and he's got a very unusual guard at the moment as well, as Malan. In comes Shaheen Afridi. This time the ball's been worked to mid-on, and the batsman run through for a single. Zach Crawley there on strike. He's almost standing on a middle and off guard, isn't he, Abs?
And that's what I'm saying. That's how he created that, isn't it? So sometimes you want to do that if you're thinking, I want to play through the leg side. You can see there was a big gap. So just by moving across, everything comes into you, especially with that angle of the left armour. Just helped it on its way. So he's thinking, I think you can only do that. You do those sort of things when the surface is great, right? You trust that it's not going to get yourself in trouble or sort of wobble or hit the seam and move. So then you know, okay, as long as I see it early and get in line, I'm fine.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is a wonderful opportunity for Zach Crawley as well. Kind of renowned for being a 4-day, 5-day specialist, but giving this opportunity in the one-day international format, he could kind of create this position for himself. So almost like a modern-day Joe Root equivalent at number 3. Andy Saltzman.
Modern-day Joe Root.
Joe Root's a modern-day Joe Root, yes, of course.
Makes him sound like he played in the 1930s, which leads into my next stat, Artie. England have used 35 players this summer in all the formats, which is the most players England have ever used in a summer. Obviously, there's 3 formats now, and they've had this strange, complete change of squads. But even in the halcyon days of selectorial mayhem in the 1980s, they never quite reached this many. And 11 changes from the last one-day international to this, unsurprising. That's the first time England made 11 changes in ODI cricket. However,
well, Haris Rauf is into the attack. We'll leave you in suspense as he comes in for his first ball to Crawley, which has taken a leading edge, and it's gone just perilously over the fielder. That extra cover, almost a breakthrough there for Pakistan. The fielder has to tidy up in the deep as Imam-ul-Haq, and the throw comes back. England run through for 3. Score moves on to 58 for 1. A little moment of peril as we go back to Andy Saltzman.
There was sort of an occasion when they made 11 changes in the test match team in 1930, when they switched all 11 players from a test against New Zealand to a test in West Indies. But this was because the test in West Indies began one day after the test in New Zealand, and England had 2 completely separate teams playing test matches at the same time.
Outstanding. Well, a little preview of what's to come if the schedule keeps filling the way it is. There's a lot of cricket these players have to play.
Squad's good to go, right?
Well, more opportunities for people to flourish on the international stage.
The question is, who was at home when they heard the news thinking, could I be in? Could I be in?
In comes Haris Rauf, back of a link, punched to backward point on the bounce, and there's no run.
I saw some funny stuff on. I mean, I'm sure you saw Brody
of course.
And Jimmy.
I was hoping for them.
There's a lot of old cricketers would have thought, is this my time? Is this going to be my moment?
Just don't tie up the phone line at home. Just leave it. Nobody calls on landlines anymore. Just leave it anyway. Okay, they might call.
Turn on text. Isn't that how they used to get their team announcements on the text or the 303?
Yeah, of course, yeah. The old CFAX.
CFAX, that's
it, yeah. 340 was cricket. Haris Rauf in once again. Back of a length, and this time a big wafting shot from Dawid Malan. Misses the ball completely, goes through to the keeper. Good bounce and carry from Haris Rauf.
He's a bit harder to pick up, isn't he, Rauf? Because you look at his action compared to, say, Shaheen, you know, a lot of it comes sort of, you see the ball more through it, whereas Rauf has got this quite quick arm that out of nowhere just kind of whips through that. Most really need a few balls just to adjust to the pace.
Yeah, absolutely. Haris Rauf burst onto the scene with performances for the Lahore Qalandars and for the Melbourne Renegades in the Big Bash. In he comes once again, back of a length, once more on the back foot. Is Malan just pushing the ball to point for no run. A lot of pace, very exciting kind of cricketer. Sometimes in T20 cricket can be a little bit expensive, but very explosive, that kind of bowler who just He doesn't have the longest run up in the world. He doesn't build up ahead of steam. It's just pure explosion, pure action and muscle that gets the ball through quickly.
There's two things that I was going to say is a nightmare is, one, I was saying he doesn't sort of track the ball, so you can't see the ball all the way in his run up, but the other is his hand slightly goes behind his head, so you lose it for a moment.
Like an off spinner. In comes Rauf once again short, and this time pulled nicely by David Malan behind square on the leg side. The fielder from fine leg will have to run round, and it's Shaheen Afridi who gets the ball back. The batsmen take 2. England score now 61-1. And they're going very well at the moment.
Do you know how to describe a lot of the Pakistan fast bowlers? It's like they're nimble, right? So you think of, I don't know, Liam Plunkett's a big, strong, broad fast bowler. Even look at Carse today. But I always find that Pakistan, there's such a rhythm and a flow and a nimbleness when they get the ball through. It's just great to watch.
There tends to be a lot of skiddy fast bowlers involved. Like, you tend to think of fast bowlers as 6 foot plus, but I think Pakistan has produced a whole bunch of fast bowlers that were 5'8". In comes Ashraf, short ball and just teasing the grill of David Malan as he attempted a pull shot, missed the ball altogether, went through to the keeper. There's no run, so that is the end of the 10th over. England 61-1, going at well over 6 and over right now. Some good pace from the Pakistan bowlers, a few good moments, but just haven't been able to string together enough good deliveries. There was the one dismissal of Saud by Shaheen Afridi, an outside edge through to the fielder at first slip, but since then England have settled again through Zach Crawley and David Malan, and they now require a further 81 to win this game, take a 1-0 lead in the Royal London One Day Cup Series, and continue their winning form. Really, I mean, they won 5 in a row, and one match was a no result against Sri Lanka because of rain, of course, but the international teams right now for England not losing very often, male or female.
They're all
cricket or football.
They are. All the women lost.
Oh, they did lose one to India. Yes, they did. Yes, of course.
That spiced up that series a little bit. I thought England might have just gone on a charge, but yeah, they start on Sunday, the T20 down at home. But you're right, England generally are just in a good place with white ball cricket.
Now then, Faheem Ashraf, the new bowler, is in, and he starts with a good length ball, just defended into the onside, and there is no run. Faheem Ashraf has become an important part of this Pakistan attack in all formats, bowling a very consistent line at a decent pace as well in the early 80s. Doesn't have the most spectacular statistics, but over the last 12 months he's put in some very, very strong performances for the national team. Some memorable runs with the ball, spells with the ball against New Zealand in the winter. He's got a slip in place as he comes in to Crawley. He bowls wide outside the off stump, thick outside edge, aerial, and down to wide third. A bit of a awkward bounce there for the fielder, but the batsmen get back for 2. Well done in the end there by Haris Rauf. He's just been bowling, and now he's had to sprint 30 metres to his left. He's working for double T money, as we'd say in club cricket. 63-1.
He's working for
his double T money. You got to pay double T, you know, when the ball follows you around.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Is that what you used to do at your club game?
Andy?
That is me.
Back me up.
No, the ball never followed me around.
Faheem Ashraf with a slip in place, and he comes full ball, driven beautifully. He got a hand on it on his follow through, and just ricochets the ball to mid off, and there's no run. Score remains 63-1.
The only thing I'm thinking about this current brand, so we thought we might have seen it from Phil Salt. I wouldn't say, watching these two, they look, obviously there's no big total, I wouldn't say they look like they're stamping a specific brand. They're looking very comfortable, they're ticking over, putting the ball away. But I wonder if there's this sort of danger of trying to keep up, or in the back of their mind, do they want to keep up with this sort of Owen Morgan dominate type style of play?
Ashraf in once again, full ball defended into the ground for no run by Crawley.
So I just don't feel we've seen any signs of that. I'm not saying they have to. It's the start. You're only just getting into it. But I wonder if that was in any of these players' mind. Should I show a bit of flourish, a bit of flair, try and take this on? Or is it more actually about the red inker?
Yeah, it's hard to say right now exactly how. Well, there's no route for. It seems like there's no route back into this game for Pakistan, but certainly for the England players, this is a huge opportunity to make a case for themselves, put their hands up and say, well, I know we've got a stacked team, but I want to be a part of future plans. We're playing more and more cricket. Faheem Ashraf in once again, full ball smashed aerially and over the mid-on fielder. And it's raced away for another boundary for England. Crawley now showing some attacking intent. He's moved on to 19, England 67-1. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for some of these England players, particularly Zach Crawley and a lot of these new players we've seen given their caps today, to make a case for themselves, because they've come in this circumstance, and the truth is COVID hasn't quite gone away in the way that we'd hoped. So there's every chance of needing that vast squad, as Andy pointed out. 35, 36 players used this summer. You want to be in that top 35, 36 players. As in comes Faheem. Ashraf once again, short outside the off stump, a cut shot attempted, and the ball just misses the top edge on its way through to the keeper. The end of an eventful over. 11 gone now. England 67-1. Andy Zaltzman.
Well, it's a slightly differently structured side, as you would expect from a team that they've had to change 11 players. One of the strengths of England's, one of the many strengths of England's one-day batting has been the strength of their tail. Now, often they don't need it, but I think the security they have of someone like Adil Rashid, often batting at 11 with 10 first-class hundreds and 50s in one-day international cricket, freed the top order to play more aggressively. This side, however, they do have a bit of a tail. Carse, Mahmood and Parkinson, 9, 10 and 11, not particularly strong with the bat. Obviously, they're inexperienced in the middle order, but the one-day international side over recent years has some spectacular selfie taking this going on at the front of the box.
No, we're paying attention.
Very judiciously edited out of that photograph. Well done.
I'm going to get you in. Don't worry. Tell us more. I'm going to get you in somehow.
God, I was pretty much coming to a close there, but it will be interesting to see this England team bat first, to see whether they bat with that same freedom as almost a philosophical decision of England's one-day cricket without that insurance policy of such a strong tail.
Did you notice as soon as Andy knew he was on screen, all of a sudden his delivery stepped up? He knew he was on camera. He saw the selfie come out.
Well, there was a pause. There was the pause in giving the stat just so he could have the right the pose for the...
If I'd known the paparazzi were going to make it, I'd have done my hair at some point in the last 30 years.
Well, England 67-1. They're 75 runs adrift of taking a 1-0 lead in the series. Dawid Malan going well on 31, as is Crawley. He's got 23 off 22 deliveries. Haris Rauf now in to bowl his second over. Malan on strike. He bowls full and defended to extra cover for no run. Score remains 67-1. Yeah, I mean, as Andy says, they've used so many players now. I genuinely think this is going to be a feature of cricket in general moving forward, not just specific to COVID, because of workload, constant tours, the need for bio bubbles. I think all of these players will do well to just remember that it's not just about the 11 or 12 or 15 or 16 players that are first choice for the squad. There's a bigger squad at play now. As in comes Rauf, and the ball's just been guided down to deep third by Malan for a single. Score moves on to 68-1 now.
Look, I'm putting myself back. When I used to play, I was one of those players. I might be in the squad, but you're always thinking, right, when am I going to get my opportunity? Because we had Charlotte Edwards, Claire Taylor, Sarah. It was just hard to get in. And sometimes you thought, is it going to be injury? Occasionally it was illness. You look at the men when they were in South Africa and there was a stomach bug, and you're always kind of weighing it up. I think with COVID now, as a player, I'm like, right, mate, be ready. I'd be in the nets, even if I was kind of in and around this side, but not on a squad. I'd be thinking, right, stay ready, because you really, really never know.
Rauf in once again, full and clipped this time into the mid-wicket region. It's racing away towards the boundary. It's a lovely shot from Crawley. There's a player in pursuit. He's not going to get there. The ball clatters into the advertising sponge. England on a roll here, 72-1. And now they're more than halfway there. 70 more required to win this game and take that lead in the series. And yes, as you say, it was a wonderful opportunity for these players to stamp out their case. Of course, you did it with your big 150.
When was that? You checked out my stats.
I know your stats.
Yeah, you don't know. Well, I think that was the Oval, wasn't it?
It was at the Oval. You got the big 150.
How did you know about that?
Well,
154 exact, to be honest.
There you go. There you go.
No, but that was domestic. That was.
Rauf in short outside the off stump and sways out of the way, does Crawley. And that completes the 12th over. So England are now... Oh, in fact, I beg your pardon.
There's loads more balls to come.
Loads to come. Loads to come.
If someone had a cuppa and they were just end of the over, might pop to Lou. No, sit down. Two more to come.
2 more to come. I beg your pardon. I'm just keeping everybody on their toes at home. 72-1 England. 5 o'clock here in Cardiff. Slightly overcast, but I don't think we're going to see any showers today. Not until after the game anyway. Hopefully. Now then, Crawley on strike. In comes Haris Rauf. Still got to slip in place, and Crawley forward in defence. Fielder from extra cover is Babar Azam, who comes in, collects the ball. He talked at the toss, did Babar Azam, didn't he, about the analyst working overtime and trying to get them data on some of these new players. But ironically enough, it was a player they know reasonably well, Saqib Mahmood, who did the damage early doors. I saw a lot of him in the PSL. He played for the Peshawar Zalmi side, and for that first bit of the PSL, he was a top wicket taker as well. So they really should have done their homework on that.
I don't think that was homework. I think that was just good balls, and you're either on it or you're not, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes a bowler's just too good.
Spoken like a true batter, Ebbs. In comes Ashraf, short outside the off-stump, cut beautifully by Zach Crawley, races away to the extra cover boundary. That is a shot of maximum class. England 76 for 1. And with 66 required after 228 balls, Ebony Rainford Brent, a few thoughts from you, and then you're going to be joined by the marvellous Simon Mann.
I think that was Zach Crawley's shot of the day today, to be honest. He took his time getting in, and he started hitting the boundary and finding a bit of flow, but that timing square of the wicket was excellent. We were talking about whether he was going to play this sort of explosive innings at any point. I think there's been signs that he's starting to find and click into gear. There was one the over before where he decided to take it up over mid-on, so I just wonder if he will sort of free up now that he's set into the last few overs.
There have been several glorious shots played by these two. More than several in actual fact. Malan's hit 5 fours. Crawley has hit...
he's hit 5 fours as well. The first of the fours in the previous over brought up the 50 partnership in 7.2 overs.
76 for 1. England's power play 61 for 1. And that would be a decent power play if they were chasing 300, 280, 300. It's not been Pakistan's day. It's been a relentless day from this England makeshift side. And 1 or 2 trying to take their chance here. Malan 32. And here is a new over. Faheem Ashraf bowling. Malan turns it away towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. It's funny, we think in terms of series now, 3-match series, and that's what we have in the World Cup Super League. But actually, really, you're playing for 10 points per game. That's what we've got to try to start thinking about. The qualification points. The system, if you don't know what it is, the light's just coming on actually at 5:05. I really think we don't need those today, but I suppose there's some sort of regulation about a day-night game. Here's Faheem Ashraf bowling, turned away by Malan through square leg, probably for 3 here. The chase back towards the boundary. Oh, it might go for 4. Goodness me, it's gone very quickly across his outfield. It's gone for 4. Another boundary to Malan, his 6th, takes him to 36, and the score to 80 for 1. England needing only 142 to win. India qualifies the host, so the 7 other top sides, or the top 8, or top, depends where India finish in the table, automatically qualify for the World Cup, and then the other 5 have to go into a qualifying competition. But if you don't take the qualification process seriously, there's Ashraf bowling, slower ball turned away down towards fine leg for a single. You make some experiments, change your team around a little bit because you're playing test matches, you're focusing on T20, then you can get a bit caught out if you don't get enough wins. And England at one stage they dropped a few. They'd lost to Ireland at one match, they'd lost 2 to Australia, they lost 2 to India. So it was quite useful actually them picking up 2 wins against Sri Lanka and a 1 here against Pakistan, just to make absolutely sure you don't want to finish out of that top 7. And one of the big teams, or possibly 2 of the big teams, are going to finish outside of that, the top 7. Here's Crawley leaning forward. There's no stroke to Ashraf through to wicketkeeper Rizwan, 81 for 1 in the 13th over. Stephen Finn's back. Did you understand all that or not?
Yes, I think I did. Yeah. What you're trying to say is that there should be more meaningful ODIs played. There should be, yeah. But there's something nice about the nuances of a 5-match series, I think.
You must have played... You played 7-match series?
Yeah, they're carnage. I mean, we lost one 6-1 to Australia. That was not fun.
No. This is Faheem Ashraf, right arm over the wicket from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Bowls to Crawley, who gets a thick edge on that, down towards deep third. They're through for a single, 82 for 1.
Yeah, I think we also lost either 5-2 or 6-1 to Sri Lanka in Sri Lanka.
You lost, that pre-World Cup one?
Yeah.
That was 5-2, yeah.
5-2, yeah. And it's just relentless, because if a team get it up over you early in the series, and the momentum goes with it, and it can become carnage, yeah. But a 5-match series is nice, but I do like the concept of there being more meaningful games.
Here is Ashraf bowling, dabbed away by Malan. Behind square on the offside for a single. And England doing this so comfortably. 83 for 1 after 13 overs. They need 142 to win the match. Of course, it's nice to win the series as well, but every team is slated to play 4 home series and 4 away series in the qualification period of 3 matches. So all series now are 3 matches.
I'm not against it. It's just, and I'm turning into one of those older players now, because it's been 4 years, I think, since I played an ODI, so I can say, well, in my day, we did it. We had 7-match series in my day. You wouldn't know how physically and mentally tough a 7-match series was. Snowflake young cricketers now.
Malan forces that ball away into the offside. Harris Rauf bowling again from the River Taff end, goes out towards deep cover, through for a single. Malan to 39. Some of those tours of India, 7-match tours of India, where you're playing in a different venue, a long way away, crisscrossing the country, and you have a 2-day gap between, so you have basically play, travel, practice, play, travel, practice for 21 days, I suppose.
Yeah, they were crazy. I mean, I only ever did 5-match series in India, but
Rauf bowls, forced away by Crawley into the offside. Not really timed, but he'll get a single out towards deep cover. 85 for 1.
It did take you to some wonderful parts of India, because the test matches would tend to be played in the big cities, and then I think to get the outreach of cricket to the people, which, I mean, and there's a lot of them in India, you'd go and play at one end of the country and then the other, and some of the places that we played in, Pune, Dharamshala, I think is my favourite cricket ground in the world.
You played in that?
Most beautiful, I played in one there in 2013, I think it was.
Rauf ball short, pulled away, could be caught, no, just short of deep mid-wicket, or deep square I should say, and they're through for a single. Dug in, pull shot from Malan. One more to the total. Malan to 40, 86 for 1. That was an amazing trip, actually, right up to the foothills of the Himalayas.
Went and popped off to see the Dalai Lama. He wasn't in, so we didn't get to see him. We just went for a walk around the temple and then got on the bus back. But a wonderful part of the world.
Amazing cricket ground, it really was. Here is Rauf bowling, that's crashed away by Crawley out towards deep backward point. They're through for 1, they're coming back for the second. Score goes to 88 for 1, and Crawley to 35. It was a bit chilly in the evenings, I remember, in Dharamshala. I remember having dinner one evening. We all had our coats on. It was so cold in the building that we were in. I don't know why there was no heating. I can't really remember now, but it was a magnificent trip to go up there. 88 for 1. Rauf right arm over the wicket bowls. Crawley plays that with soft hands into the offside, dropping it short of backward point, and they're through for a single. And the other thing as well about a tournament is that everyone is so pleased to see you wherever you go. The crowds are there. I remember there was one game in Dharamshala, in Guwahati, where hundreds of locals turned up just to see the media bus arrive at the hotel.
They must have been desperate.
They must have been. I don't know whether it was they mistakenly thought we were the England team. But
it's funny when you do stay in those smaller places and you're in your hotels.
Rauf to Malan. Malan gets a thick inside edge on that, goes down fine on the onside. Got a bit lucky again, not for the first time, but he's also played some fine strokes. Really well taken by Mohammad Rizwan, the throw, awkward one into him. He's a lovely glove man, he really is. Rizwan, 90 for 1 at the end of the over, the end of the over number 14, with 142 needed to win.
Amazingly proficient, isn't he? Some of those takes early in the innings where the Shaheen Afridi bowling quick, swinging them quite a considerable way down the leg side, and I think a lot of keepers, you'd have seen them just wave those through for 4 wides or 5 wides even, but he got 2 hands on most of them, so his anticipation and we know he's a class keeper from the series that they played here last summer as well. I just look at this innings now, and Pakistan haven't really done anything different at the moment.
Ashraf bowls and Malan defends, no run.
And by that I mean they've not looked like they haven't tried to take a wicket. They've almost just hoped that someone makes a mistake. And in this situation, when you're really up against it now, England are 90 for 1 with 2 set batsmen, Crawley and Malan, looking very well set and not that troubled. They've got pace in their team, they've got exciting players. You have to try something here. You can't just let the game meander. We've not seen either of their leg spinners bowl.
I think Shadab's loosening up, but it's probably a bit late now. I saw him loosening up at cover. He might bowl soon. Here's Ashraf bowling, and Malan miscues leading edge out to Shadab, fielding in the covers, and there's no run.
But even the seamers, we've seen Malan last over pulled a ball out to deep square leg, and he's obviously taking it on because he wants to keep the scoreboard moving forward and have that intent. And it dropped maybe 20 yards short of the deep square leg fielder. You've got guys with pace and with height and with funny angles, so put 2 or 3 men back.
Yeah.
Bounce, like bowl 2 or 3 overs of bounces and just see if someone hits one down someone's throat, and then you get some momentum to get back into the game.
Ashraf bowls, Malan strokes it away through extra cover for 1. Yeah, it'll only be 1, so the throw comes in on the bounce to wicketkeeper Rizwan. That's the potential Manchester Originals captain talking there.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm quite happy. We've got Joss Butler,
but he's not going to be around for very long.
He assures me he's over all the rules. I spoke to him yesterday. He assures me that he knows all the rules and understands them. So the team is in safe hands.
91 for 1 in the 15th over. Here is Faheem Ashraf bowling short, and Crawley pulls out of the pull shot. It goes through to Rizwan. Sorry, you were saying about being in India in your hotel room or whatever.
Yes, and in the smaller towns, I think the big towns, they're fussed, but they're not that fussed because they're used to living in a big city. But in the smaller towns, when you go out, it's like the biggest thing that's happened in the year that the Indian cricket team and whoever they're playing are coming to town. So thousands of supporters will stand 24 hours a day outside your team hotel.
Ashraf bowls to Crawley outside the off stump, forced away through point. Actually, the point fielder got a hand on it and deflected it towards deep cover, so it was only a single to Crawley. 92 for 1 in the 15th.
And you can almost open there was one time me and Owen Morgan were in watching a series of The Sopranos on my projector, because that's how we entertained ourselves on a few of those tours when we were in the smaller cities. And you open the window and everyone's going crazy down because you've opened the window and you're waving at them, then you shut it and then you open it again. It's like a sketch out of a TV show. It was brilliant, but the passion is just unbelievable.
Yeah. It's a great place to watch cricket. Short, pulled away by Malan down towards fine leg for a single. England moved to 93 for 1 after 15 overs. They need 49 to win. And we thought 6 o'clock might be the finishing time here, but it might be earlier than that, the way things are going, although the drinks break will just halt proceedings for a while. The lights are on at 5:15. I suppose it's the second innings situation, isn't it? A day-night game. Yeah. There must be some regulation, but it just seems absurd, really, because this game is going to be done by 6-ish, something like that, and then it stays light till 9 o'clock and the lights are on.
You'd be saving on the electricity bill if you owned the stadium here. Isn't it the SSE Swalek as well? And they're an energy brand, or has it changed?
I think it might change. Don't quote me on that. I'm not sure, but it might well have done. It used to be the Swalek Stadium. But anyway, so England dominant here, 49 to win. They have got 35 overs in which to get them, and they got 9 wickets in hand. So much for a second team, or a third team almost, with their 18 players out. Well, they do have someone called Ben Stokes back today, although Stokes has not done very much. He took a catch, he bowled 1 over, and he
did a
good review early on. Yeah, he did a good review earlier, first ball of the match, and they got rid of Imam-ul-Haq for 0, and then Babar out for 0 in the first over as well. And it's very much a day for Saqib Mahmood. You remember this day, all right? 4 for 42. And Crawley and Malan have done themselves some good as well.
Yeah, both men will have obviously an eye on the rest of this summer. I think in all formats of cricket for both of them. Dawid Malan, I wouldn't rule him out of being in contention for an Ashes spot, looking even further ahead towards the winter with the way that he played the last time that England went down there, and his proficiency against people who bowl good pace, as Pakistan have been doing. here. And just time in the middle in an international game, I think will do Zach Crawley the world of good after his slight struggles earlier in the summer in the test matches. So England building a lot of confidence here.
I was looking for new things to factor into team selection on the data side of things. England 5 debutants today, on course for a comfortable victory. And I've looked at the occasions when England have given 3 or more debuts in a one-day international, 19 times since the first one-day international, and they've won 13 and lost 4 of those games with 2 no results. Obviously just randomly handing out debuts is pretty much a guarantee of victory. This will be the 9th of the last 10 completed games with 3 or more England debutants that England have won. So.
Well, we were panning the selectors just now for bringing players in and then discarding them, but actually it's the right thing to do.
Exactly, that method that they had in the 80s and 90s, just ship them all out, get rid of them, and get the next lot in, and they'll win the game. It sounds like a perfect World Cup method.
Treat them mean, keep them keen.
Yeah.
What's gone on at Cheltenham, Andy? How's that match going on between Gloucestershire and Middlesex?
Oh, can we not mention that?
Is it over yet or not? It's a big game, that. In the context of the county championship. We had commentary earlier on Sports Extra. By the way, tomorrow at 6:15, commentary on England's women against India in the T20 match. 5 Live Sports Extra for that. Is it still going? Is it 9 down?
Gloucestershire have won. Middlesex all out for 255. Gloucester won by 164 runs.
Well, that was a dramatic collapse from Middlesex, because they were going well earlier. Just way down the leg side from Harris Rauf. And Malan tries to flick it away and misses. It's a huge wide. 94 for 1.
You're trying to rub salt into my wounds. I didn't get called up, so I'm not in the best 75 players in England to get called up for this squad. And then now my team has lost a 4-day game, and you're taking very great pleasure.
Well, it's only because, Gloucestershire are my team, I suppose. And,
I knew that.
Yeah.
I knew that.
And they are in with a chance of qualifying remarkably for the end of season First Division. It's driven away by Malan. It beats the hands of Shadab at extra cover out towards mid-off, and they're through for a single. It's quite tight though. They have a big match against Hampshire at Cheltenham coming up, and basically whoever wins of that will qualify. If it's a draw, I think then Hampshire need to have much the better of the draw, because they're only 6 points behind, something like that. And Somerset are not through either as well after the Leicestershire's marathon batting towards the end of that game at Taunton. Here is Harris Rauf bowling, and Crawley covers up and plays towards mid-on, and there's no run. Have you liked the new, you took 5 wickets in the game earlier in the season. Have you liked the new format in the championship? Do you think it's working? What are the players saying about it?
I think to this point it's working, and the players definitely believe that it's working up to this point, because in deciding what position you're in, there's actually a really exciting period of cricket now in July that maybe would still be meandering slightly in the past.
Rauf ball short. Crawley does not play the pull shot, pulls out of it. Oh, it's a wide signal. It was one of those high bouncing ones, signalled by umpire Kettleborough. 96 for 1.
But I think the challenge that it has is making divisions 2 and 3 relevant in the last months of the season. So the 6 teams that are competing for the championship, brilliant. That's going to be a really, really exciting, challenging period of cricket. But the rest, how do you make that stuff relevant, and what consequences?
Rauf bowls, Crawley pulls down towards fine leg, might get 2 here. Faheem Ashraf's onto it, sends in the return though, kept to 1. 97 for 1. What is the incentive for the teams in Section 2 and Section 3 then? Is there any at all, as far as you're aware?
I think prize money and maybe seedings for the tournament next year.
Right.
But I'd imagine if you're fighting it out in Division 3, your prize money 10p, 20p.
Yeah. Well, in a way, if you finish, I'm just trying to work it out, sort of 11th, no, it'd be 12th, wouldn't it? Here's Rauf bowling, a slower ball, nudged away by Malan for a single into the onside. If you're fighting it out for 12th, and yet if you finish 5th in the First Division, you don't get any prize money. I don't know, and team finishes 12th does.
I think it's done the prize money's 1 to 18.
Oh, it is 1 to 18, right. Okay, that makes sense, doesn't it? Otherwise, that would be a bit unfair.
I wouldn't be complaining, because I think we're in Division 3. I think we're almost certainly in Division 3 if we've lost today.
Not a great game for Middlesex's tail end without your batting, Stephen. Lost the last 8 wickets for 25 in the first and his last 6 for 14 in the second.
Yeah.
98 for 1. Here is Rauf bowling, turned away by Crawley for a single down towards deep square. What it did do, of course, is it produced that amazing game at the GS Bowl yesterday where Surrey batted, really against the odds to survive that game against Hampton, to keep themselves in with a chance of qualifying. It's a long shot for them because they're playing Somerset in the last round of matches. You think something quite unusual would have to happen for them to qualify, but they still can.
Yeah, and I think that's great because...
Or perhaps they can't. I don't try to work out the arithmetic of it. But anyway, they fought really hard because they thought they still had a chance. Perhaps Gloucestershire's win today might have taken it away from them. But Rauf bowls, played away by Malan, forward a square for a single. And is that the 100th run? It is. 100 for 1. At the end of the over, 16 gone, and it's been another dominant one-day performance from England, but not the England that we have become accustomed to. Crawley 39 and Malan 46 are taking England within sight of victory here. More from you, Stephen, and then it will be Charles Dagnall.
Yeah, great signs for England here. I think with the changeover of personnel to still come in and produce such a dominant performance here right from the first ball of the day, to have Pakistan under pressure in what is not the strongest team that England can put out naturally, because all of the players who were in the original squad are isolating due to coronavirus. So incredibly encouraging signs. But speaking of batting collapses and Middlesex's batting collapses, Pakistan could really do with a rather significant batting collapse right now.
Yes, indeed.
As Shadab Khan comes into the attack. And Daggers is having problems with his microphone. So I'll continue. Shadab Khan comes into the attack from the media centre end, bowling to Dawid Malan, left-handed. Are you in, Daggers?
I don't know. Yes, I am. Carry on, though. It was good. I think you should do this ball.
Okay.
Here we go. Shadab bowls. And beaten as he caught outside the off stump. Now, Mohammad Rizwan is absolutely adamant that he's got a little nick on that. Dawid Malan is leaning on his bat handle, hand on hip, not interested in whatsoever. Shadab Khan wasn't that interested either. He sort of joined in later, but Mohammad Rizwan was absolutely convinced that was a nick through to himself, and I think they're going to take a look at it.
Yeah, I think they're at the stage where they have to. It's a good job I didn't do that ball, Dag.
It is, actually. I was delaying, just allowing you.
Yeah, TV umpire to director. We have a player review for a catch behind. Can we have a look at the front foot first, please?
Yeah, the bowler not interested. Rizwan convinced.
OK, we've got a fair delivery. If you can have a look at front on spin vision.
Richard Lingworth is the voice you're hearing. I mean, Malan was nonplussed, really. Just taking a look. Orthodox leg break. He's miles away from it, surely.
OK, just rock that back, please.
So you could stick 3 bats together and he wouldn't have touched that. That is one of the most hopeful reviews I've ever seen, I think.
Goodness me.
That's a Stuart Broad level of review, I think, that one.
Bat and ball. We'll go back to Alex on field.
Crikey.
Alex, stay with your original decision. Ball is nowhere near the bat. You're on screen now.
Like Richard Illingworth, the ball's just nowhere near the bat. Can't believe they were... Well, anyway, Mohammad Rizwan was convinced he was wrong. Floodlights beaming down here. Sophia Gardens, a couple of gulls just drifting along above the grandstand. A reverse attempted by Malan. He gets a toe end of the bat on it. It goes actually nowhere near where he intended the ball to go, down towards what would be usually third man. It just skittles past Mohammad Rizwan and down to the boundary for 4 behind the keeper, and it brings up Dawid Malan's half-century, albeit in fairly fortunate circumstances, but he will care not. A fine half-century for Dawid Malan, his second 50 in one-day international cricket. All a bit of a mess, really. That said, he's 50 from 50 balls, and the next Shadab Khan just comes into the left-hander and he plays it to mid-wicket. But well played, Dawid Malan.
Very well played. He played some really elegant shots. I mean, the video of him getting to his 50 that will be showed on social media later is the worst shot he's played all day.
Shadab close to the stumps, short of a length, and it's driven off the back foot very elegantly by Malan into a huge amount of space through the extra cover region, and A couple of runs added to his total, 52 not out, 106 for one.
Yeah, where we see brutal batting sometimes in white ball cricket, Dawid Malan today, in particular, in general he does, but today in particular played elegant shots through the offside when he was offered any length or width to be able to do it.
Shadab skips in and tosses this one up a little bit of air. Very pleasing type of action, Shadab Khan, as it's played to mid-wicket. Quite a rhythmical and elegant action for a leg spinner, actually.
Yeah, he's nice. He's got some nice bounce about his run-up.
Whirls the arms. His next delivery is turned into the leg side for a single. And Malan to 53, 107 for one. And Crawley back on strike, 39 not out from 36 deliveries. It's the end of the Shadab over. And so 17 overs have been bowled, 33 remain, and England on course for what will be a very comfortable victory. I have to say, Finney, that we haven't, in international cricket this summer, we've not been blessed with a huge amount of close or tense games. It wasn't like you at Wembley last night, biting your fingernails and hutching up to the edge of your seat. We've been lacking a little bit of tension.
Yeah, well, you should come and watch Middlesex games, because all of our games in T20 cricket tend to be tight at the moment. We've lost a couple off the last ball. We've had some Duckworth-Lewis infused close finishes at the end of games. So yeah, if you're struggling for a close watch, get yourselves down to watch the middle.
Now Faheem Ashraf is back on from the River Taff end. His first delivery beats the outside edge of Malan, and through it goes to Mohammad Rizwan. Well, I saw you at Lord's.
Which time?
Against Surrey.
That wasn't close.
No, that wasn't close. The one time I did come and watch Middlesex, he got battered.
Yeah, don't come and watch us again then, please. And that's formal. Your name's going on the gate at the Grace Gates. The bloke in a pair of dodgy yellow sunglasses comes to the gate, calling himself Charles Dagnall. He's not coming in.
Not coming in.
Absolutely not.
However, Surrey would be more than happy to have me come and watch his Faheem Ashraf over the wicket down the leg side. It's flicked away by Malan for a single. Shaheen Afridi does the fielding off the fine leg boundary, and a single is taken. 108 for one. Andy Saltzman.
Dawid Malan's half century, 7 fours, 50 balls. It's his second in just 4 one-day international innings. He made exactly 50 in his last ODI in Pune in March, so this is now his highest score in this format. He made his T20 international debut on this ground against South Africa in 2017 and made a spectacular 78 on that occasion.
Yeah, he did as well. He batted beautifully that day. As Crawley waits now, the right-hander, tall, upright. He just nudges this into the onside and calls Malan through for a comfortably taken single. 109 for one.
You were a bowler, Daggers. I was just watching this and talking with Simon about what Pakistan could have done differently. It just feels like it's been a bit of a procession for England. Friendly. It's felt friendly, I think, is a good word to describe it. There's not been a barrage. They've got guys who can bowl quick, funky, slower balls. It doesn't feel like they've tried to buy a wicket or to get either of these batsmen out.
I agree. I think the biggest threat has come from Shaheen. And, I think he's the quickest of the Pakistan pace attack. Obviously different angle, and he's only bowled one spell, correct. Faheem bowls a short delivery, and it goes through to Mohammad Rizwan as signalled wide. Malan tried to pull it round but couldn't lay bat on it. 110 for one. Yeah, they've been little short of ideas. I think I'd have been tempted with, we're 141 on the board. Shaheen bowling the majority of his 10 would have been up there if I'm Babar Azam.
Yeah, even just something.
Hasan Ali, you know, he can have those spells where he does, a bit like Neil Wagner does for New Zealand, where he can come in and just bowl short balls, uncomfortably short, driven through the offside, uppishly by Malan, but he stands there and admires it, doesn't even bother running, as the timing is so sweet, and through to the extra cover boundary it goes for 4 more runs. 114 for one now as the score ticks over, and so you know, Hasan Ali, much like Neil Wagner's not express, but he's awkward and he's onto you. He bowls in awkward areas, and Hasan Ali has the ability to do that as well. Skiddy type of bowler, and I've seen him do that kind of role. But I agree, there's been, if you're going to lose, as Faheem approaches, and Malan just dabs this down towards third man with soft hands. A single taken, 115 for one. I think if you're going to lose, then lose trying to do something.
Go down swinging punches.
Yeah, absolutely. Get a couple of fielders on the long leg boundary and bump a few round the wicket over the Is that what you would think?
That's almost exactly what I think. Yeah, they've got guys with pace, with height, got leg spinners. The leg spinners only bowled one over, and he beat the edge the first time we've seen the edge beaten for a long time. So, yeah, it's just that bit before the game meanders and drifts, you can make people feel uncomfortable, I think, in one-day cricket sometimes.
Faheem, short delivery, and Crawley does approach down the pitch, and then he finds it just coming a little bit too short, sways out of the way and goes through to Mohammad. Rizwan, 115 for one at the end of the over, 27 runs to win. Yeah, if you've got a leg spin of Shadab's quality as well, I think as soon as the power play over, I mean, I'd be tempted to bowl him in the power play, but outside of that, as soon as they're over, get him off.
Yeah.
Get him on, get your bowlers that I'd be tempted to say have your best chances of getting a wicket.
Because you need a foot in the door in this situation, don't you? I think you're defending a small score, you know it's going to be difficult, and you know that you're going to have to get momentum and somehow try and wrestle that momentum back from England, because they were so far in the ascendancy. So I think also, without being too critical of Pakistan, we have to understand that they haven't played a lot of cricket together recently.
Shadab starts a new over and gets turned off the middle stump by Dawid Malan for a single off the first ball to deep backwards square, 116 for one.
So to sit here and be hypercritical of that when these English guys, even though they've not been together and played together as a team, they've all been playing county cricket. They were all probably involved in games, competitive games, 48 hours ago, and they've been called up into a squad. So it's very much easier to transition from that than it is from coming into a new country and trying to find your feet. So we have to give Pakistan some leeway, but I just feel like they could have tried more.
Shadab, close to the stumps, bowls full of length, wristily turned by Crawley down to short fine leg. A single is taken again, 117 for one. No, I think Stephen makes a good point, and you have to forgive Pakistan a little bit for that, and they're a high-quality outfit. They really are. They've got some world-class players. Not seen the best of them today. Hopefully we will in the following two one-day internationals, as Shadab bowls a full ball, sloppy fielding at mid-wicket as the ball goes through the fielder, who is Shadab Khan. I don't think it is Shadab. He's wearing Shadab's shirt, but it's not Shadab at mid-wicket. There's two number 7s out there as Shadab, the proper one, bowls. It's short and it's pulled away by Crawley through the mid-wicket region, between mid-wicket and mid-on, and to the boundary for 4. It just sat up nicely, a little bit too short from Shadab Khan, the bowler. And it's England 122 for 1 and 20 more runs required. Hello, Victor.
Hello, Charlie.
I'm just trying to work out which who is at short extra cover, because he's got Shadab's short sleeve sweater on.
I think it's Imam-ul-Haq.
Imam-ul-Haq, thank you very much. Andy Saltzman from behind me. And Shadab bowls another ball that just is a trifle short. It allows Crawley to go onto the back foot and punch it down the ground for a single. He moves to 46, 123 for 1.
I think if he's got glasses on, it's Imam-ul-Haq, because it's not often you see a fielder with spectacles on, but I think he does.
As Shadab Khan bowls, and again turned into the leg side just very simply by England. Repetition here, 124 for 1. 18 runs to win, end of the over. And there is 19 overs bowled. England require another 18 off 31 overs. I just think they're going to do it, Becky.
Well, it's an amazing sort of sequence of events the last 2 or 3 days. England have to produce a whole new team. You sort of automatically think it'll be a bit of a tough ask for Ben and his babes, except for they're not babes. We've established they're really all quite old. And now, well, I think in a way it's set the series up terrifically, in that Pakistan are going to be better. Come Lords, it's going to be 20,000 there, or whatever, 25,000, 28,000 maybe, if it's full house, or the biggest crowd ever at Lords.
Faheem from the River Taff end bowls, and onto the back foot goes Malan, playing it with an open face down to third man for a single, 125 for 1.
When we will discover whether this is a mirage, what we're seeing now, you know, the B team waltzing in and absolutely dismissing the opposition we're having to break sweat, really.
Yeah.
These two have played beautifully. I mean, they don't look uncomfortable. I mean, they've played a fair bit of international cricket, these two, but not in this format. Crawley's played some glorious shots. Malan just keeps scoring runs against a white ball for England as if it's the easiest thing since slicing bread.
Ashraf bowls onto the back foot, goes Crawley, and he too plays it down to third man. I could see a little pause going, where am I going there? 126 for 1.
If you've got the right machinery.
Of course.
Slicing bread quite difficult, to be honest.
I knew
it quite straight.
Depends on the loaf, of course. And whether you've got the right utensil or one of those machines.
Yeah, but I'm sure, you've made a lot of sourdough, because everyone else has in London, I'm told, during lockdown. And therefore you've had to slice it.
126 for 1 as Faheem Ashraf bowls. A slightly slower delivery, which Malan just guides with an open face. Cross bat down towards third man for a single. 127 for 1.
I've got granary bread, Vic. My bread of choice.
Okay. Yeah, but did you make it yourself?
Well, we have a machine. So does that count as making it yourself?
We're not quite picking you up, Andy. My apologies.
No. Anyway, but in a curious way, it set the series up now. I mean, I'm not going to be there, but I'd be very keen to see how it goes at Lord's with this lot.
Mm-hmm. I won't be there either. But we shall listen in and see how they perform as Faheem bowls, swatted away by Zach Crawley down towards deep backward square as he closes in on a half century. He moves to 48 not out, and England 128 for 1, 14 to win.
It is a freakish game with this, 5 debutants here, and actually the only debutant who's sort of going to leave here feeling slightly unhappy with life is probably Phil Salt.
Yeah.
Who went cheaply. But I mean, Lewis Gregory got a surprisingly new ball, 4 overs, 1 for 11. That'll do, as they say in Somerset. Well, he doesn't really.
Faheem, back of a length, defended into the onside, and England just picking off singles so easily here. 129 for 1.
Brydon Carse didn't get a wicket, but he looked
all right.
Looked pretty calm and in good order, as did the rest of the bowlers. Matt Parkinson picked up, he's playing his third match, but I think this might be his first wickets for England. So they've all looked so sort of comfortable.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen many batsmen, but these two have played really well. It looks like a different wicket they're batting on.
Really does.
After that early bit of swing from Shaheen Afridi.
Faheem bowls onto the back foot, goes Crawley and opens the face and plays this beautifully with such sweet timing through the wide gully position all the way to the boundary, and he too now reaches his half century on debut. 52 not out after England have made a 133 for 1, and now only single figures required. 9 runs, a glorious shot from Zach Crawley, and they've looked in very good order.
The only two who've been coasting are those who've played a lot of games. Like James Vince, well, he did a run out, but he hasn't had a bat. And the captain, he's been cruising. He bowled 1 over. He hadn't had a bat.
What have we learned about Ben Stokes today? I tell you.
He knows who to bowl.
He's the new Mike Brearley.
Who's laughing so loudly there?
Shadab will continue with his leg spin. Bright orange on the back of his boots as he bowls one slightly short, and yet again another misfield at mid-wicket by Imam. And it allows Malan to pick up another single, 134.
He thinks he's all right because he's got Shadab's shirt on.
That's right. Gives him the powers. 8 required for England to win. Shadab bowls once more, and onto the back foot goes Crawley, and with a perfectly straight bat drives it down the ground off the back foot to Shaheen, and another single, 7 required.
I think this has done Crawley a world of good. He might have got runs for Kent, although not necessarily at Old Trafford, where it's zipping around all over the shop.
Shadab skips in, tosses this one up, and Malan works it into space through the onside. Another single, 6 to win.
But here he is. He's got half a century. He's looked comfortable after the first 10 minutes out there. He looked comfortable. He's timed the ball beautifully, and he's issued a public reminder that he can still play.
Shadab close to the stumps, whipped away by Crawley. Square of the wicket just behind square, in fact, on the onside this time, and he'll pick up another couple of runs. Now just one blow, well, it was one blow before, but a blow along the ground all the way to the boundary required for England to win this game. 138 for 1, Crawley to 55 not out.
What's the time? What time is this? It's just 20 to 6.
As Shadab bowls, and forward in perfect defence comes Crawley, defends. Imam coming in from extra cover to do the fielding, loses 2 caps in the process that he's wearing. He's wearing everyone's kit. He's like Buckaroo, isn't he? Wearing Shadab's sweater, somebody else's cap, and fairly ugly looking drive that time from Zach Crawley. We've not seen many of those. He's just dragged it a little bit. It goes out to Shaheen Afridi at long on, and a single is taken. 139 for 1, 3 required to win at the end of the over. Crawley 56 not out, Malan is 67 not out, and well, just waiting for the final blow. Andy Saltzman.
The details on Zach Crawley's debut half-century, his one-day international debut. 44 balls with 7 fours, and he's the 23rd player to make 50 on his ODI debut. Most recently, Ben Foakes, his one and only ODI to date, made 61 not out in Ireland. Before that, Duckett, Lum, Denley and Wright. We'll go back to Ian Bell for a player who made a debut 50 and went on to have a major ODI career for England.
Thank you very much. Shakeel's going to have a little wander. Well, I wonder if this will make the difference for Pakistan. Saud Shakeel is going to have a little bowl. Left arm tweakers from the River Taff end. His first delivery is played through the offside for a single. Dear old Imam's fielding everything at the moment. He does that at backward point.
Whose sweater is he wearing now? He's given his Shadab sweater back to Shadab.
I'm sure he'd probably fancy Richard Hadley's sweater at the moment, but 140 for 1 and 2 runs to win. Crawley is 57, Malan on strike 67. The field has come in. There is a deep point long on a cow corner, who's probably 25 yards off the boundary edge. To the left arm spinner, he's going to continue round the wicket to Malan, who defends at mid wicket. Imran Khan's sweater, that's who he wants to wear. 140 for 1. Malan waits, standing upright, then crouches as he pats the bat down, waiting for Shakeel, and there is no run. Group of watchers over on the far side wearing yellow bibs. Not sure if they're here in an official capacity, as Malan works this serenely through the onside for another single. So the opportunity for Crawley to finish things off. 68 not out to Malan. 1 required, with England Pakistan level. England 141 for 1. Stokes watches on from the balcony of the England dressing room as Shakeel bowls, and this is a very easy single to finish things off. They didn't even bring the field in. Pakistan more than happy to let Crawley stroke it through the offside, and a comprehensive England victory here at Sophia Gardens, Cardiff, as England win this first Royal London one-day international by 9 wickets. Really only one side in it after Pakistan were bowled out for 141, and Malan and Crawley, with their international experience, guiding England home very, very easily indeed. It might be England's second string, but they performed like the first string today. Very comfortable victory, as we've seen in all of England's one-day internationals so far. No doubt Pakistan will improve for Lords on Saturday, but overall, Vic Marks, it was just a walk in the park.
From the very first ball, yeah. Wicket first ball, 2 in the first over. Then England controlled the game thereafter. I mean, with barely a blemish. The odd drop catch, the odd long hop, and Phil Salt couldn't make a sparkling debut. But everything else was just like clockwork. Ben Stokes probably didn't have to put his pads on. He bowled 6 balls, and he changed the bowling very well.
England against all the odds, really. I mean, such a sort of chaotic build-up to this game. But we did say, I think, that actually when you look down the lineup, it doesn't look a bad lineup. All these guys have been around a while. Some have played international cricket. People like Crawley have mostly done it at Test level. Malan's done it at Test level and at T20 level. They didn't look uncomfortable. They looked extremely comfortable right from the word start. We should give credit to the captain, who's sort of sent them out there in a sufficiently relaxed manner to get on and do the business.
Absolutely.
The bowlers all looked the part. They didn't look particularly nervous, but they didn't look short of quality either, actually.
It's funny.
It's quite a nice pitch to bowl on, I think. Or there's just a little bit there when the new ball, wasn't there?
And what is funny, you mentioned about the side, but I also look at the entirety of the squad and the players that they didn't play or that could have been selected. Jake Ball, has got a pretty reasonable amount of international experience, as has Danny Briggs, and he's taken the most T20 wickets, I think, in this country. He's one of the leading wicket takers in T20 cricket in the world, I think. Okay. If memory serves. Dan Lawrence has been in the Test side recently. Ben Duckett has had a taste of international cricket, both at Test level. So this is the 11 that played today have all had smatterings of international cricket throughout their career, save of course Ben Stokes and James